From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft clothes for men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's adventure, Death is a Golden Arrow. And so here we are, as usual, in front of Dr. Watson's cheerful fireplace. There's a hint of spring in the softness of the air, but a fire still feels mighty comfortable after sundown, eh, Dr. Watson?
Right, Mr. Harris. It's rather like a man who wants to show off his new spring suit, but still hasn't managed to do without his overcoat.
Well, if they're both Clippercraft, chances are one is as impressive as the other, Dr. Watson.
Right you are.
And next Sunday is Easter. And because Clippercraft prices are so low, this week's a good time to buy your Clippercraft suit and topcoat. These low prices, you know, are the result of the unique Clippercraft plan that concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the finest stores across the nation. It's a year-round operation that results in substantial economies in manufacturing and distribution costs. It puts money in your pocket, even in these days of high prices, through the tremendous savings that result. And this is important, too, at a friendly local independent store, a store you can trust. Fresh new assortments of spring Clippercraft clothes, including long-wearing worsteds, are ready now at your Clippercraft dealers. Beautifully tailored, finely styled, expensive-looking suits at only $40 and $45. Top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine at only $40 and $45, and sport jackets at only $26.50. Seeing is believing. Simply compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, what about tonight's Sherlock Holmes adventure?
Yes, it concerns a weekend Holmes and I spent at Bowman's Knock among the Toxophilites.
What-olites?
Toxophilites, Mr. Harris, are gentlemen addicted to the not-so-gentle sport of archery.
Oh, you mean the boys who play around with bows and arrows.
I suppose you might express it that way. Bowman's Knock was the country home of Sir Timothy Fletcher, who was at that time president of the Royal Toxophilite Society. The Prince of Wales, of course, was its patron.
Oh, naturally.
However, he wasn't present at this particular house party. Besides Holmes and myself, there were only 4 other guests. Major and Mrs. Cheltenham, Professor Philpotts, and a South American millionaire, Senor Juan Vendrigo. Oh, little did I think when I first made their acquaintance on Sir Timothy's shooting green that before the next sunrise I should see one of them dead as a doornail.
Oh, sounds as if your Toxophi, whatever you call them, took their sport seriously, Dr. Watson.
Yes, a bit too seriously, Mr. Harris. It was a beautiful sunny afternoon in early spring when Holmes and I alighted from our train at Helmsley-on-Wilton, which is the station for Bowman's Knock. Sir Timothy Fletcher had come to meet us in a dog cart drawn by a handsome cob.
Doctor, I thought a cob was a male swan.
In sporting circles, Mr. Harris, a cob generally refers to a small, stocky horse having a high, stylish leg action.
Well, then, a dog cart is not drawn by dogs.
Certainly not. A dog cart's a very, as you'd say, a snappy two-wheel conveyance with seats placed back to back.
Doesn't sound particularly comfortable to me.
Oh, this mechanized age. It wasn't supposed to be comfortable. It was dashing.
Oh.
Well, as I was saying before being certain interruptions, our host piled us and our somewhat battered assortment of luggage into the cart, and off we started. The birds were singing, the sun was warm and gentle, the trees were covered with tender green foliage. Only Sir Timothy seemed at odds with nature.
Confound it, Holmes, I don't like it. I don't like it at all. There's something brewing, something nasty.
We might have known, Watson, that Sir Timothy hadn't invited us merely for a bucolic weekend.
Holmes, you know dashed well. If you had nothing but the ordinary country house party to look forward to, you wouldn't have accepted my invitation.
Got you that time, Holmes.
Yes, I gathered from your notes, Sir Timothy, that things don't seem to be entirely placid at Bowman's Knock. That seems to be the difficulty.
It's that confounded Spaniard, Juan Vendrigo. We should never have invited that bloated millionaire to join the Royal Toxophilite Society.
Why did you?
We needed new equipment. It's expensive, and he's filthy rich and a dash good shot besides, blast him. However, he insists on shooting for high stakes, worse luck. We're all heavily indebted to him.
Well, sounds to me as if it had been cheaper to buy your own equipment in the first place.
It undoubtedly would, Dr. Watson. Oh, most of us haven't lost more than we can afford, I suppose, but unfortunately Major Cheltenham has gone off the deep end. He's the crack shot of the woodman of Arden.
Oh, I see. A rival society of archers.
Exactly. He'd never been beaten until Senor Vendrigo came along. They're fairly evenly matched. Vendrigo has better direction, although the Major has more pull and distance. Well, it seems that last Monday, Senor Vendrigo went down to Meriden, where the woodmen hold their meetings. In the course of an afternoon's shooting, Major Cheltenham managed to lose a large sum of money, which he could ill afford.
And I suppose he insisted on a return match.
He did, the numbskull. Senor Vendrigo invited him to a return match at our shooting grounds, which, as you know, are situated in Regent's Park. Professor Philpotts was invited to keep score.
Oh, you don't mean Professor Winsgate Philpotts, the eminent physicist?
I do indeed. He's an exceptionally fine shot. His aim is practically infallible. If it went for the poor fellow's hunched back and his consequent inability to draw to a point over 38 pounds, well, he'd be the greatest archer in Europe.
Oh, hear, hear.
You must forgive Watson if he looks slightly confused, Sir Timothy. His trusty service revolver is the only lethal weapon he understands.
And you, I suppose, know what Sir Timothy is talking about.
Quite. The power to draw an arrow to the point means the measure of pull necessary to draw the bowstring to the position from which the arrow is released is measured in pounds. The power required to draw an ordinary bow for a man ranges from 40 to 60 pounds. Women's bows, of course, can be drawn by a power of from 24 to 32 pounds.
Oh, that means, I suppose, that the ladies can't shoot as great a distance as the men.
Brilliant deduction, my dear Watson. You're coming along. Pretty soon I shall have to look to my laurels.
Oh, go to blazes.
As I was saying, Professor Philpotts was chosen as scorer for the match. As president of the club, I was naturally on hand to see that everything went off without a hitch. These grudge matches are often quite tricky, you know.
Grudge match?
Oh, yes. Didn't I mention that Senor Vendrigo had been rather obviously attentive to Mrs. Cheltenham? And the Major doesn't like it.
Interesting, Watson.
Well, that rather depends upon Mrs. Cheltenham, I should say.
Yes, she's a charming little thing. I can't say I blame her for being flattered by the senor. Her husband treats her abominably. But that's neither here nor there. It was agreed that the match should consist of a York round.
Yes, for gentlemen, Watson, the York round consists of 6 dozen arrows at 100 yards, 4 dozen at 80 yards, and 2 dozen at 50 yards.
By Jove, and each time the would-be Robin Hood shoots his silly little arrow, he has to use from 40 to 50 pounds pressure. I say, that's quite a bit of exercise.
Contrary to the common belief, Watson, archery is a rather rugged sport. But go on with the story, Sir Timothy.
It was a glorious afternoon for the match. Sun not too bright, the air as still as a millpot. Philpotts and I were arranging the arrows close to the south hedge, when suddenly from the other side of the bushes we heard 2 voices raised in a rather, nasty argument.
My advice to you, my dear Major, is to, cut down on the consumption of alcohol, or you will not be able to see the target, let alone hit the goal.
Mind your own business, you dirty
Gently, Major, gently. Do not make me to lose my temper, or I shall refuse to shoot a match.
Go ahead. What's it to me?
Only this. If you do not win back what you have lost to me, you must pay what you already owe. But that you cannot do. You would have to go into bankruptcy. And if you go into bankruptcy, you will be obliged to resign from the army in disgrace. No.
Why, you dirty yellow...
You have said that once already. To me, the repetition is offensive. It is only from the goodness of my heart, remember, that I give you the opportunity to win back your losses. What can I gain from the match?
What do you mean?
You have no money to wager. You have already lost that. You have no property you can mortgage. There is only one thing that still belongs to you of any value whatsoever.
What's that?
Your charming wife, of course.
Leave my wife out of this.
Oh, do not be alarmed, my dear Major. I do not wish to marry the lady. In my country, we do not believe in divorce. No, we will make other arrangements.
What are you getting at?
I suggest, merely suggest, mind you, that should you lose the match...
Which isn't likely. There's no win today. I never miss when it's still.
I say, should you lose, You will arrange to neglect your wife sometime this weekend, when we are all guests at Bowman's Knock.
You think I'd stand by and see any man make advances to my wife?
Oh, heaven forbid. I merely suggest I shall we say, visit Mrs. Cheltenham. Surely, if you have confidence in your wife and your ability as an archer, what can you possibly lose?
It's outrageous, say, Holmes? Of course, I suppose the Major refused to go on with the match.
How could he, Watson?
I had a good mind to call off the match myself, Mr. Holmes, until Professor Philpotts pointed out that if we took any cognizance of the matter, everyone would know we'd been eavesdropping, which would have been embarrassing all around, don't you know?
Very.
Moreover, the Major and Senor Vendrigo would have probably gone off and shot the match somewhere else without proper supervision.
Unthinkable. What happened?
The match was nip and tuck all the way. Senor Vendrigo had a slight advantage at the beginning.
Due no doubt to the Major's use of spirituous liquors.
Quite, but by and by, as he became more sober, his aim became absolutely deadly. Moreover, as the afternoon wore on, Senor Vendrigo began to tire.
And the Major didn't?
The Major, my dear Holmes, is an ox. Well, believe it or not, when it came to the final shot, the score was absolutely even. Vendrigo shot first and hit the gold.
The gold, that's a bullseye, Watson. Did the Major equal the shot?
They were now shooting at 50 yards. It shouldn't have been too difficult. I tell you, my heart was in my mouth, and I could see the sweat pouring down Philpotts' face. But just as the Major drew his arrow home, Senor Vendrigo sneezed.
Dashed unsporting. Well, of course, the arrow went wide of the mark.
No, Dr. Watson. If it had done so, I should have insisted the Major take the shot over. But he hit a red. Vendrigo claimed the Major had already released the arrow when he sneezed. Otherwise, the shot must have gone much wider off the mark. No, we were obliged to give Vendrigo the match. He won by a single point.
Under doubtful circumstances. Is the Major a man to take things lying down?
Why do you think I asked you down to Bowman's Knock, Mr. Holmes? I'm expecting an explosion, and I think I can promise it won't be nice. Suppose we alight here, gentlemen, and let the gatekeeper drive the luggage up to the house. Here you are, Rogers.
Yes, sir.
Tell Parsons the bags go in the tower bedroom.
Yes, sir. Get up, you.
Now then, we'll walk across the park, Holmes. I want you and Dr. Watson to meet the rest of the house party. I left them clout shooting on the south green.
Clout? What sort of bird or animal is a clout?
It's neither, Watson. A clout is a small white target placed near the ground.
Right. Clout shooting is an informal variety of archery. Don't hold with it myself, but it gives Major Cheltenham a chance to show off his confounded Norman bow. It's an atrocity, if you ask me. Nearly 6.5 feet long. And would you believe it? It takes over 70 pounds to draw the silly thing. It's been in the Cheltenham family for years. The Major claims it goes back to the Norman invasion and probably belonged to William the Conqueror.
Yes, I believe he was supposed to have had a bow that no one else could draw.
It couldn't be the same bow, Holmes, not after all these years.
Quite.
I beg you, don't say that to the Major. It would be sacrilege.
Tell me, Sir Timothy, how is your party getting on? Any signs of violence so far?
None whatever. They arrived in a group by the early morning train. Apparently the trip down had been completely amicable.
Well, maybe the storm has blown over.
I doubt it. The Major's neck is puffed up like a poisoned pup, and Senor Vendrigo keeps tapping incessantly with the fingers of his left hand.
Both, I take it, danger signals.
Right. We're nearly there. Just around the next hedge.
Duck, Watson.
But I say... Oh, confound it. Someone shot my hat off. Look, there it is. An arrow straight through it.
Lucky you were wearing your top hat, Watson. Fast is a call of warning. The golfer shouts 4, the archer calls fast.
Confound it. No one had any business to shoot in this direction. What silly fool.
Oh, dear, I do hope no one's hurt. I tried to stop the Major, but I'm afraid he's been drinking again.
And like a small boy with a snowball, he just couldn't resist a top hat.
Holmes, that's not very funny. I might have been killed.
Oh, no, I don't think so. My husband is really an excellent shot.
Then you, I gather, are Mrs. Cheltenham.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Where are my manners? Mrs. Cheltenham, may I present Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson?
How do you do?
Not Mr. Sherlock Holmes?
I'm afraid so, Mrs. Cheltenham.
But it's nothing to be alarmed about, madam. He's really quite harmless, you know.
To anyone who stays on the right side of the law.
Ah, here come the others.
Good Lord. I made a hash of your hat, old man. Sorry.
Yes.
But you'll admit it did fly through the air like an eagle. A golden eagle.
At least this time it is not the Latin exuberance which is to blame, Sir Timothy.
No, British lack of judgment, I'm afraid.
Gentlemen, this is Mr. Holmes and Dr. Watson. Major Cheltenham, Senor Vendrigo.
How do you do?
Yes, Professor Philpott.
As usual, I am the postscript.
Which so frequently carries the gist of the communication, Professor.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. My ego could do with a bit of bolstering. These two have been putting it over me all afternoon. I can't hope to equal their archery scores, you know.
Why don't you give up, Philpotts, and shoot with the women?
Arthur.
Major, really?
Oh, do not feel badly, Professor. Even I cannot draw that great hulking bow he so brags about. It is fit for nothing but to kill cows.
That's about enough.
Hush, Arthur, please.
Huh? Oh, well. I can't blame you chaps for being jealous, I suppose. Here, have a look at this bow, Mr. Holmes. Ever seen its equal?
It is rather remarkable, Major Cheltenham. I've certainly never seen a self bow this size.
Yes. It consists of a single piece of yew, as flexible as the day it was made. If you have the strength to draw it, of course.
Which you apparently have, Major.
That's right, I have. What's more, I'm the only one that has. Oh, but here, I'd best retrieve my arrow out of the doctor's hat.
Here, I say, you've torn my hat to shreds.
I'm sorry, but these arrows are valuable, you know. Can't use ordinary arrows with this bow. As you can see, these arrows are painted gold. The shaft is extra long and tipped with eagle feathers, and the cock feather is from a golden eagle. Oh, but we best return to our mutton, Vendrigo, or we shall never finish our round by tea time.
Absolutely. It gives me not much time to prove, my dear Major, that there is more to archery than brute strength. Come along, Philpott. At least you can keep accurate score.
Holmes, I don't like those people.
Not even Mrs. Cheltenham and the Professor?
Oh, I dare say they're harmless enough.
I wonder, Watson. I wonder.
You want to do a friend a real favor. Simply tell him to hurry to the store in your community that sells Clippercraft clothes. Where else can he find such remarkable quality at prices so exceptionally modest? He'll wonder how in these days of high prices such values, including beautifully tailored, long-wearing worsted, are possible. The answer is the famous Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. The plan's the reason you get these wonderful, really costly-looking Clippercraft suits at only $40 and $45. Spring topcoats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine at only $40 and $45, and sport jackets at only $26.50. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and sport jackets. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to our story. Night has fallen. It is past midnight. Holmes and Watson are hiding in an upstairs closet.
I say, Holmes, why are we sitting here in this darkened linen closet? It's past midnight and my legs are getting cramped. If you must wait for an accident to happen, why not go back to our room where we can be at least comfortable?
Impossible, Watson. This closet has a much better view of Mr. Cheltenham's door and the two corridors which approach it at right angles.
Just what you think is going to happen.
I don't know, confound it. Wait a minute. I hear steps on the front stairs. Sounds like the Major.
Because his steps are unsteady and you know he's been drinking. It doesn't take a genius to deduce that, Holmes.
I didn't say it did. Quiet. He's turned the corner. Here he comes.
He's stopped at his wife's door. His hand's on the knob.
No. He's changed his mind. He's gone on down the back corridor.
Holmes, did you notice that bulge in his pocket? It could have been a revolver, you know.
Or a bottle.
Now everyone's turned in except the South American. The professor went upstairs directly after dinner. Mrs. Cheltenham and our host retired after we finished the third rubber of whist. Well, that was nearly 2 hours ago.
What arouses my curiosity, Watson, is why the Major retired down the back corridor.
Well, maybe he's gone to visit Professor Philpotts or Sir Timothy. They both have rooms somewhere along there. Maybe he felt hungry and slipped down the back stairs to the larder. I could do with a bit of cold chicken myself, come to think of it. Is that 12:30 or 1 o'clock, do you suppose?
What difference does it make? Hello. Someone else is sneaking up the front stairs.
I can't hear a thing.
He's tiptoeing. Yes. Here he comes.
It's Senor Vendrigo. Holmes, I don't like the look on his face. There's something evil, like a prowling beast.
Yes. He's stopping at Mrs. Cheltenham's door. He's looking up and down both corridors.
Now he's taken hold of the doorknob. Great Scott, Holmes, what happened? Vendrigo's pinned to the door, something sticking out of his back. It's a golden arrow.
Shut up, Watson, and come along.
What's happened?
Someone shot Vendrigo with one of the Major's arrows. He's dead, killed instantly.
The arrow is embedded over 2 inches in the solid oak of the door.
Could only have been my bow that made that shot. Clean through the man and into the door. Only an arrow from my bow has that strong a flight. It's gone home. The arrow's gone home. Hee hee.
Stop that laughing, you fool. You're drunk.
That is not laughing, Dr. Watson. It's the word of call of all archers from time immemorial. Hee hee! Hee hee!
Better let Dr. Watson give you another cup of coffee, Mrs. Cheltenham.
I don't need it, thank you, Mr. Holmes. I'm glad my husband shot that brute. I knew he wouldn't let him come into my room.
Now, my dear, we all realize there are extenuating circumstances. I'm sure the law won't punish him too severely. I hope you understand. I had to give him in charge.
I understand.
All the same, Sir Timothy, I think you were just a bit hasty in handing him over to that fool of a constable.
What do you mean?
It should have been obvious to a child of 4 that Major Cheltenham was too drunk to have made that neat a shot. Straight through the heart, wasn't it, Watson?
But it was his bow that was used. We found it at the end of the corridor. He's the only one that has the strength to draw it. Besides, he didn't deny he'd killed Vendrigo.
Again, he probably was too hazy to realize exactly what did happen. Oh, but here comes Philpotts. His cane sounds unusually staccato this morning. Good morning, Professor. You don't look as though you'd had too good a night.
I must admit that I didn't shut my eyes after I awakened and was informed what happened.
But you did manage to sleep through the murder.
Yes. Can't explain it. Usually such a light sleeper. Probably all that sun and fresh air yesterday. No, I won't have an egg, thank you. Just coffee. Can't face an egg this morning.
Yes. Committing a murder does take away the appetite. Doesn't it, Professor?
What do you mean?
I'm suggesting that you were the man who shot Senor Vendrigo at 1 last night.
With the Major's famous bow? I believe it's agreed that was the weapon used, Mr. Holmes.
Indubitably.
Then don't you see how ridiculous your statement is? That bow requires 70 pounds to draw it. I'm physically incapable of more than 45 pounds.
Using the ordinary or manual method, yes. However, there are other ways of exerting pressure besides pulling.
What are you suggesting?
It doesn't take an expert physicist like yourself to understand the value of leverage.
Well, what good would that do?
I suggest that the professor's cane would make an excellent lever. He has a very handy small crook at the upper end. By hooking that through the string and using, shall we say, the back of a chair or even the handle of your bedroom door as a fulcrum, all the professor had to do was press the weight of his body down against the cane, and the arrow could easily be drawn to the point and shot through a partly open door.
A very interesting theory, my dear Mr. Sherlock Holmes. But it takes more than theory to hang a man. It takes evidence.
I think I can provide that as well, Professor. You see, I noticed the drops of blood trickling down onto your left wrist when the constable was questioning you last night. Nasty gash, isn't it? Don't you think you'd be wise to let Dr. Watson dress it?
What's all this about, Holmes? I admit I don't understand a word you're saying.
Professor Philpotts does, however. Grab his arm, Watson, his forearm.
Right.
No, you don't. Oh!
Sorry, orders. There you are, Holmes. Old jiu-jitsu comes in handy now and then.
Now, if you'll roll up your left sleeve.
Oh, no sooner said than... By Jove, I say. That is a nasty gash.
Yes. Professor Philpotts made only one mistake in his little plan to get rid of the two men he hated most in the world. The seigneur, to whom he owed money, and the major, who was always bully-ragging him. His mistake was that last night he forgot to put on a leather arm guard to shield his left arm from the stroke of the string after the discharge of the arrow. Any bow as powerful as the major's has a particularly vicious backlash, don't you know?
Well, Dr. Watson, that was certainly an exciting and instructive adventure. You know, I feel I know almost as much about archery as Robin Hood.
Well, that's not so vital, Mr. Harris. The important thing is you know all about Clippercraft clothes.
Well, thank you, Dr. Watson. I hope you profit as much from my dissertations on that subject as I do from yours.
Wait till you see me next week in my new Easter suit. I think you'll agree I'm your prize pupil.
And now, Dr. Watson, how about a word about next week's story?
With pleasure, Mr. Harris. Next week I'm going to tell you how I chased all over Europe trying to find a wealthy and lovely lady who had mysteriously disappeared, and how Holmes stepped in at the last moment and prevented a double funeral. We always call the story The Disappearance of Lady Frances Carfax.
The makers of Clippercraft Clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley. The dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Wouldn't you give a lot if Jimmy, the youngster next door, could be free from crutches and join in the ball game with the gang? Well, there's a way you can help Jimmy and all crippled kids by bringing services through Easter Seals today. Be sure to listen next Sunday to Sherlock Holmes in The Disappearance of Lady Frances Carfax. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System. From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's story, The Adventure of Lady Waverly's Imitation Pearl. Well, here we are again in Dr. Watson's cheerful study. The lamp has been lit, and from outside comes the steady drip of a soft spring rain mixed with fog.
Yes, Mr. Harris, this sort of weather always reminds me of Baker Street. I think I can do no better than tell you of an adventure that had its inception on just such a day. It had to do with the great lady's pearls, which were not altogether genuine. And it ended in the chambers of a certain well-born, but shall we say, careless bachelor in Albany.
Well, that's the first time I knew you and Sherlock Holmes ever visited the Hudson Valley, Doctor.
We didn't, Mr. Harris, unfortunately. No, Albany in this story refers to an imposing building which was originally the residence of the Duke of York in Albany. It was later divided into chambers for famous and fashionable bachelors. Speaking of gentlemen of fashion, Mr. Harris, isn't that your department?
It certainly is, Dr. Watson, and in the spring, it's natural for a man to think of new clothes. And this spring, you have every right to the most your money can buy, which means you need pay no more than Clippercraft's modest prices. For Clippercraft clothes, the result of the famous Clippercraft plan, are one of America's finest values. The Clippercraft plan concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, making possible steady, year-round operation, resulting in tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs, and putting those savings, even in the face of today's high prices, in your pocket. And your Clippercraft dealer is a friendly, local, independent store where you get real personal attention. New spring Clippercraft suits, beautifully tailored, are only $40 and $45. Top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardines are only $40 and $45, and sport jackets, but $26.50. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more.
In short, no matter what the occasion, Easter parades or a visit to your best girl, we hope you'll continue to set sail in a Clippercraft.
Very neatly put, Dr. Watson. And now to return to the gentleman who lives in the Albany.
Oh, no, not the Albany, Mr. Harris, just Albany.
Oh.
He lived in Albany. That's how we express it, you know. Well, it all began placidly enough. It was late one dreary April afternoon. Since morning, a dun-colored veil had hung over the housetops, looking like a reflection of the mud-colored streets beneath. Neither Holmes nor I had stirred abroad the entire day. I sat in my armchair, silent and morose. The dampness had brought the usual twinges to my old bullet wound. Holmes, who was always a contrary individual, bounced about like an animated cricket. Oh, Holmes, if you'd light somewhere for just a few minutes.
Bullet acting up a bit, eh, Watson?
Oh, no more than usual in this weather, confound it.
Yes, I thought I recognized the vice-like set of the jaw. Of course, I'm not a medical man, but I think I could suggest a remedy.
Certainly not.
Aha! Did you hear that?
Hear what? The house is as still as a morgue.
A carriage just came to rest at our curb. A rather elegant four-wheeler. A mettlesome horse. The man on the box has jumped down. Now he's dashing up our front steps. You hear that, Watson? Sounds as if our visitor's errand might be urgent.
Oh, how can you tell all that? You haven't even looked out of the window.
My ears, Watson, are nearly as acute as my eyes. Yes, he is rather unrestrained, wouldn't you say? Now, it's just possible
for pity's sake, stop deducing and go to the window and see what's up.
Very well, if you insist. Yes, the four-wheeler turns out to be an elegant equipage with the name Blevin and Fossiter embossed in discreet gold lettering on the door.
Oh, you mean it's a delivery van?
Dear me, no. Blevin and Fossiter do not deliver. They escort whatever valuables come within their purview to their destinations in what is practically a private carriage. You wouldn't expect to see Lady Blenkinsop's emeralds or the Countess of Whistleworth's rubies drive up in a lorry.
The Blevins and Fossiters are jewelers.
You go to the head of the class, Watson. I wonder what's wrong at Blevins and Fossiters and why the man on the box has left his conveyance unattended to pay us a visit. Ah, here he is now. Come in, come in.
Holmes, for once you were wrong. He's not a coachman. He's a young gentleman in an elegant ulster and a billycock hat.
I didn't say he was a coachman. I said he was the man on the box. Why are you driving your own carriage, young man? What's happened to your usual coachman?
Well, that's what I came to see you about, Mr. Holmes. You are Mr. Sherlock Holmes, I take it?
Quite.
Burbage, he's our driver, has been bludgeoned, and the contents of Lady Waverly's box is stolen. Burbage was inside the carriage, slumped on the floor. His forehead was still bleeding. However, he was coming to when we found him.
Was he badly hurt?
I don't think so. There's no evidence of a skull fracture, just a lump over the left eyebrow. I drove him home, of course, and his wife put him to bed with a poultice.
Was he able to describe what had happened to him?
Oh, yes, he was quite rational.
Then why didn't you bring him along with you?
Oh, I couldn't, don't you know. He was in his underwear.
Oh, rubbish.
Well, I'm doing my best, Mr. Holmes. I'm at my wit's end. Of course, when my uncle hears of this, I shall probably be sacked. I never wanted the job of playing nursemaid to all those confounded jewels. Oh, I'll admit, I should never have taken that nap.
Easy there, young man. No good becoming incoherent. If you want us to help you out, you'll have to pull yourself together. Oh, by the way, I'm Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes' colleague and biographer.
Which is nothing to brag about, Watson.
Oh, I say, I am sorry. I don't know what's happened to my manners. I haven't even presented my card. Allow me.
Read it, Watson.
Archibald Trotwold Possitor. And down in the corner it says representing Blevin and Possitor.
That's my uncle. I mean the Possitor, the one who owns most of the firm.
I see. How long have you been in his employ?
Well, just a little over 2 months. Oh, I did so want to make good on Jenny's account, you know. She's my wife. And a darling. We've been married 5 weeks last Tuesday.
Oh, that's charming.
Watson, don't interrupt. In what capacity does your uncle employ you, Mr. Foster?
Well, it's not a very impressive position, I'm afraid. I sit in the carriage and make sure everything's safely delivered to the proper address.
When a firm deals in the commodities your uncle sells, young man, I should say that's a position of considerable responsibility.
Oh, yes. I've had jewels amounting to $250,000 in my possession many times. And I assure you, if there had been anything like that in the carriage today, I shouldn't have dreamed of going home for lunch and taking a bit of a nap.
So, you went home and had a nap?
Yes, sir. You see, I had a touch of a toothache. Besides, I missed seeing Jenny at breakfast. I do hope you understand, sir.
Quite. And where did you leave the carriage with the undelivered packages?
Oh, just out in front, Mr. Holmes. It shouldn't have been too much of a risk. Burbage has been with the firm over 30 years. He's thoroughly reliable. Besides, I'd already delivered the really valuable articles, Mrs. Huddlestone's emerald earrings and the Duchess of Heppelworth's diamond stomacher. There was only Lady Waverly's box left, Mr. Holmes. And it certainly never occurred to me anyone would want to lift that.
What was in Lady Waverly's jewel box?
Oh, just her pearls and a tea service.
Oh, that's a bit thick, eh, Holmes? Just some pearls and a silver tea service. I take it the service was silver, Mr. Possitor.
Well, only superficially. She had sent it to be replated, you see. And the pearls were imitations, too. Fairly good ones, I'll admit. She'd had them restrung. She keeps the real ones in the vault.
Cagey old girl, eh, Holmes?
Fortunately for her.
Well, that's my point exactly, Mr. Holmes. Well, it'll ruin our reputation to know there's been a theft of any kind. People will be decidedly skittish about having us repair their jewels if they hear of it. I don't know what my uncle will say.
When did you first discover something was wrong?
Well, when Jenny woke me from my nap. I hadn't meant to take more than 40 winks, but it was nearly 2 o'clock when she started to shake me.
Archie, darling. Archie, wake up.
Oh, it's too early to get up.
Archibald, you are up. At least you ought to be. It's the middle of the afternoon. And Cook says the carriage has disappeared.
Oh, what carriage?
Blevins and Positors, of course. Cook says she thinks something's happened to Burbage. She took a look out the window while she was washing the dishes. She says she saw Burbage talking to a tall gentleman in a top hat. Next thing she noticed, Burbage seemed to be taken ill or something, because the gentleman was helping him into the cab. Cook says she was just fixing a cup of hot tea to take out to him when she looked up again and saw the carriage disappearing down the street with Burbage on the driver's box. So he must have recovered, I guess.
Oh, but that's impossible. I mean that he'd drive off like that.
Maybe he wasn't feeling very fit and decided he'd go home, too.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. Burbage wouldn't do that, not without letting me know.
Well, he has. So there. And I'm not ridiculous.
Oh, there, darling. I didn't mean it.
You did so. You just don't love me anymore.
Oh, I do. I love you madly. I haven't time to discuss it now. Where's my hat? I've got to go out and find that confounded carriage.
Locating a missing carriage somewhere in London. How did you ever expect to do that, Mr. Possitor?
That detail is unimportant, Watson. It's obvious Mr. Possitor was successful, inasmuch as the carriage is now standing at our curb.
Oh, by Jove, I'd forgotten that.
Well, as a matter of fact, it wasn't too difficult to locate the carriage. I hadn't gone more than a square or so when I ran into our local policeman, who was on his way to see me. Jenny and I live in South Kensington. Well, the bobby reported that Blevins and Possitor's carriage was standing in front of the Victoria and Albert Museum without a driver. And would I be so good as to remove it, as it was impeding traffic?
But you say you found Burbage inside the carriage. Why hadn't the policeman noticed it?
Well, he was on the floor, covered by the horse blanket, Mr. Holmes.
Well, it's fortunate the Metropolitan Police has us to assist them, eh, Holmes? Or someone might take off with the Bank of England.
Don't be fatuous, Watson. Go on, Mr. Possitor. You found the coachman under a horse blanket, but stripped to his underwear and with a gash on his forehead. Where exactly on his forehead?
Well, over his left eyebrow, just under the hairline. There was a lump as big as an egg, too, and his hands were tied behind him with a large handkerchief.
His own?
Oh, no, Mr. Holmes. It was made of the finest cambric. As a matter of fact, I brought it along with me. Here it is.
Oh, good boy. Interesting. Most interesting.
Well, there's nothing distinctive about that handkerchief, Holmes. Not even a monogram.
On the contrary, my dear Watson, this handkerchief is most helpful. It tells us that the criminal, for it's undoubtedly his handkerchief, is addicted to the use of scent. Bergamot, to be exact. He's also a pipe smoker who carries a not too well-closed tobacco pouch. Notice these shreds of tobacco which still cling to the fabric. Rather rare tobacco, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, we shall have to investigate it further. My high-powered microscope, Watson.
Oh, very well, but what you expect to deduce from a shred of tobacco...
Neglect no source of information, Watson, no matter how infinitesimal. Yes, from a drop of water, the true man of science can deduce Niagara Falls, as I've said before.
Oh, fiddle-faddle.
In spite of Watson's derogatory remarks, Mr. Possiter, I am probably the greatest living authority on tobacco, both in the unsmoked stage and later when it's become ashes. But while my colleague is setting up the microscope, suppose you tell us exactly what the coachman, Burbage, had to say for himself.
Well, yes, sir. Well, I found the carriage in front of the museum right enough, and when I opened the door to look inside, I heard a moaning and groaning.
Help! Oh, help!
Hello, what's up?
Help! Get this blanket off of me.
Burbage, whatever are you doing there and in that condition?
No, close the door, Mr. Possitor, sir. I wouldn't want to draw a crowd. Not in my underwear.
Now then, what's happened?
I've been conked, sir.
What?
Stood behind me, he did, when I wasn't looking. And then he stripped me of my driver's uniform, got up in the box in it, and drove us away. Oh, I've always said you could trust a man that was fond of horses. But not anymore, I won't.
Oh?
That's how we got to talking, sir. I was giving Bessie her midday oats, when down the street he comes, twirling a silver-headed cane, just as nonchalant as you please.
Fine animal.
There she is, sir.
I like horses. You mind if I give her a lump of sugar?
If she'll take it, sir. Bessie don't make up to everybody.
Oh, I think she'll accept homage from me, Bessie. That's a good girl.
Well, now, will you look at that? The J.
She seems to be favoring this hind foot.
Oh, really? I hadn't noticed.
Maybe she's got a pebble in her shoe. Do you want me to investigate?
Oh, no, sir. That's a familiarity she won't stand for. I'll do it. Here, Bessie. Nice girl. Give me the hoof. Easy now. Easy. That's right. Oh.
Sorry, old chap. Had to be done. Just a love tap.
Into the carriage you go. I want that uniform.
Oh. Still conscious, eh? Have to work fast. Yes. Off with the coat. Aha. There we are. Just what I was looking for. How convenient. The box with the Waverly crest right here on the front.
And so he stripped poor old Burbage, Mr. Holmes, and tied his hands with that handkerchief. After which, he drove the carriage away in Burbage's uniform.
But only as far as the Victoria and Albert Museum.
At which time he removed the Waverly box and disappeared at his leisure, still wearing Burbage's clothes.
No one would think of questioning a man carrying a large, important box if he were wearing Blevins and Possiter's uniform.
What size is Burbage, Mr. Possiter?
Oh, about my height, 5'11", I should say, but a bit heavier built. I don't suppose you have any idea who the thief could be, Mr. Holmes?
No, his description doesn't tally with any of our better jewelry robbers.
What description? Not a word's been said as to what the man's like, aside from the fact that the cook says he wore a top hat.
On the contrary, Watson, he's about 5'11", or he wouldn't have disappeared wearing Burbage's uniform. He's left-handed. The position of the wound on Burbage's brow gives us that interesting fact. His linen is of fine quality. Witness the handkerchief. He uses bergamot, and he buys the most expensive brand of Latakia tobacco, a variety carried by only 2 tobacconists in all of London. And last but not least, when it comes to robbery, he's an amateur.
But how can you know that?
No professional jewel thief would run away with false pearls and silver plate.
That could have been an accident.
Not at all, Watson. According to Burbage's account, he recognized the box belonging to Lady Waverly. In fact, he probably expected to find it there.
You mean the thief must be someone connected with our establishment who knew the box was in the carriage?
Not necessarily. It could just possibly be an intimate of Lady Waverly who knew she was expecting delivery.
But why bother with imitation pearls and plated silver?
That, my dear Watson, is what makes this case worth investigating.
But where are we to begin?
With a visit to my friend Philip Ashton, who runs a small but select tobacco shop in the Burlington Arcade.
Naturally, there's a reason for Clippercraft's sensational value. It's applying the world's most modern production methods to the fine old craft of clothes making. That's how we bring you truly fine suits for only $40 and $45. Suits that look really expensive. And top coats, fine coverts and worsted gabardines for only $40 and $45. And sport jackets for only $26.50. Smart new spring fabrics, including long-wearing worsteds, are ready for you right now. You'll be delighted, too, with their smart styling and the designing skill that assures your comfort. It's all the result of the unique Clippercraft plan, which concentrates the buying power of 136 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest independent stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and sport jackets. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
And now back to Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. We find them standing in front of a counter, sniffing the contents of several elegant glass jars filled with tobacco.
Yes, this, unless I'm very much mistaken, is the mixture the gentleman uses. Mr. Ashton, are there many gentlemen who buy this variety of tobacco?
Why, no, Mr. Holmes. It's rather special. And besides being expensive, I sell it to only 4 gentlemen in all.
Tell me, among those 4, is there an individual who's about Watson's height, well-dressed, he carries a silver-headed cane, is left-handed, and has a weakness for bergamot scent?
Why, no, Mr. Holmes, I'm afraid there's not one of the 4 fits that description.
No.
Mr. Hopworth has a silver-headed stick, but he's taller than you are. Mr. Eubanks is very short and can't abide scent. The Honourable Clarence Beswick is right-handed, a crack tennis player, you know. Colonel Jameson never appears out of uniform.
That says it, Holmes. Maybe your confounded deductions aren't so infallible after all.
Hold on, though. There was a young gentleman came in yesterday answering that description.
He purchased some of this tobacco?
No, the young lady bought it for him. She buys it for all her admirers. He seemed rather shy about accepting a present from a lady, but she laughed and said she expected a present from him in return. Said he had never given her a proper present like some of her admirers.
Can you remember the gentleman's name?
I'm afraid not, Mr. Holmes. She didn't mention it. Just called him Freddie. But I do know the lady's name, sir.
Fine lot of good that'll do, eh, Holmes? One blind alley after another.
Stop burbling, Watson. What is the lady's name, Ashton?
Violet DeVita, the new prima donna at the Gaiety. The one there's been all that talk about.
Of course, Holmes. That's the girl the King of Portugal was supposed to have been so crazy about. Showered her with jewels. She's supposed to be one of the reasons he lost his throne.
So is every publicity-hungry actress in Europe. You mustn't believe everything you read in the papers, Watson.
Oh, balderdash. Well, what do we do now?
Now, let me see. It's just half an hour till curtain time. Dear little Violet should be putting on her makeup. I think if we drop around to the Gaiety, we might persuade the lady to show us the latest addition to her jewel collection.
There's 2 gentlemen to see you, Mr. Bill.
I can't see anyone now, Peter. Take the flowers or whatever they've brought. Tell them to come back after the show.
They haven't brought anything, Mr. Bill. Just themselves. It's Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the detective?
In person.
Oh, just a moment till I throw on my opening costume. I've always been dying to meet you.
She got one weakness, sir. She do love celebrities.
Show the gentleman in, Peter.
Mr. Sherlock Holmes and friend.
My usual billing.
Well, this is a pleasure. Do sit down, Mr. Holmes. You too, Mr.
Dr. Watson.
Oh, yes, of course. How stupid of me. I've read all your darling stories. So exciting. I do love to be thrilled. You do it so beautifully, you know.
Why, Miss DeVille, that is, I'm quite overwhelmed. I mean that a young lady of your obvious discernment...
But, of course, I suppose no one could help making the exploits of the great Mr. Sherlock Holmes exciting.
Yes, of course. Back among the also-rans.
And now, Mr. Holmes, I'm just bursting with curiosity. What brings you here? I've always understood you were practically a woman-hater.
Not hater, my dear Miss Violet. I'm just, shall we say, on to their little tricks.
Oh, dear. And I was so hoping to try mine out on you. I've some very effective ones, you know.
Save them for some more susceptible victim.
Oh, dear, I've always had a weakness for rude, self-sufficient men.
Got you that time, Holmes.
Don't interrupt, Watson. My dear Miss Violet, if I may call you that.
I'd love it, unless you'd rather call me Vi.
Miss Violet will do. I've come to warn you not to accept a present of jewelry from a certain fashionable young man.
Gracious, I wonder which one you can mean. A girl in my position gets so many presents, you know.
Suppose I specifically warn you against accepting pearls from a gentleman whose name is, shall we say, Freddie.
Oh, this is fascinating. Why shouldn't I accept them, Mr. Holmes?
Because he acquired them in a rather unorthodox fashion.
I do believe you're trying to tell me Freddie stole them. Oh, but that's delicious. If you only knew how deliciously ridiculous. Freddie just couldn't possibly have stolen those particular pearls.
Then you have already accepted them.
What makes you jump to that interesting conclusion, Mr. Holmes?
My dear Miss Violet, you will never make a great dramatic actress until you learn to control your reactions. When I first mentioned the pearls, your eyes darted quickly to your makeup box to see if they were in sight. Then when I intimated they might have been stolen, you couldn't resist closing the lid.
This is ridiculous, Mr. Holmes. Freddie wouldn't steal anyone's pearls. Oh, I'll admit he's hot-headed and impulsive, but he wouldn't steal.
Are you sure? How well do you know Freddie,
Better than you do, at any rate, Mr. Holmes. I may not be a great dramatic actress, but I do recognize the gift when I see it. You didn't come here to warn me not to accept any pearls. You came here to find out who gave them to me. You don't even know Freddie's last name. Sorry, but you won't get it from me.
Don't you think you're getting a bit rash, my dear Miss Violet? I mean, why risk getting on the wrong side of the law for a string of imitation pearls?
Imitation?
Yes.
Don't be silly, Mr. Holmes. Freddie's pearls are real, right enough. They've been in the family for years.
What makes you think he's given you the real ones, Miss Violet? Surely you must know Freddie has other interests.
If you mean that bandy-legged little soubrette at the Savoy, I know all about that. It was all over months ago.
Then why did he give her the real pearls just half an hour ago?
Mr. Holmes, you're a brilliant detective. But you should not underrate the feminine intelligence. It was a beautiful trap, Mr. Holmes, but just a bit too obvious. Now, if you'll excuse me, I hear the overture. My public is waiting. Do come again, Mr. Holmes, when you've thought up some more tricks. Now, if you don't mind leaving.
Not at all. Thank you. We've quite finished.
Yeah, interesting female, eh, Holmes? I don't know when I've more thoroughly enjoyed an interview.
An excellent dinner, if I do say so myself, Watson. Pheasant was almost perfect.
Undoubtedly, and it will put a jolly little crimp in our budget. Late dinner at Prince's Restaurant, champagne and caviar. I don't know what's got into you, Holmes.
Oh, calm yourself, Watson. It all goes on the bill. I shall send Blevins and Possitor in the morning.
Holmes, you're really outrageous. You've made a hash of the case, you found out absolutely nothing, and yet you have the effrontery to talk of sending a bill in the morning. Well, you should be ashamed of yourself.
On the contrary, Watson, I think I've done rather well.
Well? That DeVille woman made an absolute ass of you.
You mean that's the impression I permitted her to gather? She thinks she didn't give me the pearl thief's name. Actually, she spelled it out in block letters when she admitted they've been in Freddie's family for generations. Whose pearls were they, Watson?
Lady Waverly's, of course.
Then putting two and two together, the thief must be a Waverly as well. Sir Freddie Waverly is a well-known young man about town with a weakness for ladies of the theatre. It's as simple as that.
You mean he's stolen his own mother's pearls?
His stepmother's, Watson. Freddie's always resented her. If his father hadn't married for a second time shortly before his death, Freddie would have inherited the pearls years ago.
But why all this bother about imitation pearls?
Freddie doesn't know they're imitations. It's never occurred to him that his stepmother keeps the real ones in the vault.
Yes, well, if you're so sure of yourself, why not go to him and demand he return the silly things?
If we were that gauche, Watson, the lady would probably refuse to give them up. No, you may count on it. Miss Violet will return them to him of her own accord as soon as the performance is over.
And how do you reach that interesting conclusion?
Freddie may not suspect that they are imitations. But dear little Violet is not so naive. Once you were out of the way, you can count on it, she rushed back and bit into the necklace. Yes, I don't imagine she took her discovery very placidly. They must have had an interesting performance tonight at the Gaiety.
Yes, but Holmes, that performance was over nearly 20 minutes ago. We'd better get ourselves along to Sir Freddie's flat, wherever that is, or Miss Violet will get there ahead of us. Chances are she won't wait to remove her makeup.
My dear Watson, why do you think I ordered a table in the window? Sir Freddie Waverly resides just opposite there in the impressive architectural monstrosity known as Albany, in flat 2A to be exact.
I say, Holmes, here comes a carriage tearing down the street. It stopped across the way. Yes, by Jove, that's Violet getting out.
Quick, Watson. We'd better rescue the Honorable Freddie before she tears his hair out by the roots. Down this corridor, Watson. Yes, there's Miss Violet. Just going to 2A now.
Violet, darling. But how jolly to see you here. I mean, I hadn't hoped so soon that you would have received the pearls this afternoon.
Not those pearls. How dare you give me those pearls? I've never been so insulted in all my life.
Oh, come off it, Vi. You've accepted jewelry from gentlemen before this.
Yes, jewelry, not paste.
Violet, what are you raving about?
What sort of a fool do you take me for? Do you think I don't know the real ones went to that little scarecrow at the Savoy? Well, give her these. She can put them on her poodle.
If you don't mind, Miss Violet, I'll relieve you of those pearls. And we may as well collect the tea service while we're at it, Watson. I see the boxes standing just inside the door.
What is this, a burglary?
You should recognize the symptoms, Sir Freddie.
If you think I've got to stand here and let two
Oh, don't be a bigger idiot than you can help, Freddie. This isn't a thief. It's Sherlock Holmes.
And don't be alarmed, Sir Freddie. These are not the Waverly pearls. Those are quite safe in Lady Waverly's bank vault.
Do you mean that little floozy hasn't got them?
Do dear me, no. That was just a trick on Holmes' part.
Why, you unspeakable...
Yes, Miss Violet. You should never underrate the masculine intelligence, you know.
Particularly when it belongs to Sherlock Holmes.
Well, I must say that was a neat bit of work on Holmes' part, Dr. Watson. And now, how about a hint about next week's story?
Right. Well, next week I'll tell you how Holmes made a startling and dramatic appearance after several years' absence, and how we stalked a tiger who carried one of the most ingenious and deadly weapons Holmes was ever threatened with.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next Sunday to Sherlock Holmes in The Adventure of the Empty House. This is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Melvin Elliott with the news will follow station identification.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist, speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names, and who recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like MI31, for example, Rexall's popular mouthwash, gargle, and breath deodorant. Full-strength MI31 kills contacted germs in seconds. Its zippy, tangy quality leaves a happy aftertaste. For a reliable yet refreshing mouthwash, use Rexall MI31. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now, your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell. Dick's special guest star tonight is what was your name again?
I'm sorry, but I really can't tell you.
You can't tell me. Well, Rexall brings you Richard Diamond, starring Dick Powell.
Wow. Morning, Mr. Diamond.
Morning, Charlie. Now, fix me something, will you?
Like that, huh? You look pretty good.
Oh, you should have seen me when I got up. Both my heads were hissing each other.
I'll fix you my special. You snap right out of it.
Well, take it easy. I tried snapping out of it this morning and scattered myself all over the room.
You relax for a minute. Just getting to work?
Yeah. Helen gave a party last night. I think it turned out to be the finals of the roller derby. Ever swallow a roller skate, Charlie?
Once on a dare, a mouse.
Oh.
Sorry.
Charlie!
Gotta mix it.
Oh, that's a horrible machine to have in a bar. Some poor guy's liable to end up with shell shock.
Here. Hold your breath so you don't change your mind.
What's in it?
In your condition, that is a very touchy question. You just drink it, you'll feel better.
Okay.
No fudging all the way.
Charlie!
All the way? What are you, chicken?
Oh, I knew it. You snitched this stuff from a fire extinguisher.
Tastes terrible, don't it?
What are you going to thaw me out with, a chisel?
Now, I know it ain't that bad.
No? A mortician would pay good money for the formula.
Well, look what came in the front door.
Oh, yes, sir.
Pardon me, but I'm looking for someone.
There's nobody here but me and Mr. Diamond.
Here's a picture of him. Has he been in here?
Oh, lady, a lot of people come in here.
No, I mean this morning.
Mr. Diamond's my first customer.
Oh.
Something wrong, miss?
I've just got to find him. I don't know where to look.
What made you think he'd be in here?
I'm trying every place that's open. I lost him in this block someplace.
Lost him?
Well, he just disappeared.
Who is he?
My husband.
Oh.
I stopped to look at some hats in a window. I started talking about how pretty they were, and the next thing I turned around and he was gone.
You called home?
We're living at a hotel. He hasn't shown up there. I've called everyone I know in New York.
You're from out of town?
Yes. Oh, I'm so worried.
Well, honey, from this picture, your husband looks old enough to find his way around. Why don't you go on back to the hotel and...
You don't understand. My husband had quite a shock earlier this morning, and he was acting strangely.
So you figure he might have gone looking for a drink?
I don't know what I thought. It isn't like him to wander off like that. I'm so worried.
Well, if you're that upset, why don't you go to the law? Missing persons.
I thought about that, but I can't.
You can't go to the police?
I can't explain why. It just wouldn't be good.
Would you mind a completely new remark?
What?
Haven't I seen you before, Miss...
No.
Nice name.
Mr. Diamond sees a lot of people. Used to be a cop himself.
Oh.
Private detective now.
Private detective?
Seems to me I've seen your husband someplace before, too. Is this an old picture?
Yes, I carry it around in my wallet. Are you really a private detective, Mr.
Diamond, miss.
Like Sam Spade?
Well, no. Sam drinks and runs around with women. I lead a rather sheltered life. Steady, Charlie.
Mr. Diamond, I'm really frightened. I'm sure something awful's happened to my husband. Will you help me?
I might, if you tell me two things.
What are they?
Why you can't go to the police, and if you can afford $100 a day in expenses.
Oh, I can afford the money.
You should have answered the first question first. Now I'm almost tempted to forget the last one.
But I can't go to the police.
Dear, when people can't go to the police, it worries me. Your old man got a record or something?
A record?
Well, I've seen both of you someplace. You sure you aren't working some kind of a racket?
Oh, now, lady, take it easy.
I lose my husband. I come in here for help, and you think I'm some sort of a criminal or something.
Look, dear,
I don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. I don't want to go to the police, and it has nothing to do with breaking the law.
Shame on you, Diamond. Here, lady, here's a handkerchief.
Thank you.
Look, I'm sorry.
No, you're not. You're terrible.
Oh, please. Look, I'm in pretty bad shape myself. Okay, I'll help you.
Wonderful, Mr. Diamond. Where can we talk?
Hey, she turns him off like a hydrant.
You'll help me?
Oh, yes. $100 a day in expenses.
Certainly.
Get her.
Yeah. You sure you didn't dip into one of Charlie's specials?
I don't drink.
This isn't drinking. It's like diving into an active volcano.
Where can we talk?
One of the booths.
Good. I don't want anyone else to know about this.
You mean after this build-up, I ain't even going to hear what it's all about?
Come on, dear. Relax, Charlie. Have one of your specials. Who knows? You may be the first one to reach the moon.
Is this booth all right, Mr. Diamond?
Just fine. Now sit down, dear, and tell me all about it.
Well, there's really not much to tell. I took my husband to an appointment this morning.
What kind of an appointment?
I can't tell you.
And you can't tell me your husband's name?
No.
Not even his first name?
Well, I guess I could tell you his first name. It's Richard.
Richard?
Yes.
You can't tell me any more?
No.
You want me to find him and you want me to trust you?
If you will.
Will you trust me?
Yes.
Then I'll try and find Richard, but I'll need some help.
I'll try.
No, please. I'll need some outside help.
Who?
A policeman.
Oh, no, I told you.
And I told you. You want me to trust you? Okay, that's what I'm going to do, but you got to trust me, too.
But the police...
If you and your husband aren't in trouble with the police, you got nothing to worry about.
But the police...
Not the police, a policeman. One man.
But he'll find out why Richard disappeared.
Well, don't you want to know why?
I know why, but I don't want anyone else to know why.
You don't want anyone else? You know why, but you... Oh, don't let me do this to myself.
I just want to find him.
Okay. I promise the policeman won't say anything. I'm trusting that you have a good reason for not telling me any more than you have, but to find a man, this man in the picture, and an old photograph at that, to find this man needs a lot of doing. Checking hospitals.
Hospitals?
Now, don't start crying.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go on.
When you've got to check hospitals, morgues...
Morgues?
Look, dear. You wait here.
Oh, no, I'm going with you.
Good girl.
Charlie, thank you for being so patient.
A pleasure, miss.
Shall we go, Mr. Diamond?
Yeah. And, Charlie...
Yeah?
I'd like to thank you, too.
Anytime.
Your hospitality and good manners are only equaled by your loyalty and perspicacity.
Huh?
All in all, you've been a living doll. Being a person who lives out in left field most of the time myself, I realized that these little disturbances in my life were pretty average. So with cute little Anonymous tagging along behind, I left Charlie's fancy bistro and headed for the 5th Precinct Police Station and the good Lieutenant Levinson. When we walked into the squad room, we bumped right into the one thing that science had been working 24 hours a day to find a cure for. Well, good afternoon, Sergeant Otis.
Oh, how are you, Diamond? Hey.
Oh, unpucker, Otis. Mrs. X will think the lieutenant uses you to unstop sinks.
Mrs. X? What kind of a name is that?
You want to meet the lady? That's the name.
Mrs. X?
How do you do, Sergeant?
Oh, hey, ain't I seen you someplace before?
Otis, haven't I seen you someplace before?
Now, what are you talking about, Chama? Sure you've seen me before.
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, but this is nothing. Stick around him for a whole day sometime. Come on, let's see the lieutenant.
I'll see you later, Mrs.
Yes, Sergeant. It's been a pleasure.
Otis.
Yeah?
Your eyes are hanging out so far they cover your badge.
Oh.
Hello, Walt.
Hi, Rick.
Yeah. This is Mrs. X, Walt. Dear, this is the mighty arm of the law, Lieutenant Levinson.
How do you do, Lieutenant?
How do you do, Mrs. X?
Oh, let's not go into this thing again. The young lady prefers to be known as Mrs. X. Now, Walt, I want you to do me a favor.
Yeah, young lady, haven't I seen you someplace
before? Yeah, Walt. Even Otis is with us on that one. I said the same thing when she found me in Charlie's bar. Now, the young lady's lost her husband, and I'm going to help her find him. Here's his picture. See if you got anything.
Oh, yeah. Are you sure I haven't seen you?
Walt, we'll solve that one later. The picture. Go make like a policeman.
Okay. She got a record?
Lieutenant.
Oh, well, I never forget her face.
He's been trying to ever since he got Otis. Now, come on, Walt. Get a report for missing persons. Check the hospitals and the morgue.
The morgue.
Lady, please.
It's a habit. Honey, we got to do these things just in case.
But you think he's...
Give me that picture. Lady, please. Now, what's your husband's name?
She can't tell you that, Walt.
What do you mean she can't tell me that?
I can't.
Now, you look, Diamond, if this is one of your...
His first name is Richard.
Richard what?
That's something I really can't tell you. I wouldn't have told Mr. Diamond the Richard part, but it just sort of slipped out.
Now, wait, what are you two trying to do to me? You come in here and ask me to locate this guy in the picture, and you won't even tell me his last name?
Look, Walt, I promised you'd do me the favor without the questions. The young lady seems to have a very good reason for not wanting to give her name or her husband's. Now, all I want you to do is check the morgues.
What's the matter with her?
She wants her husband.
Yes, I want my husband.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
It's always a pleasure when a customer herself tells you why she likes your product. And last week one said to me...
You know why I really prefer Rexall milk of magnesia? It's because one bottle won't be so thick I can't even pour it, and then the next one thin and watery. Somehow Rexall milk of magnesia always seems to be just right.
Well, ma'am, that's because every bottle of Rexall milk of magnesia has to meet an exacting standard of viscosity, or it can't wear the Rexall label.
What do you mean by viscosity?
It's the degree of thickness or pourability in a liquid. Rexall conducts scientifically precise tests on every batch of Rexall milk of magnesia to be sure it meets this constant standard of viscosity. And that's not done just to please you with its consistency. What's much more important, it means you'll always get uniform dosage from every bottle of Rexall milk of magnesia.
And I thought it was all an accident.
Oh, no, ma'am. There are no accidents behind the fact. You can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, I checked, and no one that looks like this guy is in any of the usual places.
Well, that's fine. Now let's start looking for him where I lost him, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, swell. Well, Walt, we really just stopped by to say hello. Killing time, you know.
Sure.
I appreciate everything you've done, Captain.
Lieutenant.
Of course. Thank you very much. But now Mr. Diamond and I have to go and find my husband.
Richard.
Yes.
I think you'd better wait a few minutes.
What for?
Yes, we've got to hurry. I've got to find my husband before the 8 o'clock plane leaves this evening.
You're leaving tonight?
You didn't tell me that.
Well, Richard has to be in California by tomorrow morning.
Got a little job to do?
A very big job, Captain.
Lieutenant.
Well, what do you want us to wait for?
Because I've got Otis checking on this girl, this Mrs. X.
Oh, no.
Walt, you promised.
I promised nothing. You assumed.
Oh, you're a fine buddy.
Buddy schmuddy. You might be taken in by her sweet innocence, but not me.
You double-crosser.
Mr. Diamond, you promised.
But I didn't, lady. I just checked the morgues. Oh, now you shut up.
Walt.
Well, I never.
I've seen this girl someplace, Rick, and I've got a sneaking suspicion she's wanted.
Wanted?
You can't cross me like this, Fatty.
Wanted?
Won't tell me your name, huh?
No.
Won't tell me your husband's name, huh?
No.
Then you're hiding something.
Yes.
Yes?
Why, yes, meaning of course.
Now you stop that, Rick.
Rick. Is your name Richard, too, Mr. Diamond?
No, my friends call me Rick.
You ever in Chicago, lady?
Of course.
Of course.
O-F-C-O-U-R-S-E.
You
meaning...
stay out of this. You run around with Tony Capone when you were in Chicago?
You talking to me?
I'm talking to her.
Well, I'm glad. Tony never gave me back my elk's tooth.
Well, I don't know why you're talking to me, Captain. I never gave Mr. Capone an elk's tooth.
Oh.
It's Lieutenant, dear. You got to stop promoting him. You'll get a swell head.
Oh, you rat!
You call me, Lieutenant?
No!
Well, gee, don't scare me like that. I got something on this picture you gave me.
Her husband?
Yeah. Hello, Mrs. X.
Hello, Corporal.
Orders.
Yeah. You won't like it, Lieutenant.
I won't like what?
What I got on this picture.
Something's happened to Richard.
Now, take it easy.
Well, what did you find out? I'll tell you whether I like it or not.
Well, I sent it down to the boys in the morning.
No! Look what you've done, you mallet head.
Well, gee, what did I say?
You said morgue. No.
Now, honey, listen. This morgue is where they keep photographs.
Oh.
Well, what did they come up with, Sergeant?
She sure looks pretty when she cries like that.
Otis.
Well, I shall quote from the report. Person in said photograph resembles one Richard Diamond, private detective.
What did you say?
Come to think of it, you do, Mr. Diamond.
I shall continue. Member of the New York police force for 7 years. Height 6'1", 190.
80.
The general conformation of the head. Note, right ear...
Otis, shut up.
Oh, it gets real interesting. You didn't tell me about getting mixed up with that fan dancer back in 39, Diamond.
I was simply interested in starting an ostrich farm.
Otis.
Yeah?
Do you think that picture looks like Mr. Diamond?
Kinda.
Thank you, Patrolman Lovelow.
Patrolman?
Yes, and if I ever catch you wearing a sergeant's stripes again, I'll put you on the beach so far out that I'll have to fly food into you. Now get out of here.
Sergeant Levinson.
Lady, please, it's Lieutenant.
Well, I don't care what it is. I think you were just horrible to that nice little policeman.
Is that right?
It certainly is. And I'm going to write a letter to the governor about you.
Now, wait a minute.
And what's more, I'm going to tell him what a horrible, mean, impolite person you are.
But...
I come in here with Mr. Diamond, and simply because I won't tell you my name, you accuse me of being a mop.
Mop?
Yes, mop. One of those gangsters' girls.
Moll.
Yes. And just because everyone thinks they've seen me before, I'm accused of all sorts of things.
But, lady,
No telling what's happened to my poor, wonderful husband.
Lady, please, lady.
You big bully.
Yes.
Well, okay, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Can Sergeant Loveloon have his stripes back?
Yes.
No, thank you very much. Come on, Mr. Diamond. We've got to find Richard. Goodbye, Major.
Well, I was in it up to my neck. Any other time, a client like Mrs. X would have scared me right into 4 months of hibernation. But she was such a cute little screwball that I just had to go along with it. We took the picture that looked something like yours truly and started making the rounds. Starting with the last place Mrs. X had seen her husband, we showed the picture to every shop owner within a 4-block circle, but no one had seen him. Mrs. X kept checking with the hotel, making me stay at a good distance so I couldn't hear the conversation. But no one had seen her husband. We ended up right back where I first ran into her, Charlie's.
Wow. Find him?
No.
Look, dear, why don't you check again with this place that you and your husband went to this morning for his business appointment? Maybe you went back there.
Well, I guess I could try it again.
Phone in the back on the wall.
Thanks, I'll call him.
No luck, Diamond?
No. How do I get into these things, Charlie?
When someone wants to give you $100 a day in expenses, you get into them. Phone.
Brilliant deduction.
Hello?
A little lady will get it.
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah?
It's for you. Captain Levinson.
You been promoted?
Several times in the last hour.
You think he's heard something about Richard?
Might be. Yeah, what is it, Fatty?
I thought you might be there.
What made you think of Charlie's?
Well, it's pretty obvious you had a hangover.
Well, maybe I stuck a bicycle pump in my nose and pumped up my head just to get a laugh out of Otis. You'll have to do better than that.
You told me you met the girl at Charlie's.
Shrewd.
Is it something important?
Honey, just relax. I'm getting to it.
But if it's about Richard...
The girl there?
Yeah. What's on your mind?
Well, I don't know if it means anything, but we just got a report from the Johnson Sanatorium.
Johnson Sanatorium. Never heard of it.
Over on 84th Street.
The missing husband?
I don't know. The report fitted his description, but who knows from that old photograph.
Well, it's worth checking. What's the address?
644 East 84th Street. Seems they found this guy wandering around the streets.
Johnson Sanatorium, 644 East 84th Street, huh? Did he give his name?
Amnesia, loss of memory. Seemed to be suffering from shock. Thought I'd let you get there first. Felt kind of sorry for the girl when I realized the story might be kosher.
Okay, Walt, I'll check it. Thanks.
Meet you there.
Well, honey, that might be... Hey. Charlie.
Yeah?
Mrs. X, where'd she go?
Took out of here like she was shot out of a gun. Something wrong?
When are you going to stop asking stupid questions? Well, that tore it. Mrs. X was probably on her way over to the Johnson Sanatorium and with a good head start. So I went out and grabbed a cab for 84th Street and kicked myself a dozen times for getting mixed up in a situation like that. Why not forget the whole thing and get some rest until my head returned to a normal circumference? Answer. Because I'd wasted a whole afternoon looking for the missing husband and hadn't even got a retainer.
Yes, sir. Is something I can do for you, perhaps?
I'm looking for the man you reported as...
Hello, Rick.
Oh, Walt. Have you seen Mrs. X?
I just this minute got her. She's been and gone.
What about the guy you got the report on?
Took him with her.
The young lady came in, took a look at the man, claimed it was her husband, paid his bill, and left.
You let him go like that? I thought the man had amnesia.
Well, yes, he was suffering from some kind of shock and had temporarily lost his memory.
But you just let him walk out of here with...
Rick, let him finish his story.
The minute the man saw the young lady, he snapped right out of it. She said they had to hurry to catch a plane or something, had a lot of packing to do.
Did she give her name?
Yes, he signed the release.
Here, let me see it.
Now, take it easy, Rick. It's signed Mrs. Richard Diamond.
She used my name?
Is that your name?
You're darn right it is. She leave any address?
Phony, I checked.
Oh, swell.
I'll cover the airports if it'll make you happy.
Oh, it'll make me very happy. She did nothing for my hangover. She didn't pay me 1 red cent for my trouble, and I think I may be getting hives. Oh, I'm going over to Helen's and have a complete nervous breakdown.
How do you feel now?
Oh, I'm all right, Helen, dear, but my ulcers just had a parade.
Any word from Walt?
No.
Miss Helen,
Yes, what is it, Francis?
a young lady at the door for Mr. Diamond.
I'll get it.
I'll bet you will.
Wow.
Hello, Mr. Diamond.
Now, look, I've got something to say
I
to
can't
you.
stop to talk. My husband's waiting in the car, and we have to catch a plane.
Now, you look,
I want to thank you very much for all you've done, and I want to apologize for running out on you.
But your husband...
He's fine, thank you. He just lost his memory for a while.
Now, I'm not
I
gonna...
haven't got time to tell you anymore. We've got to catch a plane.
But you...
Oh, I said that. Here's an envelope.
But I...
It explains everything, and there's something in it for you.
But you can't...
And here's something else because you've been so wonderful.
But...
I hope if you ever get to California, you'll look us up. Goodbye, and thank you again for everything. You're wonderful. Bye.
Well. All right, Blue Eyes. What was that all about?
Oh, no, that was her. She. The girl.
The girl.
Mrs. X.
What's that?
Oh, it's an envelope. Said it would explain everything.
I hope it does, especially that fond farewell.
Oh, that. She was just being grateful.
Yeah. Go on, open the envelope.
Pardon, Miss Helen. Now it's the phone. Lieutenant Levinson for Mr. Diamond.
I better tell him about the girl.
You'd better read what's in that envelope.
Hello, Walt.
Rick, that dame phoned Otis. Asked where she could find you.
Oh, that's how she found the place.
Yeah, the melonhead told her you might be over at Helen's. Gave her... She's been there?
Just left. And she left an envelope that she said would explain everything.
Well, what did it say?
I haven't read it.
Well, read it. I want to know what this is all about.
So does Helen.
Well?
$500.
The explanation?
What about the letter?
Well, it says, Dear Mr. Diamond, I know that I've caused you a great deal of trouble. So I wish to take this opportunity
to thank you for your patience and understanding. As for an explanation, well, here it is. But I count on your discretion and hope that you will keep my secret. This morning, my husband and I went to a doctor because I hadn't been feeling well. We discovered and were overjoyed to find out that I was going to have a baby. Immediately, I informed my husband that I had decided to give up working until after I had the baby. The realization that I wasn't going to make any more money for the rest of the year was too much for him. The shock made him lose his mind, and he just wandered off. Although he has recovered his memory, the thought of having to support us both for the rest of the year has left him nervous and despondent. So I'm taking him back to the coast to the family psychiatrist.
I wish to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all your kindness and help. Signed,
Sign who?
Rick!
Helen, what's wrong?
He's fainted.
What?
He looked at the signature on the letter and just flopped over.
Well, what about the signature?
It's signed June Allison.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Whenever you have a headache, remember this about Rexall aspirin. When taken with water, the 5 full grains of pure aspirin in every Rexall tablet are ready to go to work for you even before they reach your stomach. Yes, whenever you have a headache, remember that about Rexall aspirin. Ask for it at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember always, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. June Allison appeared through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer and will soon be seen co-starring with Dick Powell in the MGM motion picture Right Cross. Featured in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, and Bob Sweeney. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, was transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Bill Bendix leads The Life of Riley again Friday on NBC.
Box 13, with the star of Paramount Pictures, Alan Ladd, as Dan Holliday.
Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box 13. Box.
He leaned over the shining halo of her blonde hair, reflected in the soft glow of the new moon. Oh, no, not that. Holliday, my boy, why did you ever decide to write fiction for a living? You know, you could have gone into something interesting, like being a truck driver, with the open road in front of you and a motorcycle cop in back. Hey, Susie, where you been?
Don't you remember, Mr. Holliday? I went down to Star Times office.
Oh, so you did. Tell me, what's new in Box 13?
Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Now for Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Well, what now, Mr. Holliday? What's new in Box 13? Yesterday, a man wanted to sell me a horse for $1,000 and a ranch to go around the horse for 25 times that much. The day before, my ad for adventure brought me a reply from a golf professional who simply wanted to drive golf balls off the tip of my nose.
Mr. Holliday.
Was that Susie?
I said that when a nice young man like you runs an ad, he should get a whole box full of answers.
Oh, well, thank you, Susie.
He should get bushel baskets full.
Well, thanks again.
The place should be loaded with letters.
All right. Now, what did I get?
One postcard. And from a kid at that.
A kid? You mean a child?
Sure, uh-huh.
Here, let me see it. A postcard from a youngster. It's probably a gag. Some small girl selling 10-cent packages of flower seeds for 50 cents. Sell 5,000 packages, and she gets absolutely free a St. Bernard dog. Well, let's see what really is on this postcard. I wrote to you, care of Box 13, because I thought you wanted it that way. I gotta see you right away on a very important matter. I am still doing business at the old stand. Signed, Johnny Moran. Johnny Moran? Why, he's a little boy who sells newspapers on the corner. Hey, Susie, get Johnny Moran up here right away.
Oh, I can't do that, Mr. Holliday.
Why can't you do it?
Because he's here already.
Oh, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, Johnny, how are you, my boy? Why didn't you just come up and see me instead of writing a postcard first?
Well, I like to do things sort of businesslike. Besides, it was fun to answer an ad for Adventure Wanted. Did you really do anything, Mr. Holliday?
Sit down, Johnny, and tell me what your trouble is.
Well, I kind of wanted to see you alone. Sort of private-like.
Oh, that man-to-man stuff, huh?
Yeah, that's it.
Well, where would you like to talk?
Well, I thought maybe you'd come down to the corner with me. I'll buy you a drink.
A drink? You interest me strangely, Johnny. Come on, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, Susie, you'll excuse us, won't you?
Well, I don't know. You better be careful, Mr. Holliday.
Careful?
I don't want Johnny teaching you bad habits.
Johnny Moran is a very nice boy. Can't be more than 12, but he certainly seems to know his way around. Yes, Holliday, if you were ordering a small boy, this is just the model you would choose. But this drinking business...
I'm worried about you, Mr. Holliday. You sure that lemon Coke is enough?
Lemon Cokes are always enough for me, Johnny. Especially when I spike them with an ice cube. Say, how's your banana split?
Well, this one's got a little too much chocolate. I like the last one better.
Better finish it, my boy. You want to talk business, remember?
Oh, yeah. Well, I thought you might have read about it in the newspapers. Of course, you could have missed it. It was way back on page 5.
What was on page 5?
Well, here. I got a clipping of the story. Read it.
Police announced they had recovered a portion of the jewelry stolen in last Tuesday's raid on Maury Jewelry Company. Held under suspicion of grand theft is John Moran. John Moran? Johnny, that's your father.
Yes, and he didn't do it, Mr. Holliday. I know he didn't.
Just a second. A part of the loot was found in Moran's apartment.
I don't care what they put in the newspapers, Mr. Holliday. He didn't do it. That's why I came to see you.
What about your mother, Johnny?
Oh, she died when I was a baby. Pop and I lived together. But he didn't do it, Mr. Holliday. Only they won't believe me.
Oh, you've been down to the police?
Sure, I went there right away. I even offered them my $18 for bail. You know what?
What?
The old DA just patted me on the head and told me to go home. I bet you could go down and talk to that district attorney and make him let my father out. You can do anything.
Well, not quite anything, Johnny.
Yeah, but this would be easy for a guy like you. Besides, you're not afraid of anything. Not even a policeman.
Well, that's very flattering, Johnny, but I don't know what I can do.
Well, you'll think of something, Mr. Holliday. You're a writer. You're smart.
Oh, but listen, my boy,
I'll bet you get my father out of jail in time for dinner.
Okay, Holiday. The boy says you can get his father out of jail in time for dinner. But what day? The story in the paper makes it look like they caught John Moran cold. You don't find stolen jewelry in a man's apartment if he didn't do the stealing. But there's a small boy waiting with all the faith in the world. So, Holiday, do something.
The district attorney will see you now, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, thanks.
Holiday. Haven't seen you for a long time.
Yeah, I know. I've been pretty busy.
Huh, busy, huh? Well, then what brings a promising young author down to City Hall?
Because he's a promising young author who made a promise. And I hope he didn't make a mistake.
Hey, what in the world are you talking about?
About a man named John Moran. You've got him locked up in your nice new jail.
Yes, and from what we've got on him, he's going to stay there for a while.
His son thinks Moran is innocent, Clark.
I feel sorry for that boy. He came down and talked to me, but what could I do for him?
You've got the goods on Moran, then?
Absolutely. The police found some of the stolen stuff in his apartment.
Well, what's Moran's story?
A woman who works in the same building with Moran asked him to stop in at the jewelry store and pick up her watch. While he was there, the stick-up artist walked in and held up the place.
And that makes Moran guilty?
Don't be in a hurry. The stick-up artist used him as a shield when he beat it. Moran claims the man forced him to drive the getaway car out into the country.
Well, that still doesn't make him guilty. I think you've got the wrong person.
This is where Moran's story went wrong. He walked into police headquarters and told it, but it sounded too good to be true. They detained him while a detective went over and searched his apartment.
Oh?
The detective found part of the loot. Moran couldn't explain where it came from. Well, to our office, it looks like he pulled a clever gag. We think he's in with the hold-up men.
What about the woman, the one who sent Moran after the watch?
Grace Willard? We don't have a thing on her. She's in the clear.
I see.
So, Holiday, you better forget about playing Don Quixote. The day of fighting windmills is over. Go home. Forget about Johnny Moran.
Sure, Holiday, just forget all about John Moran. Write Benita the story and take it out of the typewriter. But how are you going to write the dialogue for a man who has to tell a small boy that his father hasn't got a chance? And describe the look in that boy's eyes.
I don't care what that old district attorney said. My father isn't a crook.
And your father should have been able to explain the stolen jewelry they found at your place.
I'll bet he could, too. They just wouldn't listen to him.
Oh, now, Johnny, if your father's innocent, they'll let him go.
So you won't help me either.
But I'm trying, my boy. What else can I do?
Nothing, I guess. See you later, Mr. Holliday.
Oh, Johnny, listen to me.
I'm kind of busy right now. I gotta earn a lot of dough, I guess.
Johnny.
Because lawyers come pretty expensive, I heard.
Oh, look, kid.
You better go home, Mr. Holliday. I should have handled it personally in the first place.
Small boys have that knack, don't they? They can just vanish into thin air when they want to. You're quite a character, Holliday. Go home and write this on your typewriter. Write about the small boy who wanted you to get his father out of jail. And you didn't quite make the grade. Hello?
Mr. Holliday, this is Johnny. I'm up at the place where we live.
Yeah, Johnny.
There's something funny going on.
What are you talking about?
I'm afraid to go into our place. There's a man in there.
You know him?
He's going through the place, though, and he's looking for something.
Johnny, listen. Run outside, find a policeman. I'll be right over.
I gotta get out of here.
Johnny, do what I said.
He just walked out the door. He saw me.
Get over to Moran's place fast, Holliday. You've got no time for fooling. He's not outside. Maybe he's upstairs. Oh, Johnny! Johnny! Where could that boy have gone to? Grace Willard. The woman who sent Moran up to the watch. If she knows Moran, she knows his boy.
Yes?
Oh, Miss Willard?
Yes.
Well, I'm Dan Holliday. Would you know where little Johnny Moran is?
Come in. Now, what's this about Johnny?
Well, he phoned me a few minutes ago from his place. There was a man going through it. He saw Johnny making the call.
Johnny's disappeared.
Yes.
You phoned the police? Do you think he's been hurt?
Well, the police knew nothing about it. I don't know what happened to the boy. That's why I came over here. I figured that if you knew his father, you knew Johnny, you know.
Poor Mr. Moran. I feel so badly about him. You know, if I hadn't asked him to get my watch, this never would have happened.
But that doesn't make it your fault, Miss Phillips.
Oh, I feel terrible about it just the same. And now, Johnny disappearing.
He hasn't been here at all?
No. Let me think of it. Oh, by the way, I was just having some coffee. Would you care to join me?
Grace Willard is a very nice person. Really worried about the boy. Perhaps he'll come back with an idea.
Here's your coffee, Mr. Holliday. Now we'll talk.
Oh, thanks.
Did Johnny recognize the man?
No, he didn't have time to say.
Well, perhaps he found a policeman on the street. He might have gone back to the house.
Well, maybe I ought to call back.
Johnny's a cute little fellow. Johnny has a father who's in jail. Johnny's quite concerned about his father and would like to set him free.
Grace Willard is stalling Holiday. Waiting for something.
I don't know if Johnny will get his wish or not. You see, his father looks very guilty to the police.
Holiday, you idiot. That coffee was doped. The oldest gag in the world, and you swallowed it.
You look sleepy, Mr. Holliday. Are you feeling all right?
She looks like a reflection in one of those amusement park mirrors. She's long and skinny. No, she's short and fat. Holiday, get up on your feet.
How do you feel, Mr. Holliday? Are you all right? Answer me.
Get on your feet, I said. Walk, Holiday. Walk this thing off before it's too late.
You look very tired, Mr. Holliday. Let me get you a pillow.
Come on, Holiday. One big
How do you
effort.
feel, Mr. Holliday?
I can't make it.
You are listening to Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday. Box 13, starring Alan Ladd as Dan Holliday.
Oh, take it easy, Holiday. Take it easy. Turn slowly now. Maybe your head still is connected to the top of your neck. That's better. Better. What am I saying? Where am I? An alley. Oh, fine. Dan Holliday, author, found lying in an alley between yesterday's newspapers and tomorrow's trash. What you need right this minute is a quick change, a fast bath, and a little chat with that district attorney.
I've got a man going up to the Willard woman's place right this minute, Holliday.
Thanks, Clark.
This ties her up with the Moran case.
Sure, else why would she give me knockout drops and have me dumped in an alley?
I'll bet anything she's disappeared. But why just knock you out? Why not dispose of you permanently?
I don't know, unless she was trying to kill time. Enough time to get something done.
Well, you can't do anything now. If she's disappeared, she won't stay lost for long. My men will bring her in.
Don't let her give him any coffee. She'll be out again.
Pardon me. District Attorney's Office, Clark speaking. Yes? Where? When? How is he? Thanks.
I'll see you later, Clark. I want to go over and see Johnny Moran.
I don't think you'll find him at home, Holliday.
Why not?
That was the hospital who just called. Johnny Moran was brought in a while ago, the victim of a hit-and-run driver.
And on top of that phone call about Johnny Moran is another one. Grace Willard checked out of the Wharton Hotel an hour ago. So, Mr. Holliday, they got you out of the way long enough to get to little Johnny. A small boy in a hospital. Me with an aching head and an aching feeling that something is very, very wrong. I think this is it, room 809. Johnny?
Oh, Mr. Holliday.
How do you feel, kid?
Kind of banged up.
Yeah, I know. The nurse said you weren't to do too much talking. So just let me ask a couple of questions.
It wasn't an accident, Mr. Holliday. He did it on purpose.
You sure about that, Johnny?
Yeah. I was walking down a side street. He had to swing way over to the wrong side to hit me.
Johnny, did he look like the same man who was in your place?
I didn't get a good look at him. He was bent down way behind the wheel.
Well, could you give me just a hint? Was he tall, short, thin, fat?
All I know is...
Yes? Johnny. Johnny. Johnny passed out and won't be permitted to talk for a while. Well, that puts it up to you, Holliday. Come on, you're an author. You write hundreds of situations like this one. Think. The boarding house where Johnny lives. Maybe the landlady saw the man. I certainly hope so.
Johnny Moran? Yes, I saw him come home, but it was quite some time ago.
Oh, did you see him leave?
Yes, he went upstairs. I heard him on the telephone, then he came running down.
Who was the man chasing him?
Chasing him? There was no one chasing him.
Are you sure of that?
Well, of course I've been here all the time. Oh, poor little fella. Don't know what's going to happen to him, what with his father and all.
This doesn't make sense.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, nothing. You see, Johnny called me, told me there was a strange man in his place. The man saw him, he hung up the phone and disappeared.
But I saw no man.
Are you sure?
Only Joe Coakley, but he's one of my roomers. That is, he was.
Was? When did he move?
Oh, today, just after Johnny left.
Was he upstairs while Johnny was there?
Why, yes. Yes, he was.
Was he a friend of John Moran's?
Oh, no, he never spoke to anyone. Stayed in his room all day and went out at night.
Oh, one of those night flyers, huh? Could I see the room he occupied? This is Coakley's room, but it's empty. Well, Holliday, it looks like you're on the wrong track. Or are you? A stub from a dance hall ticket. I'd better talk to Johnny about this. Johnny, the man who came out of your room, was he about my height? Did he have grayish hair? Did he wear a brown suit?
Yeah, that's the man, Mr. Holliday.
How come you never saw him before? He lived right across the hall from you.
That guy? He only went out at night after I was in bed.
Oh? I'll see you later, Johnny.
Hey, where are you going?
Tonight I'm going dancing. This is a very nice place, Holliday. Admission 60 cents, which includes an evening of dancing. And from the looks of the customers, they're trying to get their money's worth.
Like to dance, fella?
Who, me?
You ain't not twins, are you?
No, I'm sorry. I'm afraid I'm a very bad dancer.
Oh, you let me be the judge of that. Come on, kid. You look good to me.
Oh, wait a second. Say, isn't that Joe Coakley over there?
Oh, you know Joe?
Yeah, and the girl with him.
That's his girlfriend, Grace Willard.
Oh, thanks. I'll see you later.
Hey, where you going?
This is it, Holliday. Only what are you going to do? They're leaving, and if you stop to make a phone call, you'll lose them. And I wouldn't like to lose that man. He's the one who hits small boys with big automobiles. They're going into the department house. This begins to look like the final chapter. Now to make a fast telephone call to an old friend, then better to get to the payoff. it's a very nice door. You can hear quite distinctly through it. Well, Holiday, here's where you cease to be a wallflower and become the life of the party.
Joe! Holiday.
Put up your hands, fella.
Sure.
Close that door, Grace.
Well, here we are. Aren't we?
Any replies, Joe? What are we going to do?
You finish packing that junk, we'll figure out something.
We can't let him stay alive.
Finish the packing, I said.
Too bad I didn't use poison in that coffee I gave him.
Quiet.
I noticed you were packing. Going away someplace?
What do you think? And get away from that bag, Holiday.
Oh, that's the stuff that was stolen from the store, huh?
None of your business.
Oh, going away together? You and Miss Willard?
Maybe.
Mm-hmm. You pull that, go down and pick up my watch routine in a lot of cities, huh, Joe?
Make him be quiet, Joe.
Hey, Joe, who was the girl who worked with you before you met Grace? You know, the one who lived in Cleveland, or was it Chicago? I always forget. Come on, Joe. What happened to her?
Shut up, you.
What happened to her, Joe? Or the girl before?
How do you know there was another girl, Holiday?
Well, Miss Willard, you don't think you're the only one, do you?
You're crazy.
Yeah? Ask him where he was last night.
Don't pay any attention to him, Grace.
He wasn't with you. Know where he was?
How do you know he wasn't with me?
The stub of a dance hall ticket I found in the other room. It calls for only one admission.
You shut up, I said.
Just a minute, Joe. Were you down there last night? Were you dancing with that blonde again?
Suppose I was. So what?
You've got a lot of nerve. You had me set up this whole deal. Had me find John Moran to play sucker for us. Had me frame the business of picking up my watch. I timed it out perfect for you. What do? You go dancing with a blonde.
Grace, be quiet. This fellow's up to something.
Me? Now, what would I be up to?
What about that other girl he talked about? What happened to her, Joe?
Why don't you tell her, Joe?
Cut it out, will you?
Did she plant stolen jewelry in a sucker's room like I did to Moran?
Grace, listen.
Yeah. I'm listening. Go on, explain.
Holiday, where are you going?
Just opening the door. You see, I'd like the district attorney to hear the rest of your explanation, too. Well, this is the last chapter to a story I was afraid might have an unhappy ending. But Johnny Moran's father is free. The district attorney has Grace Willard. Joe Coakley and the stolen jewelry. And Johnny? Johnny is out of the hospital.
Mr. Holiday.
What did you say, Johnny?
I said you might have been killed going up to the apartment like that.
No, I was safe for the DA just outside the door.
Gosh, and you figured it all out by yourself.
No, you helped, too, when you telephoned me. And I hate to mention this, kid, but did you bring the $18 with you?
Sure I did. I pay off, you know. Here.
Oh, thanks, kid. I was just a little worried.
I was going to pay before, Mr. Holiday, but I didn't think you needed money that bad.
I needed it to put with this check. Here. There was a $500 reward for recovering the jewelry, and it's going to a bank account for you.
$500? Gee, gosh, I guess I'm rich.
Johnny, what are you going to do with all that money?
Well, the first thing I'm going to do is take you out and buy you a drink. How about an Idiot's Delight?
A what?
Idiot's Delight. It's got a pint of ice cream, 3 bananas, some oranges, and 7 flavors.
Well, Johnny, I don't know.
Mr. Holiday, I just heard that Johnny got out of the house. Oh, there you are, Johnny. How do you feel?
I feel swell, Susie. I just invited Mr. Holiday out to have a drink.
He can't go out, Johnny. He's got some very important work to do.
Well, gee whiz.
Thanks a lot, Susie.
Thanks? What are you thanking me for?
You don't know it, but you've just saved me from a horrible fate.
Next week, same time, Alan Ladd stars as Dan Holiday in Box 13. Alan Ladd appears through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures and may currently be seen in Wild Harvest. Box 13 is written and directed by Ted Hediger. The part of Susie is played by Sylvia Picker. Original music was composed and conducted by Rudy Schrager. This is a Mayfair production.
Arthur Godfrey, who usually comes around with his talent scouts at this time on Monday, has just about finished his summer holiday. Godfrey will be back with us 1 week from tonight on August 28th.
Broadway's my beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway. It's the place you drift to because the other promises you made to yourself never happened. You leave your life behind and stand on a street corner beating down the scream in your throat. It's the best of the 1,001 nights you dreamed of. The one place in the world where something happens to you outside of the movies. It always happens. Something starts it, the tap on the shoulder, the laughter that floats down to your end of the bar, the smile, the special delivery, the phone call.
Your phone's ringing, Danny.
Thanks, Gino. Danny Clover speaking.
You gotta help. You gotta come here. You gotta come to my home.
Who is this?
Mrs. Corey. Please, my husband.
What is it, Miss Corey?
A suicide pact. He's trying to force me to kill myself. I don't want to die. He's gonna make me...
Hello. Who is this? What happened?
Mr. Corey, I've just killed my wife. Now it's the time for my dying.
Listen, don't be a fool. Hello. Tartaglia.
Wait a minute, Danny. What'd you say, operator? Oh? Uh-huh. Oh. Yeah. Party hung up too soon. Couldn't trace it, Danny.
It began that way, with a desperate protest against private agonies. The protest that can't face the loneliness of death and must kill the loved ones so that the path into darkness will not be walked alone. The man Corey murdered his wife and then himself. And the glittering, blood-spangled shriek for attention, final identity, set into motion only an old, a familiar routine. The official collecting of the dead. But first we had to find them. Detective Muggavan brought in the phone book. We sat over it, turned to the seas, found there were 25 Coreys. We divided them, went our way. The treasure hunt for the dead. The first Corey was very much alive. She told me so.
Nobody dead here, mister. Everybody much, much alive. Come on in and I'll prove it to you.
You live here alone?
Uh-huh.
I'll take a look.
Love it. Come on in. See? Alone. Just you and me. Touch me. I ain't dead.
Yeah, sure. My name's Corey. Why do you have to know?
A man named Corey killed his wife, said he was going to kill himself.
Killed his wife, huh? Guts? That takes guts.
Where's your wife, Mr. Corey?
She's in the kitchen washing out my work pants so I can go out and look for work. Come on, I'll show it to you.
Look, mister, even if you're a policeman, it doesn't give you a right to ask me a thing like that. I love my wife. We never say a harsh word.
Where is she?
She's asleep.
This late?
She sleeps this late every morning. I was just preparing her breakfast.
Call her.
Look, mister, you don't know what you're asking.
Call her.
Fanny, wake up for a minute. It's a policeman. He wants to know, did we have a suicide pact? Fanny.
Suicide pact? Tell him no, but thank him for the suggestion.
You finish your list, Danny?
Yeah, Muggavan.
Find him?
No. You?
No. Maybe it was a joke, huh, Danny? A practical joke?
I don't think so. Did you finish your list?
No, I got 2 more to go.
I'll take them.
The reason I didn't finish, Danny, I had to come back to headquarters to... I just got tired.
Forget it. Give them to me.
Yeah, here, Danny. 2 more.
Maybe Muggavan was right. Maybe it had been a joke. Someone's grisly idea of a joke to play on the gullible police. There are people like that. There are people who make a pact to die. The first Corey on Muggavan's remaining list of 2 was an invalid, a bedridden woman tended by her middle-aged bachelor son. He asked me to stay and chat with them. It was such an interesting thing to have happen to them. At the last place, the manager of a plush apartment house just off the park told me, indeed, yes, indeed, he had a Mr. and Mrs. Corey.
Oh, yes, indeed. They've been with us, let me see, 5 years, I should say.
What apartment are they in?
3A. You understand, of course, that solicitors and peddlers are not allowed on the premises.
No? I'm from the police. See? Police.
Police. What is your interest in Mr. and Mrs. Corey?
You're perfectly right. Which way is 3A?
Down this center hall. But we'll announce ourselves first, shall we? No answer. Well, they're either not at home or they've overslept. With Mr. and Mrs. Corey, I should say they're not at home.
Let's go find out. And bring the key.
Oh, but that's...
Bring the key.
Oh, very well. Here it is. After me, please. Mr. Corey. Mr. Corey, I'm sorry, but there's someone from the police. Mr. Corey? Mrs. Corey.
Open it.
But
Open it.
See? There's no one at home. They've gone out.
Where's the bedroom?
Through here, but I don't believe you have the right to intrude like this. As you can see, everything is in apple pie order. What are you looking for? Why do you pry so?
They're dead, that's why.
What? Oh. Well, in that case, you might be interested in something
In what?
A woman called me just a while ago. Said she'd been trying to reach Mr. and Mrs. Corey all morning on their private phone. There was no answer, so she left the message with me.
What message?
Her name, her phone number. They interest you?
Get them for me. Now, get them. This time it was easier. The message was from one Zella Stanley, with a phone number to match. As easy as investing a nickel in the nearest phone booth and telling Zella Stanley you were the police. Asking her if she had been calling the Coreys and would she be home, and I wanted to talk with her. Miss Stanley was in turn non-committal, puzzled, cooperative. Please come up, Mr. Clover. The address is 1520 West 46th, apartment 2A.
Mr. Clover?
Yes.
Please come in. Will you sit down? Let me get these things out of here. I was so tired when I came home last night, I undressed walking into the bedroom. Now, won't you sit down?
Thank you. About Mr. and Ms. Corey.
Now, don't put me on the defensive, Mr. Clover. I want to help you with whatever it is, so just let me tell you.
Good. Go ahead.
I've been calling Alice all morning.
That's Alice Corey.
That's right. There's been no answer at her apartment.
Is that something unusual?
Not in itself. I've called people before, and I suppose you have. Called them, and no one answers.
Was it important that you get in touch with Mrs. Corey?
Not in itself. I just wanted to talk to her.
I see. Just a kind of, good morning, Alice. How are you? Is that it?
Something like that. Just let me tell you. Will that be all right, Mr. Clover?
Yeah, it'll be just fine.
Yes. Well, I was at the Coreys last night for bridge. There was something in that house that had never been there before.
What?
Please.
Sorry.
Something was wrong. No laughter between the two. Silence, mostly. And now and then a bitter word. I've known them for years. The Coreys have been the cliché of matrimonial bliss. It embarrassed me. I left early.
May I?
Of course.
You said you were playing bridge. You, Mr. Corey, Mrs. Corey. Who else?
And Tom's partner.
Tom Corey's partner.
His business partner, Henry.
Henry who, Miss Stanley?
Henry Fairchild. Fairchild of Corey and Fairchild, you know.
No, I don't, Miss Stanley.
A factory. They make small things, electrical parts or something. I don't know.
Tell me a bit more about last night.
Well, just that Tom was depressed. Alice looked, well, frightened. I never seen Alice look frightened, but I think that's what it was. Henry did everything he could to brighten things up. It didn't work. You go ask him. Ask Henry. Henry Fairchild of Corey and Fairchild. Ask him.
My secretary tells me you're from the police. I can't tell you how delighted I am to see you. Delighted.
Thank you, Mr. Fairchild.
Come over here, Mr. Clover. Quick, come over. I want you to see something. I'll draw these drapes back so you can see something. Look down there. What do you think?
Yeah, it's quite a little factory you have there.
It's more than that, Mr. Clover. It's 10 years of our lives. 10 years of blood, sweat, tears. No other way to say it. 10 years of that. And he walks on it, squashes it like it was a cockroach we'd built.
Oh?
They're ruined, destroyed, milked dry. All that work sucked dry because he was greedy, hungry for more money. $50,000. Like that. Like he was taking it out of a piggy bank. Arrest him, Mr. Clover. Go arrest him.
Who?
My partner. I'm Corey. Arrest him for grand larceny. Arrest him for dipping his fingers into our till. Arrest him for being an ungrateful, greedy...
Tom Corey did that?
Yeah, here are the books. Look for yourself. But you wouldn't know about a thing like that. Your experts will, though. They'll see how month after month he stole 5,000 here, 3 here, 10 here, 2 here.
Uh-huh. When did you see Corey last?
Last night. We were playing bridge. He was moody. Rude to his wife, to Alice. I tried to cheer him up because I thought it was dyspepsia or something. This morning I find it was this. When you arrest him, Mr. Clover, tell him I'll make it a point to visit him in jail. It'll give me kicks to see him there every chance I get.
Corey killed his wife this morning, then himself.
What? He didn't have to do that. He could have come to me. I'd have helped him. Honest,
We can't find them. They're not at the apartment.
How about their place on Fire Island?
Where?
They have a house on Fire Island. You think we should try there, Mr. Clover?
We did. Mr. Fairchild drove me out to the landing dock, hired the power launch that took us to Fire Island. Then the short walk across the bone-white sands and a small cottage. The front of it was draped with a yellowed fishing net and life preservers whitewashed for the season. Starfish had been nailed over the door. The top of the door was glass porthole, and the door was open.
First time this has ever happened.
What?
Leaving that door open like this. Come on.
Where's the phone?
In the other room, Mr. Clover.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
What? Oh.
Dead. Shot through the heart.
Poor Alice. She had nothing to do with it.
What about her husband?
What?
Where is he if he shot himself?
Where is he?
That's what I said, Mr. Fairchild. Where is he? Wait a minute. Blood here on the floor. See it? Trailing toward the back door. Here. Now the blood stops.
But no Tom. Where is he? You said he committed suicide.
I was wrong. He committed murder.
You were listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Glover. Next week, along about this time, Arthur Godfrey and his talent scouts will be on hand again to delight and entertain you. You'll find that Godfrey's amateur but knowing scouting have dug up some wonderful new discoveries for you, and they'll be here Monday after Monday all season long. By the way, next Monday also marks the return of my friend Irma, the Lux Radio Theater, and the Bob Hawk Show on most of these same CBS stations. Don't miss next Monday evening with CBS, the network of the stars.
There's this about Broadway. It wants everything neat and in place. A word misspelled on a spectacular can stop traffic. A girl lamenting a run in her nylons, likewise, and for longer. The scream of the loudspeakers has to be adjusted just so. And the deep, anguished weeping in a darkened doorway, not too much. Even death and violence have to meet Broadway standards. The death of Alice Corey by a bullet through the heart, that would measure up. This violence committed upon her by her husband, it would measure up too. Very poignant, very Class A. We've stood in line for worse, huh, kid? A man makes a pact with his wife to commit double suicide, kills his wife, only wounds himself. That's hard to do when you're hungry for dying. And harder still to be wounded and disappear from an island.
If I'd wanted to kill myself, I'd have succeeded. How could Tom only have wounded himself, Mr. Clover?
Maybe that's all he intended to do.
Meant to murder Alice?
The policeman has to consider the possibility, Mr. Fairchild.
And then how, what I asked you before, how could he have only wounded himself?
He shot Mrs. Corey in the heart. He must have thought that was the best way, in the heart. When he shot himself, he must have flinched, a reflex against his own death. He flinched. He saw he wasn't dead. He liked it that way. It's been that way before.
But you said he committed...
Murder? That's right. When someone kills someone else like that, we call it murder. Is there anywhere else on the island he might be, Mr. Fairchild?
No, we've covered all of it. Places I never knew existed. I don't mind telling you, I'm tired, Mr. Clover.
And he must have crossed over to the mainland. You know these people at the landing dock, Mr. Fairchild?
Most of them.
Call out and ask if anyone took Tom Corey across.
All right. Did anyone here take Tom Corey across today? Did anyone take...
Oh, Graham did, Mr. Fairchild.
Where is he?
Just the other side of the landing. See his boat?
Let's go, Fairchild. You, Joe Graham?
Hi there, Mr. Fairchild.
Oh, Joe. This is Mr. Clover, Joe. He's a detective. He wants
I want to know if you took Tom Corey across today.
You want to know, too, Mr. Fairchild?
We do, Joe.
Yeah, I took Tom across.
When?
You say something, Mr. Fairchild?
When did you take him across, Joe?
Early today, around noon, Mr. Fairchild.
Did he say anything to you?
Tell your friend I'm a very sociable man, Mr. Fairchild. People talk to me. I talk to people. People I care about.
Mr. Clover asked that because Tom Corey is a murderer. He killed Mrs. Corey this morning.
Guess that's why Tom wasn't very talkative. Had things on his mind, just kept biting his lip, just sat huddled there. Didn't think it proper to ask him why. Glad I didn't.
Where'd you take him?
Where I always took him, Mr. Fairchild. Like I've taken you and him and Alice many times. So you could go back to your factory over there.
Ask him if he'll take us back.
Will you take us back, Joe?
You and the detective?
Yes.
It'll cost you more for him. Hop aboard. I'll take you.
Danny?
Come on in, Gino. What's on your mind?
It came through, Danny. I'm going to miss you.
Why are you going to miss me, Gino? What came through?
But Captain Julius okayed your vacation request, and so did the inspector, and so did the commissioner. Then back again through the inspector and Captain Julius. So, here it is. Where you going, Danny?
I haven't made up my mind.
I've been mulling over the travel folders, me and Mrs. Tartaglia, and we feel the place for you is Mexico.
Mexico, huh?
See, in Ensenada, in Mexico, in the Riviera Pacifico. Imagine you with a serape over your shoulder, huaraches on your feet, and a la cucaracha on your lips. See, Mexico, man amigo.
Me amigo.
And we are friends, aren't we?
Gino...
Lieutenant Clover?
Yes. What is it?
I'm Dr. Haskell. They told me to come right in.
Of course. What is it, Doctor?
They said you'd want to see me, that you were working on something that might have something to do with what I want to see you about.
All right. What is it?
About 20 minutes ago, a man forced his way into my office. I say forced himself because he had a gun.
What did the man look like?
Oh, about 40, strongly built. I wrote it all down here because I knew you'd want to know. Here.
Oh.
I knew you'd ask me.
Uh-huh. About 20 minutes ago, he came to see you about a bullet wound, didn't he?
Yes. How did you know?
We're looking for this man. How badly is he hurt?
He'll die. Unless a miracle. Then I'm only a doctor. I gave him plasma, extracted the bullet, shot into the heart. He wouldn't let me give him anesthetic. He's hurt. Unless he's found immediately, he'll die.
You let him go?
I told you he had a gun.
Oh, I see. Where do you live, Doctor?
Here's my card.
Thank you. Is there anything else you want to tell me?
No, I believe that's all.
It just came in, Danny, over the teletype.
What did?
Item about a woman you talked to earlier, Zella Stanley.
Off the dime, Muggavan. What about her?
She was found in her apartment, shot to death. Pretty expensive dress she's wearing, Danny.
Uh-huh.
She must have been very pretty once. Zella. Knew a girl in high school, the name of Zella. Well, she's lying. He must have shot her the minute she opened the door, huh?
Yeah. Take the other room, Muggavan. I'll go through this one.
Okay, Danny. Danny?
Yeah?
The radio? Radio phonograph combo. Also very expensive. The bed also, the furnishings. Wonder how she managed. Maybe she was rich, huh?
Maybe.
I think I find out how, Danny.
How what?
How she managed. These men's shirts in the bedroom closet. This robe.
Let's see them.
Embroidered initials in silk. Wish I could afford things like that. T.C., Tom Corey, Danny?
Uh-huh. T.C. Tom Corey. So it began to take shape. Tom Corey had killed his wife, turned the gun on himself, had missed his heart. Then he had decided to rid himself of the source of his trouble, Zella Stanley. Committed grand larceny, committed murder, 2 murders. Now he was a dying man someplace in the city. Find him. We tried all points bulletins, newspaper releases, call on the hospitals, then back to headquarters and wait. Then nod at a man who nudged his head through a door and listened to his story.
I run the Diamond Hotel on 37th Street. A little while ago, a man came in my place to register.
Why do you think that's of interest to me?
The man had no bags. I saw that right away when I handed him the pen to write. Then on top of that, he said, "You write my name for me. It's Smith." That's what he said. "Write John Smith." I said, "Why?" He said, "Because I got my hands in my pockets, that's why." I said, "Oh, do you?"
Come to the point, will you?
The point is this. I looked over the desk at these hands in his pockets just to see what went. What went was the side of his coat was blood. And I got cagey.
Cagey?
Cagey. I said, "How long you want the room? Months? Day? Week?" And he looked funny and said all he wanted to do was rest a while. I said, because I saw trouble. He left. I came here. I did right, didn't I?
Danny Clover speaking.
There's a man in my house.
Who is this?
Mrs. Barry. I live on West 57th Street, 1209. I'm frightened. There's a man...
What man?
He rang my bell and pointed a gun at me and walked into my house.
Is he still there?
Yes. He looked tired. He sat in the big chair in the parlor. He fell asleep. He's there now, sleeping.
I'll be right there.
Can't you understand? He's gone.
But just 10 minutes ago, you called.
10 minutes ago, he was sitting in that chair sleeping. He woke up and left. He had a gun.
All right.
All right, he says. He had a gun pointed at my nose. What did you want me to do? Hit him over the head with a candlestick? Not me. He left. Look, left blood, too. All over my rug.
Back to headquarters again. Then a phone call from a pedestrian who'd just seen a man who fitted Tom Corey's description on West 62nd. The man was staggering, Mr. Clover. So Mr. Clover dispatched a squad car to the area. The man was nowhere in sight. Then Mr. Clover sat down and thought about it. Tom Corey left Fire Island by boat, found a doctor on 12th Street in the village. Put a thumbtack on the map. Tom Corey has tried to get a room at the Diamond Hotel on West 37th. Thumbtack. Tom Corey had murdered Zella Stanley, West 46th. Thumbtack. Tom Corey had been asleep in a parlor on West 57th. Thumbtack. Then a phone. Man, probably Tom Corey, was seen staggering on West 62nd. Thumbtack. Tom Corey was headed uptown. Tom Corey was crazed with pain. Then a recheck of my notebook. Tom Corey had a partner named Henry Fairchild. Henry Fairchild lived uptown. He lived on West 70th. Maybe I could get there before Tom Corey.
Who is it?
The police. Danny Clover.
Oh, come in, quickly. Oh, I'm glad it's you.
You afraid of something, Mr. Fairchild?
Huh? Am I?
The door bolted, locked. What are you afraid of?
I read it in the newspapers. Tom, still loose.
You still haven't answered my question. What are you afraid of?
Isn't it obvious? Tom has killed his wife, killed Zeller. Now he's... That's why you're here, Mr. Clover. You know Tom is on his way.
Uh-huh. I figure he is. I'm just wondering why you figured it.
You just said it's obvious. Tom is out of his mind. He killed Zeller, didn't he? You know why, too, don't you?
No. Tell me why.
You found his shirts there, didn't you? At Zeller's.
How did you know that, Mr. Fairchild? It wasn't in the newspapers.
Why? No, it wasn't. It's simply that Tom told me all about it, about Tom and Zeller, how expensive she was. That's why he stole all that money.
I see.
Mr. Clover.
Put down that gun.
But...
Give it to me. I said give it to me. Now stand right where you are. I'll take care of it. Come in, Tom.
Shoot him. Shoot him. He'll kill me.
I'll take that gun, Corey. Come on, Corey. I'll help you. Sit down over here. There.
Don't believe him, Mr. Clover. Don't believe anything Corey says.
Huh?
He's going to tell you I killed his wife, that I shot him, that I stole the money. Ridiculous things, crazy things, because he's crazy now.
Tom?
Of course, Tom. He's crazy. He's going to say that Zeller and I arranged the whole thing to make it look like a suicide pact, that I killed Zeller. Tom.
That's right. Tom's dead. He just confessed to a dead man. Broadway stretches out in front of you, a livid scar slashed into the night. It's a cruel and fantastic carousel, a palace of fun, a hall of mirrors. You pay your way and you take your choice. Me? I get in on a pass on Broadway. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Herb Butterfield, Janet Logan, Ann Stone, Junius Matthews, Byron Kane, and Jack Crucian. Ladies and gentlemen, tonight's program concludes the present series of Broadway's My Beat. We thank you for listening and hope to return in the near future when Danny Clover will bring you more adventures along the Great White Way. Meanwhile, listen to Arthur Godfrey, who returns at the same time next Monday with his Talent Scouts. There's always plenty of fun on hand when you hear Columbia's Monday night program, Too Many Cooks, the hilarious misadventures of a father, mother, and 10 children. Stay tuned now for Too Many Cooks, which follows immediately over most of these Columbia stations. Bob Stevenson speaking. This is CBS, where you live life with Luigi on Tuesday night, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Broadway's my beat. From Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
It's the journey to the end of all the other streets in the world, this Broadway. You turn a corner and you're there. You walk slowly and you lean your heart against it. Then something explodes in your face and you run and you're one of the crowd. You shop for the kicks, the bargains, and the heartbreak. And inevitably you find it, one or the other, like I did. On the street of the tired apartment houses, a street leased on the premise that both parents should work so they can come home, smile bravely at each other, beat their children, then snore. It was 7 p.m. when I walked up to the second-floor landing of the El Royale Apartments in answer to a call. Detective Muggavan was waiting for me.
There he is, Danny, on the floor over by the railing.
Uh-huh. Who is he?
Hey, why don't you people break it up? Go on, get back to your apartments. You read all about it in the paper.
Who is he, Muggavan?
Name's Harold Clark. Lives apartment 2C. Married, no children. Dead from 238 slugs in his chest. That's who he is.
Who killed him?
Tenant named Lloyd Ramey. Had the apartment right here, 2A. Blasted Mr. Clark right through the door. 2 shots connected with both. Here, see? 2 shots right through the door, here, here.
Uh-huh. What about Lloyd Ramey?
Killer? Nothing. He shot Clark and took a fire escape exit through his own room.
What else, Muggavan? What about the rest of the tenants? Do they know anything about Ramey?
I asked them. They shake their heads. No.
Okay, ask them some more. You said Clark was married.
Yeah, his wife is home.
Thanks. Mrs. Clark. It's the police, Ms. Clark. I've got...
Please come in. Excuse the way I look.
Of course. Mrs. Clark...
What do you want me to say to you? Excuse the way I look? Excuse the way the apartment looks? The way my husband looks lying out there in the hall in his undershirt? What else can I say to you? I'm sorry about it.
I've got to ask you some questions.
I know all about that. Here, see? Right here. Detective. Did you ever own a gun? Suspect. No, sir, I did not. Detective. Did you shoot this man? Suspect. No, sir, I did not. Just like in these true-type detective story magazines. I read them all the time. I know all about what you've got to do.
All right, then it'll make it a lot easier.
If you're going to ask me, did I shoot my husband, I'm going to say, no, sir, I did not.
We know you didn't.
Don't be too sure. I was in Lloyd Ramey's apartment when it happened.
Oh? Tell me about it.
I went across the hall to borrow some tea bags from Mr. Ramey because my husband likes tea. I must have stayed more than 10 seconds because my husband got panicky and came after me. He knocked on the door. Mr. Ramey didn't even answer. He pulled out a gun and shot.
How well did you know Ramey?
For tea bags. With my husband, tea bags means I'm not being true blue.
Your husband was wrong, wasn't he?
My husband is dead. I guess that's pretty wrong. He knocked on the door and yelled to open it or he'd break it down, and now he's dead. Because he liked tea.
Dr. Sinsky, the technical boys are here, Danny.
Oh, good. I'm through here. Tell them to go to work.
Okay. Now, look, you people, why don't you break it up? Why don't you go home to your own apartment?
They stood there, the tenants of the El Royale Apartments, summoned by the violence, drawn by the clamor of the violent dead, drawn by the cold wind that had touched their throats and led them to the warmth of the spectacle. A child's harsh voice ordered his father to hoist him to his shoulder so he could see better. The father slapped him hard across the mouth. The child wailed and scurried down the corridor, and the father looked after him, his eyes filled with pain and confusion. And then emptying of these things, forgetting the child, remembering death. Muggavan had got one thing out of the tenants, the fact that Lloyd Ramey, the murderer, was known to a certain party, the party being the Wilkins Rental Agency on West 58th Street. The forms you had to fill out to get an apartment from them, your life was on a piece of paper in a wooden file box. Go ask Mr. Wilkins about Lloyd Ramey. He'll have it in the box. Mr. Wilkins did.
Committed murder, did he? It just goes to show you, Miss Clover, you never know, you never know.
You found it?
Mm-hmm. I found it. It's right here to hand. Man tries his best, Mr. Clover. Tries to find a select clientele for his clients. Tries to judge a man by his clothes, his shifting eyes, the woman hanging on his arm. Good wrist, bad wrist. Man asks himself...
Mr. Wilkins.
Please, you're eating into my time. Permit me to eat into yours. Things they put on the questionnaire on the form so often lie, sheer lie.
All I want is...
I know. Information on one of my tenants, a murder.
Whenever you feel up to it, Mr. Wilkins.
Thank you. According to my files, Lloyd Ramey is a man I never set eyes upon.
But you just told me that...
I know. But sometimes in my profession, as it must be in yours, there are extenuating circumstances.
Like what, Mr. Wilkins?
Like this letter from Lloyd Ramey.
Let me see it.
Patience, Mr. Clover. This letter is an extenuating circumstance because with it came the money for a year's lease on apartment 2A, El Royal Apartments. We find questionnaires, personal interviews unnecessary when a gentleman has the foresight to...
What else does it have?
A few well-wrought phrases stating that he, Mr. Lloyd Ramey, had seen our ad in the news, had gone to the apartment, found it suitable to his needs, and enclosed fined 8 years' rent. Dated September 3rd, 1950. From that day forward, we rejected all other applicants.
Give it to me.
I must, I suppose, hate to part with it. This letterhead... It brought joy into our lives here at the agency. Isn't it joyful? Mm-hmm. Yes, Berkey Siegmiller, tattoos. And the slogan, what you want, where you want it. Joyful, huh?
I'm back here. Come on back. Hi. Take a chair. I'll be right with you as soon as I finish with this sailor. Now, hold still, sailor boy.
My name's Danny Clover.
Hi, Danny. You can look at the patterns on the wall. We're having a special this week on Mother. You know, M is for the, O is for
I'm from the police.
I'd give you a special on that, too. P is for the, O is for the... What's the matter with you, sailor boy? Be brave.
Is your name Berkey Siegmiller?
Yeah. Hey, you ain't got that tattoo look in your eye. You don't want to get tattooed, do you?
I want some information.
Look, sailor boy, if you don't hold still, you're going to have the strangest looking mermaid on your chest in the Navy. What kind of information you want, Danny?
A man came in here about 4 weeks ago and used your stationery. Here. Stationery from your place.
Oh, yeah, I recall the request. Man dropped in for a touch-up job of a coiled rattlesnake. And he asked me for a sheet of paper. When I was done, I gave it to him. You got the one I gave him in your hand.
Did you ever see the man before?
No. What's he done?
Murder?
That's a new one. Did an admiral once, but never a murderer. Okay, button up your shirt, sailor boy.
Have you any idea where I can find this man?
There's no use you asking me any more questions, Danny, because I couldn't give you any more answers. Just tattoos. That's all I give.
Danny? Danny, it is I, your ever faithful.
Hello, Gino.
Likewise, I'm sure.
Well?
You seem lost, Danny.
Huh?
Lost in some reverie into which perhaps it is impolite that I intrude my face.
That's all right. You can stay.
Thank you.
Well?
You sure it's all right?
What's eating you?
Danny, the rumor is making its way through the nooks and crannies of police headquarters that you have lately visited a tattoo parlor.
Oh, rumor is right.
Danny, you have not gone and indulged yourself in some mad whim or other. You have not.
You don't approve, Gino?
Well, it is not for me to approve or not to approve, Danny. It is only that in a like circumstance, Mike Schreck, the bald-headed miracle detective from Philadelphia...
He's tattooed?
You guessed it. In the middle of his forehead, the tattoo of a snow crystal, imprinted there by a high lama hailing from Tibet. Mike Schreck has regretted this indiscretion all his life.
So?
So? Well, I don't want the same thing to happen to you. This regret. Danny, I won't breathe a word if you...
I know I can trust you, Sergeant. Now, in the matter of Lloyd Ramey, you have something for me? Gino.
In the matter of Lloyd Ramey... Oh, yeah. In the matter of Lloyd Ramey, the usual standard operating procedure. All points bulletins, terminals watched and relays. Nothing. Hey, you can't just barge in here, lady. You have
Hey, it's all right, you know. Do you want to see me, Miss Clark?
Not particularly. I only thought that if you were cracking your skull over the murder of my husband, maybe I could help.
Sit down, Miss Clark.
There isn't time to be la-di-da with me, Mr. Clover. If you want to capture him, you better hurry. He was just beginning the soup course when I spotted him.
Lloyd Ramey? Where?
Don't panic yourself, Mr. Clover. Not Lloyd Ramey, but a man who was often a caller at the apartment of Lloyd Ramey. Ramey was such a secretive type, I took mental notes on his callers.
Where is this man?
Beginning a meal at the Hotel Adams. I dropped in there myself for a bite. While waiting for a table, I spotted him. Who could eat? I ran quick to you with a hot clue clutched tight in my little hand. You want it?
You'll point him out to me, won't you, Mrs. Clark?
Why else do you think I missed my dinner? There he is, Mr. Clover.
Which one?
There, near the back of the room. Man sitting at the small table against the wall.
You wait here. Mind if I sit down, mister?
Mm-hmm. Oh, sit down. Have a drink, go ahead. Sit down, sir.
Thanks. I'm from the police.
Why don't you bring a lady, too? I see you come with the lady. Go back and get the lady. I'm not feeling so good, but who needs it to talk with a lady? Lady.
You're sick.
Sick. And drunk. Sick. Drunk. Go get the lady.
Hey. We'd better get you to... I lifted his head up from the table, and his eyes were open and staring, and not reacting to anything in the world, and his part of it. The maitre d' hurrying over the polite music, the finger bowls and the demi-tasse and the fillets. None of it registered. He just slumped to the floor. I knelt over him, felt for a pulse. There wasn't any. He was dead.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. This Sunday, Frank Sinatra joins Arthur Godfrey and the other fine entertainers and programs to be heard on CBS in the afternoons. His new show is called Meet Frank Sinatra, and you'll hear members of Frank's studio audience being interviewed by The Voice and telling him their favorite songs. At their request, Frank either will sing the song himself or play a famous record. Meet Frank Sinatra will bring you a surefire entertainment for a whole hour, starting this Sunday afternoon on most of these same CBS stations.
Broadway is generous in many ways. It offers you for free its own private set of values, for instance. The essence of a man's life, his worth, measure it in terms of darkness and light. Big man, big Mazda bulb shining bright. So many yards of neon hissing his name into the screaming night. Little man, his proper share of darkness. A spectacular with burned-out bulbs sighing into nothing. Harold Clark, the man shot down because he had pounded on a door. That was a little man. The man at a dinner table who hadn't recognized the feel of death, who thought he was only drunk. Also a little man. As witness how discreetly the management tried to hide his dying from the diners. Hardly worth Broadway's notice. Hardly worth interrupting the choice of a pastry. But at police headquarters he found his importance. Under a microscope, in a test tube, a hooded light bulb shining down on his death, giving it shape. Shining down on the white-coated figure who ran it through his fingers, analyzed it.
This is it, Danny. This is what did it to him. The cliché of poison.
It bores you, huh, Gordon?
Well, if you ask me, Danny, I'll tell you. Such an unoriginal poison, cheap, common. It can be boring.
How was it administered?
I've been waiting for you to ask me.
Get off it, Gordon.
Well, you surprised me, Danny. I should have thought it was normal routine that you ask questions at the hotel bar. It was slipped into his drink. I have proof positive. You didn't ask questions?
To make you any happier, yeah, I did. The bartender couldn't remember him. Couldn't remember anybody. That's why he's worked this so long, he said, because he couldn't remember faces.
Tough. That makes it tough on you, doesn't it, Danny? You think Lloyd Ramey did our fellow in?
What else have you got, Gordon?
It's all over there in that pile. Help yourself.
You do it, Gordon.
Because you're a lieutenant? Still? All right. I'll do it for you, Lieutenant. His clothes, tailored, his wallet, alligator, his driving license, wrapped in cellophane. It says he had brown eyes, was 5'11", age 36. It says he lived at 2354 East 47th, that his name was Henry Gaynor. You can stop me any time, Lieutenant.
Nothing else?
Nothing. Except this package of orange lifesavers. Have one, Danny. Come on, have one. I'll analyze them. They're harmless. Orangey.
Goodbye, Gordon.
Not at all. Lloyd Ramey, Lieutenant. How are you doing on that one? Oh, you're very welcome, Lieutenant.
Hello there. Good morning.
Hello. My name's Danny Clover.
Let's come in. Chat inside. There now. Isn't this better? Sit down. Try that chair over there, the flowered cretonne.
Thanks. I started to say I was from the police.
What? I don't understand.
There's nothing to understand. Police, that's who I work for.
But why do you want to see me?
By the way, who are you?
Tommy Lawrence.
You live here with Henry Gaynor?
I did live here with Henry Gaynor. He's dead. I read about it in the late editions. Oh, that's why. Henry's dead, and you're the police, and you've come here. Oh, that's why.
That's why. Tell me about Henry.
Well, I advertised in the paper for a clean-living man to share this apartment. I chose Henry.
Uh-huh.
But I made a mistake. I learned not to like him. That's why I'm not outraged or worried or sorry that Henry's dead. He did nothing but dote on girls. He and his buddy.
Buddy?
Well, that chaser, Frank Muir. If you want his address, I don't know it. But his phone number's around. You think you can trace it? Frank Muir. I'd track him down where I were you. He's the cause of it all. Poor Henry.
I detached him from his cretonne grief, made him look for Frank Muir's phone number. He found it on a pad next to the phone. He did that by lifting up a French doll, and there it all was. Surprise. I phoned Muir. He was at home. I told him to stay there. He said he had a date. I tinkled my badge into the receiver. He said he'd break the date. When I got there, he was still doing it.
Come on in, Mr. Clover. Mix yourself up a happy at the bar. And this lady I'm talking to on the phone, she's bitter. She don't believe I got a rendezvous with a policeman. Yeah. Sure, honey. I swear it's only a cop.
A cop? What kind of a cop? I know all about those
For 20 minutes you've been holding up the phone, honey. Here. Yeah, I'll prove it to you.
Prove it to me. Go ahead, put him on.
Say something to my lady. Prove to her you're only a man cop.
Hang up.
Well, come on, put him on, you
Well, look, be a pal.
Hang up.
What?
Between the two of you, she'll fracture me. I don't do this sort of things to ladies normally. You understand, Mr. Clover?
You had a friend, Henry Gaynor.
You can say that again. Had is just a word. I read in the papers how a friend I once had is now gone.
When'd you see him last?
You think I killed him? When Henry and me had such snazzy times together on blind dates? On with your eyes open dates?
When did you see him last?
On the occasion when I turned over Mrs. Ellen Clark to him.
What?
You heard me. That was 3, maybe 4 Saturdays ago. I make it 4.
Mrs. Clark was one of your lady friends, like...
Don't get me wrong, Mr. Clover. Mrs. Clark was, how do you classify? A smile filled with hidden meanings. The touch of a knee under a checkered tablecloth. That was all Mrs. Clark was to me.
That's why you handed her over to your buddy?
Wrong again. You see that plaster cast up there on the mantelpiece? That's courtesy of irate husband, Mr. Clark. He found me once with his missus waiting to catch a bus. He clobbered me, broke my arm. Care to autograph it, Mr. Clover? All my friends have. No? Oh, you'll excuse me. It's undoubtedly...
Danny. How you feeling?
There've been better times, Muggavan.
There always are. Seen the papers?
Haven't had the time.
You should have looked.
What have you got in your mind, Muggavan?
You don't have to bite my head off because I suggest you read the papers. It's got a picture of Lloyd Ramey on the front page.
What?
Yep. Only his name isn't Lloyd Ramey. The name is George Harvey. Something, huh?
You want me to invest a nickel in a newspaper, or you want to tell me why?
We took the 2 bullets from the body of Harold Clark and checked the riflings of what we got on file. We didn't have anything.
So?
Sent them to Washington. FBI check. Sent a wire back. They got what the 2 bullets matched. 2 more bullets.
Where'd they get them?
One of them out of a murdered bank clerk of Vincennes, Indiana. The other from a woman shot down during a liquor store robbery in St. Louis. Both shootings done by George Harvey. Wanted by Indiana, Missouri police for murder. What does it do to you, Danny?
Does a whole lot, Muggavan.
May I come in?
What are you looking for, mister?
I'm Joseph Grebness. May I come in?
What's on your mind, Mr. Goodness?
Thank you. Who do I see about the reward?
Reward?
Yeah, it says right here in the paper, reward. And don't you people try to talk your way out of it either. You see? Right here on the front page. Have you seen this man, it says. I've seen this man. What about the reward?
If there's a reward, we'll see that you get it. Where did you see him?
Where'd you see him, yes? Where's the reward?
The man in charge of the reward department's just stepped out.
I'll wait.
Sure, wait. But if George Harvey escapes while you're waiting, you'll be held for... What'll he be held for, Muggavan?
Aiding and abetting a criminal.
Aiding and abetting a criminal.
Aiding and abetting a criminal. The man whose picture appears in the paper moved in this morning next door to me. Hotel Hobart, into the hall, 3rd floor. No, I'll just wait.
Down the end of the hall, the man said.
That's what Mr. Driven has said, Danny.
Here.
Yeah, what do you want?
Come on, open up, Harvey. Move away from the door, Muggavan. Open the door, I'll break it down.
Your cop's still there, or are you dead?
Shoot the lock off the door, Muggavan.
I'll kick it open.
Let's go. Harvey.
No one's home. Come back later.
Danny, in that hallway.
Yeah. You better call an ambulance, Muggavan.
Okay, Danny.
And turn the radio on.
What do you know? There was somebody home.
Can you talk, Harvey?
I just talked, didn't I? Your cop's been chasing me all over the country just to chat with me. Advertised me in post offices, detective magazines, and the radio.
Why did you kill Harold Clark?
You pounded on my door. You saw what happened. I thought he was a cop. Yell open the door, I'll break it down. Cops talk like that.
Did you poison a man named Henry Gaynor?
I'm losing blood, cop. Pity me.
Did you poison a man named Henry Gaynor?
Poison? Never in my life. Henry Gaynor? Never in my life.
One more question, Harvey. Was Mrs. Clark in your apartment when you killed her husband?
You kidding? That's one of the tough things about running all the time. You never have time for a dame. She wasn't in my apartment.
You're sure?
I'm confessing a murder, mister. But don't try to book me for a dame in my apartment. Because Mrs. Clark wasn't there.
Yes? Oh, it's you, Mr. Clover. I know. You've come to tell me you've got my husband's murderer. Did you bring me some good news like that?
I'll come in and tell you about it, Mrs. Clark.
I was just going to ask you to do that. My apartment looks better now, doesn't it?
How does a woman feel when the man she loves is murdered?
I felt numb at first, but I'm getting better. Harold, my husband was a jealous man. Harold was always...
I'm not talking about your husband. I'm talking about Henry Gaynor.
Who?
The man you poisoned after he refused to have anything to do with you. You poisoned him and brought me there to watch him die.
You're crazy.
Before you killed Gaynor, did you tell him how you arranged your husband's murder?
You invited yourself in, now invite yourself out. What are you doing? What are you walking around my place for?
Place looks nice.
Thanks. Get out.
Really looks a lot better. Neat. Things in order. Where are all those true-type detective story magazines?
I gave them away. A man came, offered me $1 for all those magazines I had. I gave him 5 bundles wrapped in twine.
Did you save one of them?
What?
The one with a picture of George Harvey, alias Lloyd Ramey? What did it say under his picture? That he was armed, that he was wanted for murder, that he was dangerous, not to approach him, but to notify the police?
Get out of here.
You knew your husband was bitterly jealous. You goaded him, made him believe you were carrying on with a neighbor across the hall.
Get out.
You sent him over there knowing that trigger-happy killer would shoot him as soon as he knocked on the door, and Harvey did.
I'll kill you.
Harvey said you were never in his apartment. You were too frightened of him ever to talk to him. Let's go, Mrs. Clark.
Take your hands off me.
I said let's go, Mrs. Clark.
I had it all. I had it in the palm of my hand until you...
Come on, Mrs. Clark.
Look, you've got to understand. My husband was jealous. He spoiled everything. Every man I ever looked at. You don't know how it was. He ruined everything. He spoiled everything.
It's the street of the hunter, Broadway, and the smile that's dropped at the tip of a hat. And the lights are flung from windows, out of doorways. You walk a pavement speckled with 1,000 colors. But between the lights, that's where the darkness is. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Included in tonight's cast were Kathy Lewis, Vivi Janis, Anthony Barrett, Leo Cleary, Jack Crucian, and Ed Max. Jack Smith, Dinah Shore, Margaret Whiting, Bob Crosby, the Andrews Sisters, Lowell Thomas, Beulah, Ed Murrow. Anywhere else, they'd make up an all-star list for a week. But at CBS, the Stars address, you can hear them every evening, Monday through Friday. Yes, every weekday evening, most of these same CBS stations bring you these top-ranking stars in their specialties. Music, comedy, top reporting. Be listening for Jack Smith, Dinah Shore, and Margaret Whiting, for Bob Crosby and the Andrews Sisters, for Beulah, and for those great radio reporters, Lowell Thomas and Edward R. Murrow. Dan Coverly speaking. This is CBS, where yours truly, Johnny Dollar, brings adventure Saturday nights on the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The story you are about to hear is true. The names have been changed to protect the innocent.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, brings you Dragnet on both radio and television.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned a bunco detail. An experienced confidence man has set up operations in your city. From his first 2 victims, he gets more than $8,000. You've got one good lead on the suspect, his method of operation. Your job? Get him.
Prove Fatima quality yourself today.
Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
You'll find Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
You'll find Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Remember, Fatima gives you more for your money.
Buy Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case transcribed from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Tuesday, December 9th. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working the day watch out of bunco detail. My partner's Ed Jacobs. The boss is Captain Steve. My name's Friday. I was on the way into the office, and it was 7:50 a.m. when I got to room 38. Bunco detail.
Oh, morning, Joe.
Hi, Charlie. How'd you make out yesterday?
Nothing.
No luck at all, huh?
Nothing's going to help us much. Got the same description on the guy. Used the same name, same M.O. Didn't get anything we don't already know about him. How about you? Your luck any better?
No, about the same. Checked out the building where the suspect rented office space. He moved out 3 days ago. No forwarding address. Checked the hotel he was supposed to be stopping at. Didn't pan out.
Give him time. He'll stick his neck out again.
Well, it doesn't guarantee we'll reach him. Too late to start when the complaints come in. We're going to have to dig up a faster way of getting to him.
Hey, you got a match?
Yeah, sure, Charlie. Here you are.
Thanks.
You bet.
Oh, by the way, what's this I hear about your partner?
What?
Ed Jacobs. Understands you're losing him.
Oh, yeah, temporarily anyway.
What's the deal?
Well, he's going on a loan out up at the academy. Going to be an instructor up there 2 months anyway, maybe more.
When does this happen?
Tomorrow, the 10th.
Oh, what are you going to do for a partner? You and Ken going to work together?
No, the captain's bringing in a new man, a young fella. He's been working in the business office.
You mean the big Irish kid works the early morning?
No, this boy's been working days. His name's Bill Lockwood. I asked for him as soon as I found out I was going to lose Ed.
You know him?
Well, a little bit, yeah. You remember Ben Romero?
Yeah, sure.
Well, Lockwood's a nephew of Ben's, sister's boy. Tall, red hair.
Oh, yeah, I've seen him around. Seems to be a nice enough kid. A good record, is he?
Well, the captain thinks so. Figures he ought to work in pretty well.
Oh, by the way, have you seen Ben's wife lately?
Yeah, I did, a couple of weeks ago. Seems to be doing all right. Still Mrs. Ben, of course.
Yeah, I imagine.
Her little boy's sure getting big. Looks a lot like his dad, too.
Miss him quite a bit yourself, huh?
Yeah, Charlie, I guess I do.
Well, I better get on my horse. I got some checking to do. I hope the Lockwood boy works out for you.
Well, I think he'll do all right.
Can't say I'd be crazy about the idea myself.
Well, how do you mean?
Breaking in a new man. No detective experience. When I go out to pick up a thief, I like to figure I've got some good backing. I mean, a partner I'm used to. Tough enough watching out for yourself, let alone a green youngster.
Well, somebody had to do it for us. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, I suppose.
I remember when I first started. It didn't come much greener than me. Partner did all the work, took all the chances, helped me every foot of the way. He never mentioned it once. I never forgot that. He's a good cop.
What was his name?
Ben Romero. In our particular setup, before a man's eligible to apply for duty in the Detective Bureau, he has to have a minimum of 5 years' experience as a police officer, either assigned to radio patrol, traffic duty, or some other general assignment. After the initial 5 years of service, the men go through a screening process to determine which department and which job they'll fit into best, some position that they seem to show a natural aptitude for. If a man applies for duty in a division of the Detective Bureau, and if he's accepted, he's assigned a partner to work with the day he goes on the job, generally a working detective with some experience. In the case of Ben's nephew, Bill Lockwood, he put in his first 5 years working Wilshire traffic and also doing radio patrol in Hollenbeck and 77th Street divisions. After spending another 11 months in our business office, Captain Steed put in a request for him, and he was transferred. When I heard Ed Jacobs was going to be loaned to the police academy as an instructor, I talked to Captain Steed about Lockwood, and he assigned him as my new partner. The changeover happened in the middle of one of the toughest investigations we'd had in months. A bunco artist who was working hard at the business opportunities racket. The following morning, December 10th, Bill Lockwood reported in for work, and we drove out to check a potential lead on the suspect. On the way, I laid out the case for him.
Nothing on the man in R&I, huh? No record at all?
No, not as far as we know, Bill. Checked Brereton up at Sacramento, CII. Nothing doing there. He couldn't help us.
What have you been going on? His description?
Yeah, that and his M.O. and his name. He uses a different alias on each job. Russell Preston, that was the last name he used.
I see. He usually starts by putting a want ad in the paper, is that it?
Well, he rents himself an office first, usually a pretty expensive one, well furnished. Then he hires a good-looking secretary, has her put a want ad in the daily papers for him, and he's in business.
How do the ads read? The usual?
Yeah, typical thing you see in the daily paper. A business opportunity for people with vision, good investment, high profits. Apply now, you know. And then he gives his address and phone number. There's nothing clever about it, but people still go for it.
He get many replies, do you know?
Well, we figure he got between 20 and 30 on that last deal he pulled. Seems all he has to do is land one victim out of the bunch with enough money, and he's got it made. Took his first victim here for $5,000. Second one for $3,200. Both elderly women. Took them for their last dollar.
About the way he sets up the deal with these different businessmen, Joe, I don't think I got it quite straight.
Well, how do you mean?
Well, say the owner of that manufacturing plant this Russell Preston lined up.
Yeah.
You say Preston went to the plant, introduced himself as a business advisor, told the owner of the plant he had some people with money to invest. He convinced the owner he was legitimate.
Yeah, that's right.
Then Preston had his two victims shown through the plant and convinced them they ought to invest their money in the business.
Yeah, that's it.
Do you mean to say the plant owners were acting in good faith?
Well, they were all checked out, Bill. Everything about them. They all have good business reputations. They didn't know any more about the deal than the victims. They needed more capital for their business, and they figured this was it.
This Preston, or whatever his name is, sure must have a line that won't stop.
He's got everything that goes with it. Nice clothes, well-mannered, good-looking. He doesn't try to high-pressure anybody. Tells them if they have confidence in him, he'd be glad to invest their money. If they hedge it all, he shows them right through the office.
Pretty good pitch. Once they're sold on him, he's got him over a barrel.
It's about the size of it, yeah.
Funny there's no record on him. Sure sounds like he's had a lot of experience. What are the other names he's used, you remember?
Well, just two of them we know of. Russell R. Preston and George A. Fairchild.
I guess the newspapers have been checked out, huh? The ones he ran the what ads in?
Yeah, they've all been talked to. All their personnel have been notified to watch for ads of that type. Be one way to get a lead on him if he tries again.
Well, what about the buildings where he rented office space? Couldn't the people there help any?
Well, they confirmed his description. We picked up samples of his handwriting. That's about it. He only rented the offices long enough to cover his deal, about 2 weeks. Let's see, what 100 block is this, Bill? Can you see over there?
Let's see. Yeah, 1700.
Oh, we want the next one, 1811.
Who's this woman we're going to talk to? Vivian Castle, that right?
Yeah. I'm not sure if she's the right girl or not. Got the lead from an employment agency. Chance she might be the girl Preston hired to be his secretary. I don't know.
Oh, good parking place up there ahead, huh?
Yeah, that's good. You can pull up anywhere along here. It's fine.
Two doors down, Joe. Real estate office. 1811.
Yeah, I see it. Good morning.
Good morning. Can I help you?
Police officers, ma'am. We'd like to talk to a Miss Castle, Vivian Castle.
Oh, I'm Vivian Castle.
Here's our identification. This is my partner, Officer Lockwood. My name's Friday.
How do you do?
How do you do? What is it you want, officers?
We'd like to find out if you know a George Fairchild, ma'am.
Fairchild? No, I don't know anyone by that name.
How about a Russell Preston, miss? That mean anything to you?
Well, I used to work for Mr. Preston, Russell Preston.
About how long ago was that?
A month and a half ago.
Mm-hmm. Where does he have his offices?
Well, he did have them on South Grand near 8th, the old Belmont Harris building. Why?
Would you mind describing Mr. Preston for us, ma'am? Just a general description of him.
He was about 40, 45 years old. Brown hair, a little gray. Nice build. Seemed to be a very nice man at first. Always dressed so nice. Just wore a dark blue suit. Seemed to be very nice.
Checks out so far, Joe.
Yeah.
Would you mind telling me what it's about?
We'd like to locate Mr. Preston, ma'am. You any idea where he is now?
I wish I did. I'd call the State Labor Commission. He seemed like such a nice man. I've never been so disappointed in my life.
How do you mean, Miss Castle?
He owes me 2 weeks' pay, $65 a week. Hired me as a private secretary. Good jobs aren't hard to get now either. He can't say he was giving me a break when he hired me. Are you from the Labor Commission?
No, ma'am, we're not. Could you tell us how long you worked for this Mr. Preston?
Just the 3 weeks. He said I was going to get paid every Friday. Gave me the money for the first week, and that's all. Kept waiting for my pay, but he kept putting me off. Last week and a half, he didn't even show up at the office. I was there all alone, 8 hours a day. Finally, the building manager showed up and told me it was all over. Mr. Preston closed the office. Didn't even have the decency to come in and say thank you, goodbye. I just left.
And you have no idea at all where Mr. Preston is now?
No, sir, I wish I did.
Were there any office files, mail files, any way to get a possible line on him?
Not as far as I know. I didn't keep any files for him. Matter of fact, I didn't do any work at all. Just a showpiece. I guess that's all he kept me there for. There's no reason why he shouldn't pay me, though. Are you sure you're not from the Labor Commission?
Did Mr. Preston ever have you place any want ads in the daily papers, Miss Castle?
Yeah, he did a couple of times. Ads for business opportunities, you know. He was in the investment business, help people invest their money.
Would you happen to know anyone who invested money with him? I mean, would you know them by name?
No, not by name. Quite a few people came through the office. I know a few of them made deals with Mr. Preston. I wouldn't remember their names, though.
And you don't know any friends he might have had in town? Any of his business associates?
No, sir, not a one. I didn't know he had any associates.
How about where he was staying, Miss Castle? You must have known that.
Yeah, the first week I was there, I did. It's the only week I got paid for. He was staying at a small hotel on South Flower. He moved the next week, though I don't know where he went after that. Neither does the hotel. I asked them.
Well, during the time you worked for him, ma'am, did you ever have anything to do with Mr. Preston socially? I mean, was it part of your job to go out to dinner with him, things like that?
I did once or twice when he asked me. I didn't think it was part of my job, though. Mr. Preston didn't mention it either. Once we went out to dinner, just the two of us. Another time we went out with my girlfriend, Norma. I had a terrible time. Mr. Preston was awful.
And how do you mean, miss?
Well, he drank too much and was throwing his weight around. You know, the boss. And he kept making a play for my girlfriend, Norma. I think he liked her quite a bit. Sure was embarrassing, though. Look, would you mind telling me what's the matter? Is Mr. Preston in trouble with the police?
Yes, ma'am, I'm afraid so. He's cheated some people out of quite a bit of money. It's not the first time either.
Well, what was it? What did he do?
Confidence scheme. Selling interest in a company he had no connection with.
If that isn't the limit. I guess it's my own fault. I should have known better. It's happened before.
Ma'am?
They hire you. They give you a beautiful office, nice soft chair to sit on. They never give you any work to do. Don't have to lift a finger. I finally got the drift.
Yeah.
Those are the kind you have to watch out for.
Bill Lockwood and I continued questioning the former secretary of Russell Preston, alias George Fairchild, but she was unable to come up with any kind of a definite lead as to the suspect's whereabouts. We left our card with the girl, and she promised to contact us in the event she came across any information regarding Preston. For the rest of the day, we ran down 3 more possible leads. They came from an informant, a head waiter in a second-rate nightclub, a small-time grifter with an axe to grind. And they all figured they had the right answer, where to find Preston. We checked out the 3 locations they gave us, a motel out near Santa Monica, a rooming house in Hollywood, a cocktail lounge in Highland Park. Not one of the 3 paid off. Russell Preston, alias George Fairchild, wasn't known at any of the places, either by name, dress, or physical description. During the next 3 weeks, along with Sergeants Charlie Riblett and Ken Scarce of Bunco Detail, Bill Lockwood and I ran down every possible lead on the suspect. Hotels, the want ad departments of the daily papers, managers of downtown office buildings, secretarial employment agencies, small businesses advertising stock for sale. They got us nothing. Despite all the precautions and all the legwork, on January 6th, we got a call from a Mrs. Marie Barrett in the Westlake Park area. She owned and managed a toy shop just off Wilshire Boulevard. Bill Lockwood and I drove out to talk to her.
Yes, and they told me it was the opportunity of a lifetime, a big opportunity. I just can't believe it. Can't understand it. Why, he even took me out and showed me the factory. Him and the man who ran the place. They're making plastics. Showed me the whole plant.
You say the plant was out in Glendale, ma'am. Whereabouts?
It was right along San Fernando Road, maybe a mile or 2 before you get to the airport. They showed me through the whole plant.
Who showed you through, Miss Barrett?
Owner of the place in this, Mr. Fairchild. It's a big place, making plastics of all kinds. Can't say I wasn't impressed.
What was Mr. Fairchild's first name? Do you remember?
George Fairchild and Associates. That was the name on the door of the office when I went up to see him. Of course, I really didn't have a notion to invest any money when I first went up. It was a newspaper ad, you know, and I answered lots of them. Kind of a hobby with me.
Yes, ma'am.
So I went up to see him and we talked, and as I say, I wasn't thinking of investing any money, but Mr. Fairchild seemed like such a nice man. Seemed to have a good business head on his shoulders. Well, ended up with me putting my whole savings account into the plastics plant. $6,400, every penny of it. I haven't heard from Mr. Fairchild since. I just don't know what to think. I can't understand it.
Do you have any idea where to contact this Fairchild now? Any address, telephone number?
Well, I called his office. It's in the Oxford Exchange building.
Mm-hmm.
There's no answer, though. They say it's disconnected. I've been trying for a week to contact Mr. Fairchild. I mean, $6,400. I just don't know what to do. It's all my savings. I don't know what to do. Oh, well, you excuse me, please. Customer can't afford to miss the sale now.
Yes, ma'am. You go right ahead.
Ellen, will you help this lady, please?
Looks like he scored again, huh?
I wouldn't doubt it. She seems to do a fair business here, huh? I mean, after Christmas and all.
Yeah, I suppose. Of course, the women go for it. You hang up a sale sign, you can't beat them off with a club.
That's right.
See this gadget here? Pretty clever, huh?
Yeah. Miniature Sherman tank. What's it do?
Watch.
Yeah, well, how about that?
Pretty cute, isn't it? Cannons on the side, sparks coming out. My nephew got one for Christmas. It got a lot of power. Treads will climb over just about anything.
Uh-huh.
Sorry to keep you waiting, officers. Customers have to be attended to.
Surely we understand. Now, about this money you gave Fairchild and Miss Barrett, the $6,400, how'd you work that? I mean, did you give him a check or how'd you do it?
Yes, I gave him a check. It was cashed the same day I gave it to him. I found that out from the bank.
What was it you were supposed to get for your money, ma'am?
Interest in the plastics company, 1/5 interest. Seemed like such a good idea at the time.
Did you ever discuss the deal with the owners of the plastics company? I mean, when Mr. Fairchild wasn't around?
No, I guess I never did. Mr. Fairchild didn't think it was a good idea. Said he wanted me to get the most for my money. Said he was afraid if the company owners talked to me alone, they might argue me into taking less profit. Didn't want me to talk to him at all if he wasn't around.
And you weren't suspicious of him at all, huh?
Mr. Fairchild? No. Very nice man. There are a few things he did that made me a little uncertain, but he always explained everything to me. He always had a good reason for everything he did. Nice man, clean-cut, well-dressed, beautiful manners. Never take him for anything but a gentleman. You'll see what I mean. Wait till you meet him.
Yes, ma'am.
Just a perfect gentleman. I don't know what to think. I can't call him a crook. He just isn't that kind.
Well, he took your money, Miss Barrett.
Yes.
What else would you call him? 2:18 p.m. When we got through interviewing the latest victim, Marie Barrett, Bill Lockwood and I drove out to the plastics company on San Fernando Road where we talked to the owner and manager. The story was pretty much the same. The suspect, using the name of George Fairchild, had called on them 3 weeks before, introducing himself as an investment counselor. He told them he had clients with money to invest in a growing industry such as theirs, and they went for the story. They told us Fairchild had come back 2 or 3 times with different persons whom he introduced as his clients. They'd been shown through the plastics plant and given a sales talk. That's about all the company owners could tell us. When we got back to the office, we checked their names through the regular business channels and found out they were reputable businessmen. There was nothing to indicate that they had anything to do with the suspect's bunco operations. 4:30 p.m.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, Bill.
Girl out here to see us, the one who used to be Preston's secretary, Vivian Castle.
Oh, yeah. She say what she wanted?
No, seems a little anxious.
Officer, I'm glad I found you in.
How are you, Miss Castle?
I'm all right. I was going to phone you, but I couldn't remember your number. Lost the card you gave me, so I decided to come down. You remember talking to me, don't you, about Mr. Preston, my old boss?
Yes, ma'am. Have you heard from him?
Well, no, I haven't, but you remember me telling you about my girlfriend, Norma?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the time Mr. Preston took me out, Norma and her boyfriend were with us?
Yes, ma'am.
And the way Mr. Preston kept making a play for Norma. Well, I saw Norma at lunchtime today, first time in weeks.
Mm-hmm.
She told me she got a call from Mr. Preston. I told her I'd tell you all about it. She's got a date with him.
When?
For dinner Friday night.
You are listening to Dragnet, authentic stories of your police force in action.
To show our confidence in Fatima, we make you this money-back guarantee.
Buy a pack of Fatimas. Enjoy Fatima quality, extra mildness, and superbly blended tobaccos.
If you're not convinced Fatima is better than the king-size cigarette you're now smoking, just return the pack and the unsmoked Fatimas by August 1st, 1952, for your money back plus postage. Fatima, Box 37, New York 1.
Prove Fatima quality yourself. Compare Fatima with any other king-size cigarette.
1. Fatima's length filters the smoke 85 millimeters for your protection.
2. Fatima's length cools the smoke for your protection.
3. Fatima's length gives you those extra puffs, 21% longer than standard cigarette size.
And in Fatima, you get an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality.
Fatima gives you more for your money. Ask your dealer for Fatima in the bright, sunny yellow pack. Buy Fatima. Best of all, king-size cigarettes.
Wednesday, January 6th, 4:50 p.m. We called Vivian Castle's girlfriend, Norma Cummings, and then we drove out to talk to her. The Cummings girl told us that Russell Preston had telephoned that morning and made the date with her for Friday night at 7:30. He said they were to have dinner at a nightclub out in the Wilshire district. He also mentioned to her that he was staying in a hotel, but she didn't know the name of the location. We made arrangements for a stakeout at Norma Cummings' apartment. The girl agreed to cooperate with us. Thursday, January 7th. We checked with the personnel at the different restaurants, bars, and nightclubs which Preston and the Cummings girl were to visit. Some of them remembered Preston, but as far as they knew, he hadn't been back. We left our cards with each one of them, and we asked him to contact us if he should return. Just after lunch on Friday, we got a phone call from Norma Cummings.
When was that, miss? Uh-huh. Did you find out where he was? I see. Mm-hmm. Will you be there for the rest of the day? All right, fine. Yeah, we'll call you back. Goodbye. Yeah, Cummings girl. She's at work. She just had a phone call from Preston. She tried to find out where he was. No go.
What did he have to say?
That dinner date he had with her tonight?
Yeah.
He called it off.
Later that afternoon, we went out and talked to the Cummings girl. She told us Preston explained on the phone that he had to cancel a date that night because of some business deal that had come up. He told her he'd get in touch with her over the weekend. He didn't. By Thursday of the following week, she still hadn't heard from him. 2 days later, on a Saturday afternoon, we got a call from one of the cocktail lounges Preston had visited. The bartender remembered us being in there to inquire about the suspect, and he'd saved our card. He said Preston was there now with another man drinking at the bar. We asked the bartender to try and delay the suspect as long as possible. Then we got in the car and drove to the location. It was too late. The bartender explained that he tried to delay the man that he thought was Preston, but he didn't have much luck. The suspect had left a few minutes after the bartender had called us. He'd been drinking heavily. The man Preston had been with was still there. He was sitting at an old upright piano in the back of the place trying to pick out a tune with one finger. Bill and I went back and talked to him. He gave his name as Fred Sandell.
Yeah, that's right. I was drinking with a fellow. Why? What's the matter, officer?
Did you ever see the man before?
Yeah, once or twice.
In here?
Oh, a place up the street, 780 Club. I had a couple of drinks with him in there.
You know his name?
Well, what's the angle? You want him for something?
Oh, it's just a routine check. We'd like to talk to him.
Well, I don't know. I might know his name.
Yeah?
Well, what's the angle on the thing? You want him for something big?
We want to talk to him, that's all.
Did he pull a heist? Something like that? Hey, he didn't look like that kind of guy. Oh, a lousy thing, and then we couldn't get that right.
How about it? You say you might know the man's name. What was it?
Well, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm the one that ought to tell you.
How do you mean?
Well, I don't want to get anybody in trouble. I want to give out names. What's the angle on him? You want him for something big or what?
Big enough, yeah.
Oh. Well, his name's Preston, I think. That's the name he gave me, anyway. I see him around bars in the neighborhood every once in a while.
How much do you know about him?
Well, not much. I had a few drinks with him now and then, talked a little bit. That's about all.
What did you say your name was, sir?
Sandell, Fred Sandell. Well, what's the angle on this, Preston?
We want to get in touch with him. You know where he lives?
I don't know. I might. You want him for something big, isn't that right?
Well, what's the difference? We want him.
Well, it could be a lot of difference. I mean, what's the angle? If it's important to you and I helped you, well, you'd probably want to do the right thing, huh?
I don't know if I got you right.
Well, I mean, if you really want the guy, you know. If it's important to you and I helped you reach him, you'd want to make it square with me, wouldn't you? Huh? And not that I'm asking for payoff. You understand that?
Yeah, we understand. Where's Preston live?
Well, I didn't say I knew where the guy lives. I didn't say that.
Do you know where he lives?
Well, I'm not sure. I might. I don't know if I'll tell you, though. I don't know.
All right, you want to stand by here, Bill? I better check in.
Yeah, fine.
Okay.
City Hall.
2625, please.
2625.
Record Bureau, Honda.
Yeah, John, this is Joe Friday, Bunko.
Yeah, Friday.
I'd like to check on a suspect, John. He gives the name of Fred Sandell. He's a WMA, about 45, 5'10", 170 pounds, brown hair, brown eyes, ruddy complexion, small scar just below the left ear.
Okay. Want me to call you back on that?
Yeah, would you please? I'm at Dunkirk, 35016.
Right, I'll call you.
Thanks. Oh, say, John, could you switch me over to Bunko, please? I'm calling from outside.
Yeah, sure. Hang on.
Thank you.
Yes?
Would you switch?
Switch this call over to Bunko Detail, please?
Bunko Detail, surely.
Bunko, Riblin.
Joe Friday, Charlie. Anything doing?
Oh, yeah, Joe, quite a bit. That suspect of yours, Russell Preston,
Mm-hmm.
he's been picked up.
Yeah? Well, how'd that happen?
A radio car picked him up 8th and South Grand. Drunk charge, I understand. He was pretty well plastered, wandering around in the middle of the street. Had quite a bit of money on him. They brought him into robbery for questioning.
Are you sure he's Preston?
Yeah, description checks. A couple of sets of identification on him, too. One for Russell Preston, one for George Fairchild.
Well, where they got him now?
Next door, interrogation room. Ken Scarce is talking to him. He's copying out on 2 of the jobs he pulled.
Okay, Charlie. Thanks a lot. We'll be right in.
Right, Joe.
All right, bye. Bill, see you a minute.
Yeah.
You might as well check in. Preston's been picked up.
When?
Probably just after you left this bar. A radio car spotted him, pulled him in.
How about that?
Yeah.
You work 2 months on a case, and just when we start to get close, somebody else picks the guy up.
Yeah, that's right. It's not very exciting, is it?
You know, I was just thinking, officer, I don't want to be a hardhead about this thing, you know. I mean, if you want this guy Preston, I'd be glad I'd help you find him. I don't want to be a hardhead.
Excuse me a minute. Yeah?
John Hunter, Friday Record Bureau.
Oh, yeah, John.
I got a make on that name you asked for, Fred Sandell. There's a warrant on him. Grand theft auto. Got a pretty long record. You want me to read it off?
No, that's all right, John.
Right. Bye.
Right, thank you.
Well, what do you say, Sergeant? Suppose we sit down and have a drink and talk things over. And I'll show you where I think this Preston hangs out. I mean, if we make the right deal,
Well, it's already been made. You want to grab your top coat there? We'd like to talk to you downtown.
Me? What for? What are you talking about?
Grand theft auto. They want you, mister.
Oh, wait a minute. You made a mistake. You didn't come in here looking for me. You're not even assigned to my case. Well, this ain't fair.
Get your coat. Let's go.
Yeah, but this ain't fair. You come in here looking for Preston. You didn't want me.
We do now.
Well, what kind of a deal do you call that? You're looking for Preston. You picked me up. Well, what's the angle?
There's no angle. Some days you gotta settle for less, that's all. Come on, let's go.
The story you have just heard was true. The names were changed to protect the innocent.
On April 5th, trial was held in Superior Court, Department 89, City and County of Los Angeles, State of California. In a moment, the results of that trial.
Now, here is our star, Jack Webb.
Thank you, George Fenneman. Friends, I sincerely hope you'll remember tomorrow what we've told you about Fatima tonight. You remember we said that Fatima is the best of all king-size cigarettes. Well, we'd like you to try a pack and prove that to your own satisfaction. You'll find Fatima gives you an extra mild and soothing smoke, plus the added protection of Fatima quality. And remember this, Fatima gives you more for your money. When you buy cigarettes, look for the bright, sunny yellow pack and buy Fatima. I know you'll like them.
Russell R. Preston, alias George Fairchild, alias Robert Fairchild, was tried and convicted on 3 counts of grand theft. Fred Sandell was tried and convicted of grand theft, 1 count. Both men received sentences as prescribed by law. They are now serving their terms in the state penitentiary, San Quentin, California. Grand theft is punishable by imprisonment for not less than 1 nor more than 10 years. You have just heard Dragnet, a series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice comes from the Office of Chief of Police W.H. Parker, Los Angeles Police Department. Technical advisors Captain Jack Donahoe, Sergeant Marty Wynn, Sergeant Vance Brasher. Heard tonight were Martin Milner, Marion Richmond, Vic Rodman. Script by Jim Moser. Music by Walter Schumann. Hal Gibney speaking.
Fatima Cigarettes, best of all king-size cigarettes, has brought you Dragnet, transcribed from Los Angeles.
Now it's Counter Spy on NBC.
Standard of California, on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West, invite you to Let George Do It. Another adventure of George Valentine.
Personal notice. If it's so fantastic you can do nothing about it yourself, then you've got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Dear Mr. Valentine, the writing and rewriting of this letter has proved one thing to me, that I can't find the words to convey my desperation. Somehow, in a way I can't explain, my life has been touched by evil. Pure, undiluted evil. There is something here too strange for me to comprehend. Something unworldly
almost. It is not only for my sake that I ask for your assistance, but for the continued sanity of my fiancé. Accept the enclosed check as a retainer, Mr. Valentine, and please call on me at once. And it's signed, Gilbert Dressler. Oh, this doesn't make sense, George.
Well, it makes enough sense to show that Gilbert Dressler is pretty panicky.
I know, George, but there's something too strange to comprehend. Unworldly. Sounds like he's having trouble with banshees.
Well, whatever his source of trouble, it's our source of income, Brooksy.
But how do people let themselves get into this kind of situation?
This kind of situation pays the rent. So let's go find out what's on Gilbert Dressler's unhappy mind.
In my 10 years on the desert, Mr. Valentine, I've witnessed events that would freeze the very marrow in your bones.
Yes, I'm not doubting your word, Mr. Dressler,
Terrifying events. Things that are only spoken about in whispers, behind locked doors.
Yes, but let's be a little more specific.
Magic. Voodoo, if you will. An evil beyond evil. They're right here in your own city.
But why are you hiring us?
Yes, Mr. Dressler. You mentioned something about a fiancée in your letter. What about her?
Yes, Gabrielle. I love her.
Oh, we're sure of that, Mr. Dressler, but you also wrote something about fearing for her continued sanity. What makes you think her sanity won't continue?
Margot.
Margot? What's that supposed to mean to me?
Oh, forgive me. I was referring to Madame Margot. She claims she's a medium. I claim she's a purveyor of black magic.
Well, now we're getting somewhere. You're trying to tell us Gabrielle, your fiancée, is somehow being influenced by this Madame Margot.
Yes.
How?
Why, she's taking all her money away from her.
Oh, how long has this been going on?
Since Gabrielle's mother, Mrs. Turner, died.
Oh, what happened?
Mary Turner was cleaning her hunting rifle, and it went off. Very unfortunate. The sporting world lost a great devotee because of Mrs. Turner's accident.
All right, what do you want us to do?
Expose Madame Margot. That's what I want you to do.
Expose her?
Certainly. I've arranged for you to visit Madame Margot this very afternoon. Here, this is her card. And tonight, you shall attend a séance at the Turner Mansion.
A séance? Oh, George, there's nothing I like better than an evening cavorting with the spirit world.
Okay, Brooksy, we'll give it a whirl. I never saw a ghost yet who didn't scream when it was pinched.
There's Madame Margot's place, George, 214.
Yep, I'll pull up in front.
Well, one thing I'll say for her, George. She's not squeamish about operating in a tough neighborhood.
Uh-huh. Well, looks all very proper, Brooksy. Even to the neat little sign on a window. Madame Margot, clairvoyant and mentalist. Seances by appointment. Okay, let's go.
Well, ring the bell, George.
Oh, that's a very good idea.
Oh, great. Listen to that local color, will you?
In a joint like this, I'll settle for nothing less than a swami.
Yeah.
You have been expected. Please enter, Sahib.
Sahib?
This way, if you please. Madame Margot offers herself to meditation. However, she will receive you shortly.
Straighten your turban, George. Do you mind if we sit down, Mr.
Hasim. Upon this level, that is the name by which I am known. Please be seated.
Yes, thanks.
And now Hasim will leave you. Seek to attune yourself to the vibration of the sphere.
Oh, sure, we'll do just that, Hasim.
Well, there's your Swami, George. Wonder what bottle he floated out of.
I'll bet when that towel around his head is unwrapped, it reads Oasis Motel.
Hey, this Madame Margot must do all right. Look at the jade vases, carved teeth. Look at this rug.
Oh, Brooksy, for a candy bar in North Africa during the war, I could have filled a barracks bag with this junk.
Junk? Why, some of these things are priceless,
Bargain
George.
basement gadgets, Brooksy, part of a pitch.
Well, I don't want to argue with you, but
Look, Claire, I haven't heard of a setup like this yet that wasn't phony. A shrewd operator in a bathrobe and a crystal ball can make a fortune feeding customers the things they want to hear.
Yes, but this Madame Margot is supposed to be uncanny. There. Anyway, that's what Mr. Dressler seems to think.
Well, I don't know what her act is, Brooksy, but I'm making book that Margot's got a huge investment in trapdoors and mirrors. And one of these days, she's going to trip over her own ectoplasm.
George.
Huh? Oh.
I know, of course, that Mr. Gilbert Dressler sent you to me. He gave no reason for the arrangement except that you were his friend.
Oh, well, Mr. Dressler just likes to be mysterious. I understand that 10 years on the desert can do that to a person.
He is obsessed with the idea that I bring harm to Gabrielle Turner. He is a stupid man.
Yeah. Well, what about this crystal ball here? What can it tell you about me?
Very well. Seek yourself in the past and the future. Margot will seek with you. Believe Margot, and the dimness in the crystal will be swept away and will become as a sudden burst of light, revealing all. See? Even now the shadow's clear. The image asserts itself. There has been violence and terror in your life.
Well, I can't see you wrong about that.
As if many men had come together to do you harm, in a vastness too great for the eye to scan.
A vastness?
In a desert, perhaps. Many men and many machines. Yes, it is a desert. And you are wearing a uniform.
George, that's amazing.
Yeah. Can you tell me where this desert is? In what country?
Oh, it is plain. Should it startle you that I know? To Margot, the crystal has no secrets. It is the Sahara.
North Africa, huh?
Of course, Mr. Valentine. What made you ask that?
Oh, come off it, kiddo. How gullible do you expect one man to be?
What are you talking about, Mr. Valentine?
Madame Margot, if you get paid for this sort of thing, I'm going out and rent a sarong and a Turkish towel. That's all I need for an easy life. That and a detective phone with a hidden mic.
Get out of here.
Now, wait a minute. I've got a couple of other things that I would...
Get out of here. Hassim.
Oh, why don't you let that poor guy alone, Margot? Making him stand behind those drapes all this time?
Perhaps one day you will laugh yourself to death on your poor humor, Mr. Valentine.
George, he's got a gun.
Don't worry, Brooksy. Madame Margot can't afford to get rough. This kind of melodrama sometimes leads to scandal. That wouldn't be good business for her.
He wearies me with his glibness, Hassim.
You should have kept looking in your crystal ball, Margot. Then you could have warned your number one boy. Always keep that gun close to his side.
You fool.
Let's get out of here, Brooksy.
Okay, George.
You will regret this.
Oh, look, honey, don't go dramatic on me. Save those pear-shaped tones for Gabrielle Turner.
I don't understand, George. How did she know you were in North Africa?
Because she had us tuned in with her little detective phone before she came into the room.
Oh.
Brooksy, when I was telling you about it, I lied to you purposely. I saw North Africa once from an airplane 10,000 feet up at nighttime.
Well, now that we know that Margot reads past, presents, and futures by direct wire, what are we going to do?
Have dinner, Brooksy.
Oh, fine.
And we've got a date with a few assorted ghosts.
Oh, fine.
But how about the rest of these people here, Mr. Dressler? Are they friends of the family, too?
A cult of vultures, Mr. Valentine. Parasites of the late Maddie Turner, whose interest in spiritualism is heightened by the free champagne served before every seance. Oh, Gabrielle. Gabrielle, my dear. This is Mr. Valentine. And Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
How do you do?
I suppose you're welcome here, both of you. Even though you've come to sneer at us.
Oh, I wouldn't put it that way, Gabrielle. We're just here to take a look.
There have been scoffers before. Please understand that you've been invited only because Gilbert insisted upon it.
Gabrielle! Oh, there you are. Have you explained to Gilbert's guests how stupid they are?
Hey, where do you get all your information, lady?
I am Gabrielle's aunt, young lady, Vida Patterson.
Oh.
I happen to concern myself with the caliber of people with whom Gabrielle is forced to associate.
What makes you think Miss Brooks is a bad influence, Miss Patterson?
Oh, Gabrielle is emotionally high-strung. People like you, people from the outside, upset her.
Huh? From the outside?
My dear, the rest of the party is going into the sanctuary. Madame Margot is waiting.
Oh, George, not again.
Yep. Let's give the old gal another rumble.
Hey, George. The hair on the back of my neck is going to look funny with my permanent. This thing is scary.
Yeah, with all the trimmings. This sanctuary is a great backdrop for Dracula. Candlelight and polka music for a vampire.
Have the courtesy to be quiet. Nothing must disturb Madame Margot while she reaches her control.
Control? What's that?
A voice, Miss Brooks. Margot's link with the spirit world. You'll see, it's very weird. The voice with which Margot speaks will not be her voice at all.
Oh, Gilbert, why did you bring these people here?
Hush, child, hush.
There are alien presences here. Contact has been difficult, but there is a message to one who has traveled from a far place to be here.
George.
Listen. Listen.
So many years. So much time. Gilbert. Listen to me, Gilbert.
It's Janice. This is impossible.
Please listen to me, Gilbert.
Janice, what are you doing here? I thought you ran off to Cairo with Cecil.
Rid yourself of those who would bring harm to Margot. They are evil. Remember, Gilbert, I've always known what's best for you, my dear.
You haven't changed a bit, have you, Janice? Always showing up at the wrong time and knowing what's best. Janice, go away.
Get rid of them. Get rid of those who do us harm.
You never told me about her, Gilbert. You never mentioned a girl named Janice.
She was always interfering. Always. I hardly expected her to pop up again, my dear.
There is another message here from one who has newly passed over. She is suffering greatly.
Oh, no.
She has been murdered, shot. She suffers from the anguish of knowing her murder.
Oh, no. I couldn't help it. I couldn't.
Gabriel, what is it, child?
Her murderer has not been avenged. There is blood on the hands of one who has shed it. Listen. She is trying.
Stop it! Make her leave me alone. I killed her. Of course I killed her. Leave me alone, all of you.
Oh, George. I've never seen anything like this in my life.
Yeah, this time, Brooksy, the spirits have the right word for it. Murder.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Meanwhile, a word about problems, major and minor. You know, a ring that refuses to come off a finger may seem like a major problem, but usually a bit of soap and water does the trick. Stuck rings in an automobile engine would be something else again, and could be very costly, in fact. But today, compounded RPM motor oil keeps the danger of stuck piston rings at just about zero. Even more important, the added compounds in RPM put a stop to the biggest bugaboo of engine wear, internal rust. They also prevent crankcase foaming and stop the formation of gum and lacquer in your car's engine. And a cleaner engine system means extra life for your car. Add up all these advantages of RPM motor oil, and it's easy to see why motorists choose RPM 2-to-1 over any other motor oil in the West. Try this premium quality motor oil tomorrow. Get RPM at standard stations and independent Chevron gas stations where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. And now back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. Well, there's an old saying that murder will out, but when it comes pointing its finger from the spirit world, then George finds himself tangled in one of the strangest cases he's ever come across. And at the precinct house, the day after the seance, Lieutenant Riley puts it this way.
Valentine, ever since I heard that girl confess to murder while she was talking to a ghost, I've just been breathless waiting for you to drop around.
Yeah, it's a weirdie, isn't it, Lieutenant?
Well, maybe your boys just didn't feel like being clever the day Mrs. Turner was murdered. Is that why you called it a hunting accident?
Now, look, Miss Brooks, I'm not perfect like your boyfriend Valentine.
And I'd be the first one to admit that.
Yeah.
But as a matter of fact, I personally contribute to the support of you guys. A little thing called taxes. I'm just perfect enough to want a little action for my money.
Valentine, 3 months ago, we were called in by Vida Patterson to investigate the death of her sister, Mattie Turner. We called it an accident because that's the way the setup looked. Because there wasn't any reason to call it murder.
Well, whatever happened to that suspicious nature of yours, Lieutenant?
Yeah. A prominent society woman is found dead, shot. A woman who surrounds herself with a house full of sponging friends. Don't you remember what your correspondence course says about a situation like that, Lieutenant?
Look. When a person is found dead with her finger on the trigger, we consider the reports of ballistics, medical examiner, and a dozen other experts. Then we fumbling police arrive at certain conclusions. In the death of Mrs. Turner, that conclusion was accidental death.
Here.
Bravo, Lieutenant. But how could so many people fumble about the same thing?
Yeah.
Does that confession mean that Gabrielle is going to stand trial for murder, Lieutenant?
Well, I doubt it. In that household of crazy people, she's the squirreliest of the lot. Unless her Aunt Mrs. Patterson isn't just a little bit ahead of her.
Then Gabrielle will be committed to an institution.
Yep. She's home now under the care of a physician and under police guard. She can't even remember confessing, much less how or why she killed anybody.
Uh-huh. You wouldn't mind if Claire and I dropped in on the Turner family, would you, Lieutenant?
Well, sure. Go ahead. You'll be in good company. But take my advice and hide when the wagon comes. Those young interns sometimes have trouble figuring who fits the straitjacket.
Lieutenant, I secretly love all men who say nice things like that.
Oh, it's you two. I was beginning to hope that I'd only hired you in a dream.
Look, Gilbert, let's both get real grown up and face facts. You really did hire me, and we're both stuck.
I'm not in the habit of paying people who bungle their jobs. It must be quite obvious that I don't need your alleged services any longer.
But we haven't finished our job, Mr. Dressler.
So if you will return my fee, which you have not earned...
Oh, yeah. Well, let's chat, Gilbert. Mind if we come inside?
I certainly do.
Thanks a lot. Close the door, Brooksy. Now, look, Gilbert, you hired me to do a job. I'm not backing out of it. Why should you?
You admit you failed, don't you?
You don't have much room to talk, Mr. Dressler. Who was that Janice you were talking to last night?
Janice is dead. She died nearly 10 years ago.
10 years? Then how did she
I dislike to say it, but even I am now convinced that Margot is not a fraud. How could she have known about Janice?
Oh, it's very simple. You blurted out Janice's name as soon as Margot began to broaden her age.
Yeah, it's a good thing Margot didn't drop her H's, Mr. Dressler. You might have come up with the name of some little barmaid in Soho.
You're not very amusing, young lady.
Now, what about Gabrielle? Where is she?
They've taken her away, Mr. Valentine. Poor girl. I was deeply attached to her.
Uh-huh. I'll bet her aunt is overcome, too.
Vida Patterson is a remarkable woman. She buries her sorrow in her books.
Books. Ledgers would be a better word. Where is she?
In the library. She explicitly informed me that she wishes to grieve.
Well, now, that's very touching. Come on, Claire.
What is it, Gilbert? I told you I wanted no interruptions unless it's absolutely necessary.
It's absolutely necessary.
Oh, it's the intruders again.
Yes, I hate to take you away from your tears, Miss Patterson, but there are a few questions I want to ask you.
And by what right? You're not the police.
Oh, this won't take long. Just a moment of your lonely time and you can go right back to eating your heart out.
What is it you want?
I want to know a little bit more about the murder of Mattie Turner. It was murder, wasn't it?
Oh, imagine the ingratitude of this child. Killing my poor sister after all the wonderful things we've done for her.
Oh, yes. She was so overcome by those wonderful things, she can't even remember killing your sister.
Oh, Gabrielle has lapses of memory. An unfortunate trait which she inherited from her father's side of the family.
Oh, well, this wealth you were talking about, what happens to that?
Oh, how can you mention money at a time like this?
Well, let's mention it anyhow. Who gets it?
Well, of course, Gabrielle inherited the mother's estate, and now that she will be declared insane, why, I suppose well, I don't know. I've never given it a thought.
No, I'll just bet you haven't. Well, thanks a lot, Miss Patterson. I just know it'll kill you every time you spend a penny of all those thousands of dollars.
Get out of here!
Miss Patterson doesn't like us, George.
Yeah, we've got crazy ideas, Brooksy. All right, come on. Let's go see whether one of them will pay off.
What makes people like that, George?
If you're talking about the zanies who wander in and out of the Turner mansion, the answer is money. From here, that's the only way the rag makes sense.
Well, I don't want to crowd you with funnies, George, but there's Hasim again.
Huh?
Yeah, he's planted up ahead there. The corner of the house this time.
How do you like that?
See him in the shadows?
Yeah. Let's find out what he's got on his mind.
Still looks sinister, even in a pinstripe suit.
Yeah. Well, Hasim, doing a little snooping on your own?
You go to great lengths to involve yourself in difficulty, my rash friend.
Brace yourself, Hasim. You're no friend of mine.
Furthermore, you are in our way.
Georgie's still got that gun.
Watch it, Brooksy. All right, pick up the gun quick.
Here, George. Here you are.
Yeah, you shouldn't carry such things around after dark, Hasim. And so it doesn't accidentally go off and hurt somebody, I'll just take out the clip. And the extra bullet in the chamber.
You will be sorry you did this.
There you are. Take your plaything. I'll keep the bullets. Now, why did Madame Margot send you here?
I know nothing.
You're so right. Okay, take off, Nature Boy. Beat it. I'm tired of playing patty cake with people out of storybooks. You know what? It adds up, Claire. It really does.
It does?
Huh? Brooksy, I want you to get down to headquarters as soon as possible. Tell Lieutenant Riley to get that whole crew together, all those pixies who were at the seance last night.
Including the spirits, George?
Including Gabrielle Turner. Tell the lieutenant to bring them all back to the sanctuary.
But why?
If there really was a murder, Brooksy, I won't be able to live with myself until I find out the reason for it. Right now, I've got a date with a crystal ball. And maybe I'll get a preview. Margot, in the jargon of the street, your chances aren't worth a darn.
Stop speaking in riddles, Mr. Valentine. What's on your mind?
You are, Margot. Madam, accessory after the fact, Margot. The fact being murder.
If I were acquainted with your brand of humor, perhaps I would be amused.
I doubt it. Look, you're worried, honey. That's why you tagged that small-time Svengali on me. You can be sent to jail for years and years, and that's really something to worry about.
What are you trying to say?
Well, I hate to sully those shell-like ears of yours with nasty words, Margot, but just take my advice and be my buddy for the next few hours.
Why do you speak to me like this, as if I'm
As if you're a phony, and you are. You can throw your voice pretty well, but last night you threw it a little too far.
What do you want me to do?
I want you to finish that seance you started. It never did get done.
But for what reason?
So you can turn state's evidence. Now, a clever girl like you can appreciate a good twist.
I think I understand.
Yes, I think you do. So let's not keep the cult waiting, Margot. Besides, Lieutenant Riley is a very impatient man.
Valentine, if you can figure out how this girl murdered Mattie Turner by asking Mattie Turner how she did it, I'm going to turn in my badge, buy a turban and a crystal ball, and apprehend criminals while I sit in my easy chair.
Just stick around, Lieutenant. This Margot will give you a lesson you'll never forget.
You know, that's the wonderful thing about being a police lieutenant. Every amateur I meet wants to give me lessons.
But Margot's no amateur. All these people think she's the greatest thing that ever happened to them. They believe whatever Margot says.
Valentine, haven't you been the cause of enough suffering for poor Miss Patterson? I feel it is my obligation to defend her against your ill manners.
Yes, and I demand to know by what authority you have entered my house. Why have you brought Gabrielle here? I'll have the law.
You already have it. Lieutenant, this is Miss Patterson. She lives here.
You got troubles, Miss Patterson?
Oh, why, no, it's just that it's Gabrielle.
Gabrielle's okay. She's in the sanctuary with the doctor. I wouldn't worry about her.
Maybe we'd better go in. Margot's had plenty of time to get wound up.
Okay.
Hello, Gabrielle. How do you feel?
I don't understand. This all happened before. Long ago. A very long time ago.
Yes, now you're all right. Just take it easy.
I really didn't mean to. I didn't hate my mother, you know.
Just sit tight, Gabrielle. And whatever happens, don't say anything. You understand? Don't say anything.
Of course. Of course, I understand. I killed her, but I didn't mean to. Tonight, for the last time, we seek to journey together into a strange land. A strange land where familiar faces and forgotten dreams dwell without perishing. Already the vapors which cloud our way are cleared. There is someone here who is trying to get through. She wishes to speak.
Is this why you dragged me here, Valentine? I know a ventriloquist when I hear one.
You know a lot more than the rest of these people. Just get this pitch,
Lieutenant. Has been grievously wronged. There is so much that stands in her way of happiness here. She wishes to speak to us. She says an injustice has been done. The way is clear.
Please stop her. Please. Can't you see this is a fraud? You don't know what you're doing. Send her back.
Listen.
You're breaking up the party, Miss Patterson. Why don't you relax?
Have they harmed you, Gabrielle?
Maddie.
And you, Vida? All that blood.
Oh.
Your sister's blood. Mine. Murderous.
Oh, stop it. Stop it, please, please.
Murderous. You watched me die. Death becomes you, my sister.
Oh, send her back. Oh, let's stop it. I killed her.
I'll take over from here, Valentine. Well, how about that, Brooksy? A killer trapped by a ghost. Only there wasn't any ghost.
George, if I've got to say it, and I've got to say it,
Huh?
you're a genius.
Oh, that's okay, Brooksy. You can say it. But all I had to know was that Margot was a phony, and Vida Patterson thought Margot was always on the level. Except once, that is.
Astound me, genius. What do you mean, except once?
Vida paid Margot to produce Maddie Turner and frighten Gabrielle into confessing.
Well, why should Gabrielle confess to a murder she didn't do?
Brooksy, there's a lot of evil people in this world. Vida Patterson is one of them. She knew her niece had a memory blank the night of the murder. So all this time, she's been making Gabrielle believe that she killed her own mother.
So all you did was make Margot produce Maddie Turner again.
Yep. Only this time, Maddie smoked. When Vida heard an imitation of her sister's voice, she thought it was the real thing. It was too much for her.
Oh, well, there's just one thing I still don't understand, George. What happened when you went back to see Margot?
Oh, she read my palm. Yeah, she said I had a wonderful heart line.
Oh?
Uh-huh. Margot looked at my hand and said I was a lover.
Oh. Well, I got a pretty good heart line myself.
Yeah?
Look at it, George.
Yeah.
Do you know what I think, George?
No, tell me what you think.
Well, I think we ought to get our heart lines crossed and see what happens.
And now, a word of importance to motorists. Maybe you've run into the kind of motorist who always says, grease is grease, and it doesn't matter where you take your car for lubrication service. Well, don't you believe him. At independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations, they use many specialized grades of RPM greases and oils to give your car a thorough lubrication. And each one is tailor-made to do a wear-saving job at some vital wear point on your car. The regular 1,000-mile grease job at these stations is done by trained experts. They follow a lube chart approved by the manufacturer of your car, and they take pride in doing a spick-and-span clean job for you. Next time your car is due for lubrication service, rely on the standard station or the independent Chevron gas station where they say and mean, we'll take better care of your car. Next week, when you tune our way for another adventure of George Valentine, you'll hear...
Hey, Brooksy, tell me something.
Yes, George?
How would you like to play Cigarette Girl at the Kit Kat Club tomorrow night?
You mean in one of those fluffy short skirts and long black stockings?
Yeah, the works.
Yeah, but what are you talking about, George?
We're going to stage a little drama, Brooksy, with a cast of two. A Carnation and Art Gary. And I have a hunch the Carnation will be the star of the show.
Tonight's adventure of George Valentine has been brought to you by Standard of California on behalf of independent Chevron gas stations and standard stations throughout the West. Let George Do It stars Robert Bailey as George with Frances Robinson as Claire. Wally Mayer appears as Lieutenant Riley. Tonight's story was written by Morton Fine and directed by Don Clark. Also heard in the cast were Don Morrison as Gilbert, Irene Tedrow as Margot, Sarah Selby as Vida, Gene Bates as Gabrielle, and Lalchan Mehra as Hasim. The music is composed and conducted by Eddie Dunstetter. Your announcer, John Heaston. Listen again next week, same time, same station, to Let George Do It. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. When Mike Shayne isn't burning the midnight oil over some unsolved crime, he's generally doing the next most interesting thing, talking about one. Right now, he's leaning back in his easy chair doing a powerful lot of talking to his old friend, Inspector Faraday. It's a stag session, for Mike's assistant, Phyllis Knight, has gone home early this evening.
Of course, Faraday, I don't know much about the case except what I've read in the papers, but it seems to me that you're going after the wrong guy.
Mike, this Joe has got a prison record as long as a kangaroo's tail. Why should he sidestep a little thing like murder?
Just because he has got a prison record as long as a kangaroo's tail. Look, I remember a case back in New York that's almost a carbon copy of this. I've got some newspaper clippings on it in the files here. I'll read them to you just a second.
You don't get the point, Mike. This killing is gruesome, horrible. It would take a hardened criminal to carry it through.
Doggone it, they're here in the files somewhere. Now, Phil could turn right to it.
Yeah, she went home kind of early this evening, didn't she?
Yeah, she's got a girlfriend staying up at the apartment with her. Went home to help her pack up.
Friend from out of town?
Uh-huh. Girl had a fight with her fiancé and wants to play hermit for a few days.
I know. The old feminine trick. Goodbye forever. Till next Saturday night.
Right.
I'll get it, Mike. Hello?
Mike? Oh, thank heavens you're still there.
This is Faraday, Phyllis. Mike's ransacking his files. I'll get them for you.
Wait a minute. You better hear this too, Inspector. Maybe it's your business.
What's wrong, girl? You sound scared blue.
I am. I know something's happened. I don't dare look.
All right, but what is it, Phil?
Yeah, wait a minute. Let me talk to her.
Here. She sounds like she's going to cry.
Hello, Angel.
Oh, Mike. Mike, get over here quick.
Now, wait a minute. Calm down, honey. Now, tell me what's wrong.
Well, you know Lois was leaving my apartment tonight, and I came home to help her pack.
Yeah, sure.
Well, Mike, she's not here. At least I don't think so.
Now, please, Angel, wait a minute. I can't tell what you're talking about.
Well, I found her trunk already packed and locked, and...
Yeah?
And I think...
Yep. What, honey? What?
I think her body's inside.
Well, at last. I thought you'd never get here.
Honey, we came as fast as we could.
Yeah.
Where's the trunk?
In the bedroom.
All right, now tell me what happened.
Well, I found the hall door off the lock, so I expected she'd be right back. I kept waiting, and then I started to worry. She had that row with Nelson. He threatened her.
You see what I mean, Faraday? A woman's intuition.
Well, the baggage man came. He started to take the trunk, but then I heard it.
Heard what?
Something slumped inside, and the trunk seemed so heavy, I told the man to leave it. We weren't going to send it after all.
Oh, great.
I looked at it real close, and when I saw the padlock... that's when I phoned you, Mike.
Mm-hmm. Well, I see it. A smear of blood on the lock. That's not unusual, honey. Maybe she cut her hand when she closed the trunk.
No, for heaven's sakes, I'm no child. Look here in this closet. There are all Lois's dresses, still on the hangers. They weren't packed in the trunk.
It just means that she hasn't finished packing.
I thought of that, too, Mike. I started to push the trunk back against the wall, but it wouldn't budge. There's something inside of it, and it isn't clothing.
Well, let's see.
I'll say.
It's loaded with something.
There, you hear that? Something slumped inside. Just as you tipped the trunk, Faraday.
Okay, I guess the only way we can satisfy you is to open it, if we can find the key.
Well, here, I've got it. It's here in her purse. That's another thing that scared me, Mike. Lois's handbag. Just laying here on the dressing table.
Let's have it, Phil.
Honey, wasn't that the hall door?
Of course, there's your girl now.
Oh, it's about time that you... No, it's Nelson.
Let's see. Yeah. You looking for somebody, partner?
Oh, I didn't think there was anybody here.
You always walk right in when there's nobody home?
Well, I meant, I thought Lois was here alone. I'll come back again.
No. We'd like you to stay. She may be in any minute.
Well, I really...
Come in a minute. Come on in. We'd like to talk to you ourselves. Come on.
I don't understand. You're friends of Lois?
Yes. This is Mike Shane and Inspector Faraday.
I don't understand.
You don't have to. Okay, Phil, let's have that key.
Here.
Thanks.
Hey, here, what are you doing? That's Lois's trunk. You haven't any right to
Maybe not, but we like to open surprise packages.
Oh, I hope I'm wrong. I hope it's a mistake.
All right, Mike. Let's swing her open.
Honey.
Yeah? What's inside?
No, don't look. I'm afraid you were right.
Coroner's on his way.
It doesn't seem real. Just a few hours ago, I was talking to her, and now...
I know, honey, I know. It's hard to take.
You, young fella, what's your name?
Huh? Nelson Carter.
Supposed to be the girl's fiancé, huh? You don't seem to be particularly upset.
I'm stunned.
What brought you here?
I came to see Lois. I was here this afternoon, and we had another fight. I came back to apologize.
That's something new. First time you ever apologized for anything. You drove the poor girl half crazy.
Well, it was her fault. She wouldn't listen to me. I was right from the very start.
Oh, sure. So right you never let her have a thought of her own. You hounded her with your rightness. That's why she moved in with me, to get away from you and your pestering phone calls and your fights.
That's a lie. You came between us. Lois told me this afternoon you said she should forget me.
I told her so at breakfast. But she couldn't. She was still in love with you.
What?
She was going back to her apartment tomorrow morning.
There's something I don't get. If Lois was using Phil's apartment as a sort of hideout, how did this fella know she was here?
That's my business.
It's also ours, son. What time did you come here this afternoon?
Why, about 4:30.
The girl's been dead 3 or 4 hours.
Say, look here, if you're trying to pin this on me, you're crazy.
Maybe. Lois told me about your insane temper. You threatened to kill her.
I did not. Oh, you're a pack of fools. But I think I do know who did it.
Yeah? Who?
Wait a minute. Who can that be?
Well, it's too soon for the coroner. I'll answer it.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm sorry to bother you at this hour, but we had some trouble about a pickup at this address.
Oh, what kind of a pickup?
Why, a trunk. I'm the traffic investigator for the transfer company. We gave one of our drivers a pickup order at this apartment, but he didn't bring it in. In fact, he's disappeared.
Oh, wait a minute. I can explain part of it. I told your driver I changed my mind. I didn't want the trunk sent.
Oh, I see. You're Miss Phyllis Knight.
That's right.
Haven't I met you somewhere before? Your voice sounds familiar.
It ought to, Mr. Shane. You used to hear it every day. Going up, sir? Floors, please.
An elevator operator.
In the Rusk building. Well, I'm sorry I disturbed you, but we're just trying to locate our driver. Good night.
Yeah. Good night.
That's funny. Why should a baggage company driver disappear?
Right after he came for this trunk. I wonder...
All right, kids, let's get back to business. Now, Mr. Carter, you started to say you knew the killer.
Yeah, Lois's old boss, Joseph Spiegel. He's head of the Spiegel Chemical Laboratories. She told me this afternoon he was coming to see her.
Yeah, but he doesn't know she was here. Lois quit her job with him last week.
Assume he did know. Why should our next boss want to kill the girl?
Because he's a crook. I used to work in Spiegel's laboratory, and I discovered he was stealing formulas from other companies. So I quit. But not Lois. Oh, no. Now, she was his private secretary, and our boss was just a soul of honor. That's what started our fighting.
Yes, but when she learned you were right, she did quit. 3 days ago.
All right. But it sounds like a pretty flimsy reason to kill a girl.
Not if Lois had the goods on him. He wanted to stop her tongue.
You weren't fighting about that this afternoon?
No. No, she told me she was going to go to work for another chemical company. I told her when I married I didn't want my wife working. Well, we both got pretty mad. She said she'd never marry me.
I can imagine how you took that with your conceit.
How about it, Mike?
I don't know. I'm a little worried, Faraday. This is Phil's apartment. She's been living here alone up till the past few days.
Yeah?
Lois and Phyllis are about the same height, same color hair.
Yeah?
Maybe somebody thought he was killing Phyllis.
Huh? Who'd want to? I haven't an enemy in the world.
Oh, you've got hundreds, Angels, as many as I've got. Mike Shane and Phyllis Knight have sent plenty of lugs up the river.
Yeah, but Lois and I don't really look alike, Mike. A killer would be awfully certain before he did it.
Why should he, honey? Yours is the only name on the mailbox. If some crook hired a gunman to come to this address and knock off the girl living in apartment 616...
Listen, Mike, that stuff doesn't happen in San Francisco. Those are the old Al Capone days.
Well, maybe I'm a nervous Nellie. I just don't want Phil running any danger.
Mike.
Yes?
Come here a minute. Look here. Here. This ashtray.
I see what you mean. Mr. Carter, do you smoke?
What? Yes, a pipe.
Oh. There's a cigar butt in this ashtray.
Spiegel. He smokes them all the time. I told you he was coming here.
Maybe we should check that right now. You know where he lives?
Yeah, he's got an apartment at his plant. It's next to the laboratory. That's on Bay Street.
Okay, suppose Phil and I mosey over there right now and swap formulas with Dr. Spiegel.
Good, and if the coroner gets through here in time, I'll join you.
Oh, Mr. Shane. Have you got a gun?
You think I'll need it?
You might. Spiegel's a huge man with a cunning, fiendish mind.
Well, thanks for the warning. I'll be ready with a few shenanigans of my own.
It is a dark and foggy street in San Francisco's commercial district. Light streams out into the night through an open door. The entrance to the Spiegel Chemical Laboratories. In the doorway is the huge silhouette of a man.
Shane? Michael Shane?
Yes, sir.
I do not know you, sir.
I'm aware of that, Dr. Spiegel, but Miss Knight and I would like to talk to you. It's very important.
Impossible. Tonight I'm working in my laboratory.
It's about Lois Lavers, Doctor.
Lois? Oh. Come in. Close the door, please. We will talk in the laboratory. I must get back to my experiment. This way, please.
Thank you.
Jeepers, he is a giant, Mike.
And those thick glasses make him look like a movie horror man.
Mr. Shane, you are a detective?
How did you know that?
Well, I rather expected Lois might talk to someone. She's a very neurotic girl. She imagines things.
I'm afraid she's past that, Dr. Spiegel. She's dead.
Dead?
Murdered.
It's a pity. She had a fine brain.
But, too much imagination?
My laboratory. I caution you both not to handle the tubes or retorts. They are very fragile.
Oh. Golly, it's an elaborate place. What are you experimenting on?
That, madam, is my business.
Doctor, I believe you knew Nelson Carter, Lois' fiancé.
He used to work here. Capable, but of wild temper. And very jealous.
Of you, perhaps?
Yes. I used to take Lois to dinner so I could continue my work without interruption. Nelson misunderstood. Yes. I should not be surprised if he killed her.
Perhaps. You saw Lois this afternoon, Doctor. About what time?
A very good detective. About 5 o'clock, I would say.
How did you know she was staying in my apartment?
One moment. There is trouble with this retort. Better. How did I know? It is very simple. Lois telephoned me. Her last paycheck was incorrect. I brought her a new one.
Is that all you went to see her about?
No. Also, I asked her to come back. She was an excellent secretary. Mr. Shane, what are you doing?
Just admiring your laundry in the sink.
Laundry?
Does your experiment include bleaching of blood-soaked handkerchiefs, Doctor?
Good heavens.
Yes, they are my handkerchiefs, yes. But the blood is not from Lois's veins.
Ooh.
She was strangled, then stabbed to death by a sharp instrument, Doctor. Like this surgical knife here.
Perhaps I show you how I use that knife. In this cage...
Oh, rats. Hundreds of them.
100, madam. Diseased, very sick rats. When my experiments are concluded, they go in here. Into this bin.
Oh, no.
Very dramatic, Doctor. But it doesn't fool us. Sure, you wanted Lois to come back to work, but she told you she was going to another chemical company. That scared you, Doctor. If she told about your stolen formulas and your other crookery...
So she did talk. I thought this was a trick. Don't you reach for your gun, Mr. Shane. My hand is already in my pocket.
You killed her.
You lie. She's not dead. It's a trick to get something on me. Get out. Get out of here, both of you. Now you will forget you ever came here. You will drop this investigation.
I don't take orders from you, Dr. Spiegel.
This time you will. Your young lady has sense if you have not. Good night.
Oh, I thought he was going to keep us in there and experiment on us.
Yes. He's a cold-blooded baby.
Yeah.
Mike.
Hey, the inspector. There, he's parked in that police car.
Oh, with Nelson.
Yeah.
Just got here in time to see the bums rush. What are the odds?
I don't know, Inspector. He's devilish enough to commit murder.
Should I take him in for questioning?
No, not yet. He'll be here. He doesn't scare out.
Mike found handkerchiefs soaking with blood. He said he was experimenting with rats.
I think he was sincere, though. He figured we were on the trail of those stolen formulas.
He killed her, I tell you. If the police don't get him, I will.
Oh, stop acting. You're too dead anxious to pin it on Spiegel.
Yes, and the good doctor threw the honor right back at Nelson. I'm on the fence. Spiegel had the motive, Nelson had the jealousy and the temper to do it. Each saw the girl about the time she died.
Mike, if you ask me, you're passing up a bet. The killer stuffed Lois into the trunk so her body could be smuggled out of the building. Find where the trunk was going, and perhaps we'll have the address of the murderer.
But she ordered the trunk picked up herself, Phil.
Maybe she didn't. Anyway, it's worth a try. Hop in, Angel. We're heading for that transfer company.
We appreciate it, sir. You're coming down and opening the office at this time of the night.
Well, lucky my wife saw you were a policeman, or she'd never have let me out of the house. This is our dispatch office.
Oh, by the way, have you located your missing driver?
Missing driver? I don't understand.
Why, your traffic investigator came to the apartment. The driver that was to pick up the trunk had disappeared. He was checking up.
Well, that's impossible. All of our men checked in tonight. And we don't have what did you call him, a traffic investigator?
Mike, he was a fake.
Not so good. Probably never ran an elevator in the Rust building either.
This thing is getting screwier by the minute.
Oh, here we are. Here's the pickup order on the trunk. It's under the name, Phyllis Knight.
Not under Lois Lavers.
Well, let's see. It was a phone order. Received 5:25 p.m.
Yeah.
Trunk to be sent to 9053 Jennifer Street.
Seems to me I've heard that address before.
9053 Jennifer. 9053 Jennifer. Yeah, there's something about it.
I should hope so. It's the address of Michael Shane.
I was right, Inspector. I was right. Lois was killed by mistake. It was intended to be Phil.
Well, if that's the case, then Carter and Spiegel cancel out.
Correct, honey. The murderer had planned to kill Phyllis, send her body in that trunk to my apartment, and leave me to explain it to the police.
All right, maybe so. Say the motive is revenge. You got 100 enemies, Mike. One of them poses as a transfer company investigator, but who is he? He didn't leave a single fingerprint in Phil's apartment. Where do we start looking?
Oh, if I could only remember the guy. I know his voice. But where have I heard it? When did I? I must know him.
Well, he didn't know me very well, or he'd never have killed the wrong girl. Lois and I were the same height, same color of hair, Mike, but that's all.
Maybe he figured you changed a lot, honey, if he hadn't seen you in a long time, if he'd been away, if he hadn't been...
Faraday. Yeah, if he'd been away in prison. Kids, we're going to make a phone call right now. Hello, give me San Quentin.
Phil, honey, close that door to the other room. We can't hear a thing.
Hello, Inspector Faraday, San Francisco calling. Yes, I want to speak to him personally. Might get on that extension phone.
Yeah, okay.
Hello, Faraday. What's on your mind?
Plenty, sir. We need a list of all prisoners you've released from your little sanatorium in the past 2 weeks.
Past 2 weeks, huh?
Yeah.
I'm afraid it'll hardly make a list, Faraday. Only one man.
What's his name?
Now, let me see. It was Ford. Harold Ford.
That mean anything to you, Mike?
Well, never heard of him.
Who's that on the phone, Mike Shane?
Well, you got sharp ears, sir. We figured maybe you had released a prisoner who had a grudge against me.
Some old enemy of Mike's who might try his hand at revenge.
Oh, that's the only release we've had lately. In fact, Mike, you can subtract one enemy from your book. Died here last week. Al Smock.
Holy jumping. Now I remember. It's Al Smock's brother, Jack Smock.
That's right. He had a brother. Came up here and claimed the body. Does that mean anything to you?
Ha-ha! Does it? Set an extra plate in your dining room, Chief. We're sending you a new boarder.
Goodbye, sir, and thanks a million for your help.
Jack Smock. He must have dyed his hair and put on glasses. Phil, you remember the case? The two brothers about 4 years ago?
Yeah, vaguely. It was manslaughter. You helped send the one called Al Smock up for 20 years.
Right, honey, right. Jack was supposed to be brothers Al's alibi.
Yeah.
But our testimony tied him up in bow knots.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
Al died in prison. Now brother Jack is out for revenge.
Oh, fine. But where is brother Jack right now, and how do we catch him?
Got it, honey. Jack claimed the body, so he must have buried him. Now we got to find that body.
At police headquarters, Mike and Inspector Faraday each holds a telephone in his hands. They have checked every cemetery in the book.
Well, here's the last one. Shadow Mountain Cemetery.
Yes, sir. Here it is. Albert Smock, interred last Friday. The plot was bought by a Mr. Jack Smock.
Swell. What's his address?
Our records show it as 1960 Waterfront.
This is it, kid. Looks like a busted-down rooming house.
And somebody's head sticking out of every window.
Yeah, there's the sergeant at the entrance.
Good work, Sergeant. Anybody try to leave the building?
No, sir. I got 2 boys at the back door, 2 in the alley, and 2 by the fire escape.
Okay, let's go in, Mike.
I'm coming, too.
You want not? You want a hole in your head?
I might get one just standing here, Smarty. Smock may be in that crowd across the street.
Something to that, Mike.
Yeah.
Sergeant, your job will be to take care of Miss Knight. We're all going in.
Right.
Come on.
Oh, jeepers, it's dark again. Why don't they light these stairs?
Quiet, honey, quiet.
All right.
He's on this next floor.
If he's in his room.
The landlord said room 305. Let me see. That'd be here to the left.
Keep close to the wall.
There it is. That door there.
There's no light shining under it.
Maybe he's playing possum.
Sergeant, you and Phil stay here, flatten out against the wall.
Yes, sir.
Now, you ready, Faraday?
Ready.
He's playing coy.
Open up, Smock. You're completely surrounded.
Okay, so you won't open up. All right, Faraday?
Yeah.
So that's his answer. Okay, Mike, let's go.
Down, Mike!
Wait a minute, I'll get the light.
Oh, hurry up.
Here it is.
Something's happened. Mike. Oh, he's flat on the floor. Mike, are you all right?
Yeah,
I guess so. Okay, Inspector, okay. Climb out from under that table. I knew somebody got hit, but who? He shot the gun right out of my hand.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know where to aim in the dark till he fired, and I saw his flash.
Thanks to you, Muck, I'm still breathing.
Yeah, well, this man on the floor won't be unless we get an ambulance quick.
You found out. I didn't think that...
Yeah, you're right, buddy. You didn't think, period. Revenge doesn't take much in the way of brains. Just an awful lot of lives.
Don't be silly, Phyllis. Mrs. Faraday will be glad to put you up for a couple of nights. Here, drink this down.
He's right, honey. Stay out of your apartment for a few days till you sort of forget what's happened.
Oh, all right. I was just thinking, you know, this was a freak case. Everything stacked up so strongly against Nelson Carter and Dr. Spiegel. And yet at the last minute, it turned out to be almost a complete stranger.
Because we were looking for the wrong motive.
Yeah, I'm worried about that guy Spiegel. He looks to me like a guy who'd commit plenty of murders.
And will before he gets through with his career.
No, you can spike that, Faraday. Lock him up for stealing chemical formulas. That'll keep him quiet.
Well, not a bad idea. Keep him so busy making little ones out of big ones that he can't make dead ones out of live ones.
Well, I hope, honey, that this little episode won't scare you out of the detecting business. Nearly getting bumped off by your boss's enemies.
He's got plenty more enemies besides Jack Smock.
Oh, I don't know. I'd stick anyway. My boss forgets the attractions of the job.
What? What? Why, honey.
Tune in again next week for another adventure with Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, and Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz.
The Linux Show, starring Nick Carter, Master Detective, presented by Acme, America's great producer of fine quality paints. This is the story of a man known the world over as one of the most daring and resourceful characters in the history of detective fiction. A man whose name has become a symbol of the triumph of right and justice over the sinister forces of crime and lawlessness. A man recognized as one of the great masters of deduction. Nick Carter, Master Detective. Today's strange case, the haunted rocking chair. Another exciting chapter dramatized from the life story of Nick Carter. In just a moment, we'll hear how Nick Carter investigated the old chair which was supposed to rock whenever anyone in the Trumbull family was due to die, and how he solved the mysterious death of a famous artist. You know, it pays to keep up with the world, and homemakers throughout America are learning how well it pays to keep up with modern homemaking methods. For they now have their homes sparkling with new beauty, and they save hours of time each week with those 3 great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Linex Clear Gloss, which is brushed on, gives lustrous, longer-lasting protection to every wood and linoleum surface. Linex Cream Polish, which cleans as it polishes, renews the sleek, gleaming beauty of fine furniture. And Linex Self-Polishing Wax, the amazing new wax finish, lends rich, satiny loveliness to any floor, wood, linoleum, or tile. Take the modern homemaker's shortcut to furniture, floor, and woodwork care. Help your home look its best and give yourself the greatest leisure with the 3 great Linex home brighteners. You'll find them all at your hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the miracle wall finish. And now for today's exciting case from the life of Nick Carter. Once again, we keep our weekly appointment, which takes us to the sedate old Victorian mansion on the corner of 5th and 4th. It is late afternoon. The long shadows fall across the quiet streets. A solitary flower peddler ambles slowly down the block. His horse follows sedately, pulling a dilapidated truck full of potted geraniums and petunias. The peddler is exercising a fine Italian tenor voice.
Anybody wants a flower? Nice a flowers. I got a petunia. I got a geranium. I got a roses. Whoa, Garibaldi. Wait a minute here. I got to say, ever the nicer young lady is home. Got a petunia. Got a begonia. It's okay, Garibaldi. She's coming ahead. Good afternoon, Miss Patsy.
Hello, Tony. How's Garibaldi?
Oh, it's fine.
Good. Tony, have you got any climbing roses? We lost ours, you know. Winter killed.
No.
Uh-huh.
That's too bad. It's a shame, too. You want the Paul Scarlet or that new Dawn or a Blazer, maybe? Well, I don't got them today, but I'm going to get them for you.
Good. We'll take one of each.
Miss Patsy, you boss, he's home, maybe?
You mean Mr. Carter?
Yes.
Yes, he's upstairs in the laboratory.
You ask him, please, can he see Tony?
Well, it's after office hours, Tony.
I got to see him, Miss Patsy. Please, I got to see him.
What's it about?
My sister, Maria. She's afraid. She's got afraid to death.
What's she afraid of, Tony?
A rocking chair.
What?
A rocking chair that was belonged to an old lady. And this old lady is dead a long time ago. But sometimes she's come back. She sits in the rocking chair and a rock and a rock and a rock. And every time she's a rock, somebody gets dead.
That sounds promising. Suppose you tell me all about it, Tony. Then I'll see if I can't persuade Mr. Carter to pay your sister a visit and investigate that rocking chair. Oh, but, Nick, you could do with some fresh air. We could rent a speedboat and take a run up the Sound. The island where Tony's sister lives isn't very far beyond Hellgate.
How does Tony's sister happen to be living on an island the other side of Hellgate?
It's the old Trumbull estate, Shipwreck Island. Tony's sister Maria is the housekeeper for Eric Trumbull, the famous painter who lives there now.
I see.
The old house has been in the Trumbull family for 3 generations. It was built by Obadiah Trumbull, an old sea captain who was suspected of being a freebooter at the time of the Civil War. The old boy had 4 wives.
In succession, I hope.
Oh, but of course.
Now, where does the rocking chair come in?
Oh, that belonged to the last of old Obadiah's wives. He brought her home as sort of an afterthought when all the children of his other wives had grown up. They hated her. She was little, with skin the color of dark ivory, and her face was sort of like a monkey's. Some say she was a Creole, and others claim she was Portuguese. At any rate, she talked with an accent and claimed to have the powers of a voodoo witch doctor.
Probably hated her because they were afraid of her.
Probably. No sooner was Obadiah safely in his grave than the children turned on her. Eric's father, who was the eldest, had her declared insane.
Nice people.
She was locked up in an attic room and fed 3 times a day, but no one ever spoke to her, and she never came out of that room. No one would have known she was there if it hadn't been for that rocking chair. You could hear it creaking all hours of the day and night. After nearly 30 years, she was suddenly taken very ill. When she found she was going to die, she asked them to send for Eric's father. It was a nasty night with the wind howling about me.
Entrez. Come in, stupid. So you have come, eh? The doctor has told you I am about to die. And you think at last you will be rid of me. Listen, you fool. You will never be rid of me. I will return sometimes and sit in that rocking chair where I have spent so many lonely years. You will not see me, but I will be there. Sometimes the chair will rock, and that will mean there is to be a death in this family. There is about to be a death now, I think. Yes. See? The chair. Already it starts to sway. This time, it predicts my death. But it will rock for you. All of you.
And as the chair rocked faster and faster, she died. Eric's father saw it.
Well, probably a form of self-induced hypnosis brought about by the old girl's suggestion.
Possibly.
The rocking chair heard from again?
Yes. Every now and then. But the funny part is that almost every time, according to Tony's sister, someone in the family died within the year.
In a family that size, just by the law of averages, someone is apt to die within the year, whether the rocking chair rocked or not.
Oh, I hadn't thought of it that way, Nick.
Anybody living in the old house now, except Eric and Tony's sister?
No. They came back a little over a year ago. Eric was too broke to live anywhere else.
Has Tony's sister ever heard the famous rocking chair?
Not until lately. Seems that everything was going along as well as could be expected until Captain Ralph Trumbull, Eric Trumbull's cousin, and his wife moved in. I gather the captain's wife is very attractive.
And the captain isn't always home. And Eric is a notorious ladies' man.
That's about the size of it. And to top off the whole thing, the rocking chair seems to have started to rock again.
Well, what do you expect me to do?
I just want you to find out what makes that rocking chair rock, so Tony's sister can stop being frightened.
All right, I'll look into it. If you can get them to rent us that new speedboat. But remember, I don't want any hard-boiled eggs in my lunch.
Glad you came, Nick. Do you ever see such a heavenly day?
Going to be a storm before night.
Oh, Nick, there isn't a cloud in the sky. Tony said he got word to his sister we were coming. She'll be waiting for us on the dock. That must be the island up ahead, Nick. Slow down or we'll pass it.
Will you look at that house? It's got everything. Cupola, widow's walk. I'll bet there's even an iron deer on the front lawn. And I could certainly use a coat of paint.
Look there on the end of the dock. That must be Tony's sister.
She's not exactly what you'd call a sylph, is she? Oh, hand me that line, will you?
Hello? Are you Tony's sister? Si. I'm called Maria. You are Mr. Nick Scott and the Mrs., no? No, I'm Patsy Bowen, Mr. Carter's secretary.
Good. Hey, give me your hand. I'll help you.
Thank you.
Oh, be careful, please. So many of these boards are so old.
Okay.
We'll be careful. Well, Maria, how about it? You think I can get a look at this notorious rocking chair that's causing all the trouble?
Oh, see, that's easy. The captain is away on a cruise. He won't be back until next week. Mr. Eric and the captain's wife are in the studio. He's painting her picture.
Painting a picture, is he?
What's wrong with that?
Oh, he's always painting her when the captain is away. The studio's in the front on the second floor. The room with the rock and the chair is on the third floor over the kitchen. We'll take the back stairs. No one will see us. This is the room, Mr. Carter.
Door's locked.
See, it has not been entered since Mr. Eric's father was found hanging to the rafters, and they threw the key into the well.
Is there any way we can crawl in through a window?
No. The only window is 2 floors above the roof of the kitchen. There's 3 outside, but the branches are too small to hold anybody.
Then I'll have to pick the lock. That shouldn't be much of a job with my pick lock. I see.
This old house is so quiet, you can almost feel it breathe. Wish it weren't so dark up here. Nick. Nick, do you hear that?
Santa Madonna. This is the chair again. It rocks. Someone want to die. Someone want to die.
Quiet, Maria, quiet. Just a minute now. The lock isn't as simple as it looks. There. That did the trick. Now.
Oh, no one is there. The room is empty.
Look, over there right beside the window. The rock is still rocking. And there's dust all over everything.
Must be prints of some sort.
But there aren't, Nick. Not a mark on the floor anywhere.
The spirits are leaving no footprints.
The window. Little pane at the lower left-hand corner is missing.
But the window is locked tight. Nobody could crawl through an opening so little as that.
Nick, the cushion. The cushion on this chair is still warm.
Claire! Claire! Where am I tonight?
Santa Maria, this is the captain. He's come home. He's looking for his wife.
Uh-oh. You better run down, Maria. See if you can stall him.
Claire! And fancy woman, you better answer me or else. Claire!
Well, a locked room and a rocking chair that rocks all by itself, with nobody around to set it rocking, and an angry captain trying to find his missing wife. How can Nick put all these things together and get the right answer? We'll see in just a moment. The things you learn firsthand are the things you really know best. That's why women who have used the new Linex self-polishing wax are so enthusiastic about it. For they've found how different, how perfect a quick-drying wax can be. They've learned what sparkling new beauty, new protection, new skid resistance it gives their floors and linoleum. Developed by leading research chemists to give you the best, the formula of Linex self-polishing wax is completely new. It has the highest possible content of genuine carnauba wax, lending handsome appearance, lasting protection, real anti-skid finish to every household floor surface. The underwriters' laboratories have actually proved that linoleum, hardwood, and rubber tile are less slippery after application of Linex self-polishing wax. The minute you walk where it's been applied, you can tell the difference. What's more, Linex self-polishing wax dries quickly to a satiny luster without tiresome rubbing. And it takes only a jiffy to wipe on. So follow the example of wise American homemakers. Use genuine Linex self-polishing wax. And remember, when you want a modern finish of the brush-on type to give even longer-lasting protection, get Linex Clear Gloss, which dries overnight to a beautiful gloss finish that lasts amazingly. Whichever you prefer, Linex self-polishing wax or Linex Clear Gloss, you get the finest product of its kind when you ask for it by name, Linex. You'll find all three great Linex home brighteners and Chemtone, the miracle wall finish that dries in 1 hour, at hardware, paint, and department stores everywhere. And now back to our story. Investigating an old house in which an ancient rocking chair started rocking without any cause or reason, Nick runs into a complicated set of circumstances. Eric Trumbull is painting a portrait of the captain's beautiful young wife, much against the captain's wishes. And Maria, Eric's Italian housekeeper, is scared of both the rocking chair and the quick-tempered captain. As we pick up our story, the captain is storming through the house looking for his wife.
Maria! Maria! Oh, there you are. Where in thunder is my wife?
Is she not in her room, Captain Trumbull?
You know blame well she's not.
Oh, I remember now. She's gone to the mainland to do the marketing.
No, she hasn't. Her hat's right here on the table. And the rowboat's tied up to the dock.
Well, maybe she got a lift.
Who in blazes are you two?
Just friends of Maria's brother.
The Trumballs don't like visitors.
Captain Trumbull, don't you think you're a bit hasty? Suppose your wife is posing for Eric Trumbull.
Lots of perfectly nice women model these days.
Not my wife. That's the door of his studio. Eric, open up. I know my wife's in there. Open this door, I'll break it down. All right. Really, Ralph, you have to be so boisterous. You're not yelling into a gale, you know. Where are you, Claire?
Here I am, dear. Oh, really, Ralph, this is too naughty of you. I was having my portrait painted for your birthday as a surprise. There it is.
Eric, I told you to keep away from my wife. But when I come back unexpectedly, I find you both in the studio with the door locked.
Oh, don't be so Victorian, darling. Eric hates to be interrupted when he's painting.
Yes, now do go away, old boy, so we can get on with the portrait. The blazes with the portrait. You'll never do any more painting on this canvas.
Oh, Nick, you're tearing the picture to shreds.
Rugged old sea dog, isn't he?
Ralph, I hope you realize you've destroyed a priceless work of art. Don't worry, I'll pay you for it. Although I have my doubts about how priceless it is. Claire, get your things together. We're leaving this house.
No.
This minute.
Miss Bowen and I will be delighted to take you to the mainland with us.
Good. You go ahead. I'll join you on the dock as soon as I've made out a check for my cousin's priceless work of art.
Nick, I don't see why you insist on going back to Shipwreck Island. We just left it a short while ago.
I know it, Patsy, but I got to thinking. Eric Trumbull may not be the nicest guy in the world, but I'd hate to see anything happen to him. I think it'd only be fair to warn him.
Warn him about what?
About the captain's crazy jealousy. From the things he said as we were taking him and his wife back to the mainland, I suddenly realized how intensely he hates Eric. I don't think Eric realizes it.
Good grief, look. Tied up to the Trumbull dock. It's a police launch.
Yes. We're too late, Patsy. What a fool I was not to come back right away.
Oh, Nick, look. There's Lieutenant Riley standing on the breakwater. Something serious must have happened if he's been called in.
Oh, there, Nick. I thought you'd be back when you heard the news. But you're too late, me boy. The whole thing's solved.
What's solved, Lieutenant?
Eric Trumbull's death.
I was afraid of that. What happened?
Hanged himself, he did.
Hmm?
We're just waiting for the photographers to finish before we cut him down.
No, Riley, don't touch him. Don't touch a thing till I have a chance to see him.
But
this isn't suicide. It's murder.
And would you mind telling me why you're so sure it ain't suicide?
Because Eric Trumbull was psychologically incapable of killing himself.
Do you think the captain came back and did it, Nick?
No. The captain wouldn't have hanged him. Now, if he'd been beaten to death...
Oh, goodness. What's that?
There's the housekeeper. Her room's just down the hall a bit here.
Oh, Maria.
Taking it awful hard, she is. Okay, Nick. After you.
Ah. Feet clear the ground by bare 6 inches.
6 inches is enough. Medical examiner took a look at him and says it's death by strangulation, me boy. No mistake.
I'm not doubting that. You say nothing's been touched, Riley?
Not a thing, Nick.
Then it's definitely murder.
Oh, no, you don't, Nick. Just take a look at this here suicide note pinned there on his chest.
I can't live without her, and I won't. Signed, Eric Trumbull.
That, me boy, is in his own handwriting. Checks with the writing we found in his diary.
Possible. But this is only part of a piece of paper. The upper part's missing.
So what? It's a suicide note. That's enough for me.
Riley, if a man's going to commit suicide, he has to stand on something. A box, a chair, even a few books, and then kick them away from him. But there's nothing here. Nothing within 15 feet of the spot where the body's hanging.
You're right.
Consequently, Trumbull was strung up by someone else. Someone who threw the rope over that beam, hauled the body up, and then tied the rope to that bracket.
Now, wait a minute. What would Mr. Trumbull be doing all that while? There's no signs of a struggle here.
Probably because the murderer was careful to sneak up behind him and knock him unconscious first.
Huh?
Your medical examiner will take a good look, Riley. I think he'll discover a lump at the base of the brain somewhere.
Hey, I better go and talk to him. Who would ever think of looking for a lump on the head of a guy who's hanged himself?
Nick? Nick, will you come out in the hall a minute?
Right away, Patsy. As soon as I unpin the so-called suicide note. All right. What's up?
It's Maria here. She wants to talk to you.
Mr. Carter, please. I hear what you said, that it is not a suicide. Is that the truth?
I'm afraid so, Maria.
Oh, I know it. I know it. It was the captain. They had a terrible battle fight after you left to go to the boat this morning.
Maria, what makes you so sure that Captain Trumbull killed his cousin?
Is that the note you have in your hand? It's part of a letter Mr. Eric sent 3 days ago to New Bedford where the captain's ship had gone. Mr. Eric was in love with the captain's wife. He was painting a picture of her.
Yes, we know that.
He did it then. I know it. While you waited on the dock.
We were there less than 5 minutes.
Oh, the captain is so strong. For him, 5 minutes is plenty.
What makes you so sure it wasn't somebody else? Somebody who came to the island after we left.
Because nobody came. When you are gone, I lock all of the doors and the windows. I go to the kitchen to fix Mr. Eric's lunch. When I take it up to him, I find him. Like that.
And you're sure no one else was here? You didn't open the door to anyone?
I swear on the Bible.
Tell me, Maria. Why did you kill Eric?
You think I did it? No, you are wrong. It wasn't the captain that let the frozen. That letter was written by him.
The captain didn't do it, Maria. For two reasons. One, the letter, though undoubtedly written by Eric, was never sent.
But, Nick, how could you possibly know that?
Because this torn suicide note covers more than half a sheet of notepaper. Any letter that's gone through the mail has been folded at least once. This one was never folded. Consequently, never sent. But the second, and the most important reason, as we left the island this morning with the captain and his wife, I happened to take a look at the house. Eric Trumbull, alive and healthy, was glaring at us from his studio window.
No.
Consequently, Maria, since no one entered the house after we left, and since you were alone with Eric Trumbull, the only person who can possibly be responsible for his death is you, Maria. Your last name is Trumbull, isn't it?
Yes. Maria Trumbull. I was Eric's wife. That's why I killed him.
Yes. Had an idea that was the reason.
He married me 20 years ago in Sorrento when I nursed him back from the dead. During all this time, no one has ever known. I sold my house and my little farm. It was that money paid for his first exhibition. I do not begrudge him that. He was a genius, senor. They are not like other men. After a little while, I did not even mind his love affairs, so long as it was only his model. You see, I knew they would not last.
Oh, Maria.
But this time it was different. The captain's wife, she was a woman of his own class. He wanted her to divorce the captain and marry him. Don't know what would become of me. And so, this afternoon, when I found the letter he was writing to the captain, I knew it was over between us. I knew he was through with me. After all the hardships, all of the insults, something inside of me turned strange and cold. And I killed him. I am not sorry.
Maria.
You think that is strange? No. I got tuberculosis. In 6 months, I'll be dead.
Well, Nick, you're right again. He found a lump as big as an egg behind his left ear. You got any idea who could have done it?
Maria knows, Riley.
Huh?
She was Eric's wife.
What?
I have no doubt she'll be glad to tell you whatever you wish to know.
In just a moment, Nick will be back to give you the final details of today's story and tell you what caused the rocking of the haunted rocking chair. You and your family take pride in your home, of course. That's why you keep it bright and sparkling. And the finest household helps you can find are the 3 great Linex home brighteners. Take Linex cream polish, for instance. What a help it is in keeping your fine furniture lovely. Because it cleans as it polishes, Linex cream polish erases finger marks, removes deposits of dust and old polish, helps conceal scratches, all in one quick, easy application. And it leaves a lovely, gleaming luster that brings pride to the heart of any homemaker. What's more, Linex cream polish leaves no surface oil to attract more dust, to make more work. So save half the time, half the fuss of furniture upkeep. Care for your furniture the modern way with Linex cream polish, the up-to-date shortcuts to furniture protection. Get it at your dealers now. Linex cream polish, which saves one whole step in your cleaning day routine. You'll find all 3 great Linex home brighteners, Linex self-polishing wax, Linex cream polish, and Linex clear gloss at your nearest hardware, paint, or department store. Your headquarters also for Chemtone, the modern wall finish that beautifully decorates the average room for only $2.98. Make it a point, too, to stop at your nearest War Bond headquarters for that extra War Bond. It takes money as well as men to finish this war. The men are doing the big job overseas. Let's do our job over here to raise the money now during the mighty 7th War Loan Drive. Invest all you can in your future and America's. And now let's hear from Nick Carter himself. Nick, what happened to Maria? Did Riley arrest her?
Yes, Ken, he did, but she died before she could be brought to trial.
And what about the rocking chair?
After considerable observation, we found out it was just a Trumbull cat. She used to climb up the trees, jump through the broken pane, and into the chair, which stood right beside the window. She'd sit there in the old chair and wash herself, and her movement would make the old chair rock.
But how come the cat just started recently to sit in the old chair like that?
Well, we learned it was only recently that the cat came to live at the house.
Disgustingly simple when you know the answer.
That's what I always say. And Nick always laughs at me when I say it. But it's true.
Well, what's about your story for next week, Nick? Got a couple of not too well-veiled hints on that one?
Well, I don't see why not, Ken. Patsy and I were taking a shortcut through the park one day in my car
Which is more like a police squad car than a pleasure car.
when we heard a police call over the radio, directing the nearest squad car to a certain address to take care of a dead body.
And were we interested to find that the address where the body had been found was our own office at 4th and 5th.
Well, that sounds like an interesting start to a story.
And when the band of thieves kidnapped me and tried
No,
to...
hold it, Patsy. Save something for next week.
Well, Nick, what do you call the story?
The body on the doorstep.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Lon Clark is starred as Nick with Helen Choate as Patsy. Original music is played by Lou White. The programs are written by Edith Miser, and any resemblance therein to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented at this time and over these same stations each week by the three great Linex home brighteners. Linex Clear Gloss, Linex Cream Polish, and Linex Self-Polishing Wax. Created by Acme, America's great producer of Acme fine quality paints. This is Ken Powell speaking for the thousands of Linex dealers all over America and saying so long until next week. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names and who recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Rexall MI31, for example, America's popular all-round mouthwash, gargle, and breath deodorant. Full-strength MI31 kills contacted germs in a matter of seconds, yet will not harm delicate membranes of the mouth and throat. What's more, Rexall gives you a full pint of MI31 at the same price as smaller quantities of other leading brands. Ask for Rexall MI31 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. And now your Rexall family druggist brings you transcribed another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. If you have a little corpse in your home, swap it in for something useful.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes?
I'd like to hire you, Mr. Diamond.
Well, bless your little heart. $100 a day in expenses.
My name is Raymond R. Waldron, attorney at law. Would you mind coming right over to my office?
Will you have a retainer ready?
By the time you get here.
Where is here?
758 East 45th Street.
Just sign the check and I'll stamp in the amount with my track shoes.
Then I can expect you.
You can even clock me. Who knows? You may witness the first 4-minute mile. I quickly bounded over to the sink, pulled out a bundle of soaking laundry, grabbed a straight razor that looked like it had been used to hack out shrapnel, applied the Brillo to my overnight beard, and 20 bloody strokes later, I observed myself in the mirror. Wounded, sire, but not dead. By 11 o'clock, I was standing in the reception office of Raymond R. Waldron, attorney at law. I looked for the secretary, but none was to be seen. Then the door of Mr. Waldron's inner office opened, and a man about 6 feet tall, sporting a heavy black beard and thick horn-rimmed glasses, stood facing me. I suppose you're Mr. Waldron?
Yes. Take this chair, if you will.
Thank you. Now, what's your trouble?
Oh, not mine. My client's. You see, I'm supposed to give you $100 as a retainer until you speak with my client this evening.
Before you wave the bills around, tell me something about your client. My ethics get so double-jointed when someone shows me money.
My client is a she.
Well, you certainly present the beginning of an interesting argument.
Her name is Miss Mary Bellman.
Miss?
28, blonde, showgirl. Very attractive.
So she killed 30 members of the volunteer fire department. I like tough cases.
She's in fear of her life, Mr. Diamond, and since I'm her attorney, she called me and asked me to hire a good detective.
You said Miss Bellman was in fear of her life. Somebody trying to kill her?
I think it best to let Miss Bellman tell you. She has all the facts. Here's her address, and here's your retainer. She expects you at 8.
It was close to 12 when I got back to the office and spotted my landlord nailing up my door. His eyes dropped blushingly down to his waist when he saw the 2 months back rent in my hand, and he hurriedly explained his carpenter work on my door as a delayed April 1st joke. I paid him off as the last board fell and then left the building and went to my flat on 53rd Street to take it easy until that evening. By 7:30, I was dressed in my best suit, the gray one that stands out from the rest because the rest are one brown gabardine that even a starving moth would gag on. Suddenly, I remembered my dinner date with Helen. So I put in a fast call and told her butler, Francis, that I'd be a little late. Then, promptly at 8 o'clock, I walked up to the door of Miss Mary Bellman, prospective client.
Yes? Who is it?
Richard Diamond.
Oh.
Come in. Have you got it?
Well, I don't know. Got what?
Look, how about the envelope, huh?
Envelope?
John said it would be in an envelope. But if you don't have it in an envelope, just kindly give it to me. Then I'll fix us a drink.
Well, maybe you better fix the drink first.
This is some kind of a joke. Oh.
What's the matter?
What are you doing here?
Who? Oh! Everything happened so fast, I didn't even have time to guess what it was all about. Someone belted me with the Chrysler building, and I went down like a loose ski in the snowslide. As I hit the floor, I felt a pair of hands pull open my coat and relieve me of my .38. The floor fell away, and I dropped into a deep black pit that smelled something like a dirty carpet. When I finally came around, it was like squeezing myself out of a starched diving suit. I got my eyelids apart, and there, standing in front of me, were 2 very good reasons for wanting to go right back to sleep.
Oh, he's coming around, boss.
Good. I want him to see it when I give it to him. Slap him around so he comes to in a hurry.
Sure. Come on, you. Wake up. Wake up. You hear me?
No, okay.
Come on, sit up.
All right. Oh, my head.
It's going to be your stomach in a minute. Full of slugs, you dirty, no-good gumshoe.
Oh, well. Oh, Louis Hall, huh? You slugged me, Louis?
Why'd you kill her? Huh, Shamus? Why?
What?
Mary. Look at her, Shamus.
Oh, where? Holy smoke.
Yeah. My pretty Mary. Tell me why you shot her, huh?
You think I shot her?
You're going to die anyway, Diamond. In a minute, I'm going to kill you. But I got to know why you done it to Mary.
What makes you think it was me?
Is your gun in it? You got an empty shoulder holster. Well, that's your gun, ain't it?
Yeah.
Sure. Well, this is a gun which shot Mary. One slug gone. See, the slug's in her.
Oh, you got the wrong boy, Hall.
Oh, knock him off, boss. He's lying. He done it.
Shut up.
Oh, sure. I killed the girl, then slugged myself, hoping that someone would come in and pin it on me.
Boss, I think you're the...
Yeah.
Anybody in there? What's that? The U.S. Marines.
Keep it quiet.
Okay, Otis, use your pass key. If that doesn't work, use your head.
Okay, Lieutenant. Lieutenant, the cops.
Come on, Tony. We're getting out of here.
Great, but what about the shamus?
I don't want to knock you off if you didn't do it, Diamond, but I'm going to find out. Then maybe we talk more.
Let's go.
Right, out the back way.
You mallet head, you've tried everything but your button hook.
Well, I guess maybe we better bust it in, huh?
Okay, give me a hand. Put your shoulder against the door. Now, 1, 2...
Hello, Walter.
Diamond, what are you doing here?
I came to see a client.
We got a report on a homicide. Where is it?
In the other room.
Take a look, Otis.
Yes, sir.
How did you get mixed up in this, Rick?
That's a pretty good question.
Lieutenant,
Yeah?
it's a dame.
It's the dress and high heels. He spotted them right away.
Who is she?
Name's Mary Bellman. Hey, who called you to come over?
I don't know, but we traced the call and it came from a phone booth right next door to this building.
How long ago?
8:15.
Right after I got slugged.
You got slugged.
Thoroughly.
Otis, go call the coroner.
Right.
Let's see. One shot came right out between the shoulders.
Yeah, when I came to, I could still smell cordite.
Well, where's your gun, Rick?
Well, right now, it's with Louis Hall.
Louis Hall, the gambler?
Yeah, the guy who owns the Ace High Club. When I came to, Louis and one of his boys were getting ready to kill me for killing the girl. He waltzed out of here when you showed, took my gun with him.
Maybe he knocked her off.
Maybe. Anyway, I think whoever did it used my gun.
I still don't see how you figure in this deal.
Well, a character by the name of Raymond R. Waldron, attorney at law, called and told me to come by and see my recently deceased client.
Come on. Let's see what we can find out about a Mr. Raymond R. Waldron, attorney at law.
Well, I was in it up to my earlobes again. Walt had Otis put out a pickup on Louis Hall in his torpedo. Then we climbed in the squad car and headed for the offices of Raymond Waldron. On the way over, I told Walt what had transpired since that morning. 1, Waldron hiring me for Miss Bellman, saying he represented her. 2, seeing Mary Bellman in the strange way she had greeted me, as if she expected me to have an envelope for her. We got to the building, found the night watchman, went in, and in 2 minutes we were standing in front of the door marked 402.
Isn't there usually a name on the door of an attorney's office?
Usually. Maybe that's why I saw it there this afternoon. Now, let us in, will you, Pop?
Sure, boy, but there ain't nothing to see.
We know Mr. Waldron's not in, but we want to look around.
Sure, boy. Look as much as you like. Reception room?
Boy. Where's the furniture?
Pretty dull looking, huh, boy?
What about the inner office?
No sense going in there. It's as naked as this.
Well?
It was all here this afternoon.
Was there someone in this office this afternoon, Pop?
You think the boy's lying? Sure, like he said, some lawyer fella. Had all the furniture moved out, run out on a week's rent, too. Landlord's in an oxygen tent.
You're listening to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, brought to you by the makers of Rexall Drug Products and your Rexall family druggist. Right now, here's a lady with a problem for him.
Every summer, it's the same thing. My children either eat their meals so fast or fill themselves with all kinds of cold drinks and hurry-up snacks. And then we have our usual siege of what I call summer stomachs.
Well, ma'am, a lot of mothers have that same trouble. And a whole lot of them have solved it with Rexall milk of magnesia.
Why, how's that?
Well, it's a quick and effective way to neutralize excess acidity and a remarkably gentle laxative. What's more, because of its special formula and exceptional purity, Rexall milk of magnesia has almost none of that unpleasant, earthy taste.
Well, say, the children will like that.
And because it's Rexall, ma'am, you know it's laboratory tested. All you have to do is follow the tested instructions on the label.
Well, from now on, I'm asking for Rexall milk of magnesia.
At Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now, back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, Mr. Raymond R. Waldron had skipped, furniture and all. We thanked Pop, went downstairs, climbed into the squad car, and Walt checked in with the precinct. He put a tracer out on Waldron and learned that Lewis Hall and his henchmen were yet to be found. The coroner's report of the dead girl, Mary Bellman, confirmed the obvious. Death by 38, the slug having been found in the wall. Ballistics had a full report and were waiting for the gun to show up. It was 6-2 even that Louis Hall still had it and that it was mine. On the way over to Hall's nightclub, Walt told me that Hall had been going with a girl named Willis, Jean Willis. And he was a little surprised when I told him of Hall's recent interest in the late Mary Bellman. It seemed that Jean Willis and Louis had been an item for nearly a year. In fact, she was working as a headliner in his nightclub.
What a dive.
Yeah. Better not leave the doors open too long. The smoke will run out and the walls will fall in.
I'm going to see what I can find out about Louis Hall, Rick. You want to try looking up Jean Willis?
Meet you back at the bar.
Rick, I'm on duty.
Well, who said you got a drink? You've got on shoes, but you're not walking.
Oh.
A table, sir?
No, thanks. Now, where can I find Jean Willis?
Your friend?
I might be.
I'm afraid Miss Willis...
Oh, my goodness. I dropped $10.
So you did. Looks a little messy. I hate to see you dirty your hands, sir, so I just keep it and you can go wash up. Huh? Washroom's right next to Miss Willis' dressing room. Right down that hall.
I'll see that you're decorated by the Department of Sanitation.
Who is it? Hey, who are you?
Name's Diamond, honey. I'm a private detective.
Good for you. I hope you're happy in your work. Now beat it.
I'm looking for Lewis Hall.
He's out. Down the street somewhere.
Having your initials tattooed on the soles of his feet, no doubt.
Look, wiseacre, blow or I'll yell and have a couple of boys show you the fastest way out of here.
Honey, before you do, I think there's something you ought to know.
Yeah? What?
You open that pretty mouth of yours and you may end up swallowing a fist.
Oh, yeah?
You know a Mary Bellman?
What?
Know her?
Yeah, she works here. She ain't showed up tonight. Something happened to her?
What makes you say that?
Wishful thinking.
Oh. You used to be Louis Hall's girl, didn't you?
Yeah, until she came along. Now, look, what is this? What's going on? What do you want Louis for?
You really don't like Mary Bellman much, do you?
Yeah. She's all right.
What would you say if I told you someone put a bullet in her tonight?
What?
Where's Louis, Jean?
Somebody took care of the little... Well, what do you know? Good. If Louis did it, I'm real happy. Because he found out what kind of a... No. I don't know where Louis is, and if I did, I wouldn't tell you. Now get out of here.
Okay. But the law may be around to see you.
Dandy. Now beat it.
Do me just one favor, will you, Jenny?
What is it?
Don't move. I want to remember you just as you are.
Why, you crummy...
You moved. Well, I went back to the bar just in time to see Walt look around the room like a shoplifter on bargain day. Then he slipped the bartender a bill and donned a stiff belt with the speed of an alcoholic 30 seconds before prohibition was to set in. Good evening, Lieutenant.
That was a dirty trick.
I just saw the girl got nothing but a fast shuffle.
I couldn't find out anything about Hall or his boy either.
Now, get your breath and let's get back down to the station and think about this thing.
Let's go.
Hiya, Lieutenant.
Hello, Pink Eyes.
Huh? Oh.
Anything on the dead girl?
Here's the report.
Thanks.
How are you, Shamus?
Fine, Otis, fine. Still under contract to the Museum of Natural History?
That ain't very funny.
Wait till they pick up your option and try to collect your head.
Shut up, you two. Listen to this, Rick. This lab report says Mary Bellman was the one-time girlfriend of John Webb.
Oh, the John Webb I sent up on an embezzlement rap 8 years ago?
The same. He got out a month ago.
Say, wasn't he suspected of being in on that Aetna payroll holdup?
Yeah, but we never could prove that one on him.
The dough was never recovered either.
No, but the roll of bills and the dead girl's pocketbook checked with the numbers on the bills from that holdup.
Walt, I'm getting an idea. When I sent Webb up, he was pretty unhappy. Made a lot of threats to me. You got the serial numbers from that holdup?
Here's the whole list.
Well, check him with this money.
Your own dough? Okay, but I don't get it.
Otis, did you find out anything on Raymond R. Waldron?
The guy that was supposed to be the attorney?
Yep.
He ain't no attorney. He ain't even with the state bar, and I can't even find a Raymond R. Waldron in the phone book.
Rick, where'd you get these bills?
Well, they check.
You bet they do. Where'd you get them?
Raymond R. Waldron. Gave them to me when he hired me. Otis, go get a picture of John Webb.
Right.
You think Waldron and Webb are one and the same?
Waldron had a beard and wore glasses. It's been 8 years since I've seen Webb.
Hey, it fits. If Webb is Waldron, he's got a motive. For one thing, he'd love to frame you.
Yeah, but we're going to have a hard time proving Waldron is Webb without fingerprints.
Not only that, we're going to have a hard time just finding him.
Here you are, Diamond.
Thanks, Otis. Give me a heavy lead pencil, Walt.
Right here.
Get him, some artist.
Oh, shut up, Otis, shut up. Now, let's see. There's a beard. Put some glasses on him. There you are.
Well?
Raymond R. Waldron. Or John Webb with glasses and a beard.
I'll put out a jump.
Oh, wait a minute, Walt. I got an idea. Let's pull a real old stunt, huh?
A real old stunt would be a cinch for us.
Let the papers print a story that Mary Bellman is not dead.
Webb must have made sure.
Look, I didn't say that I was positive that Webb did the job. Louis Hall was standing with my gun in his hand. Gene Willis hated Mary Bellman for stealing her boy Louis, and we're loaded with suspects.
Well, she did only have one bullet in her, and there is a possibility that she could have knocked herself off.
Oh, stop sitting on your badge and call the papers. Say that Mary Bellman is in Bellevue in a serious condition. That due to an anonymous phone call, the police found her and rushed her to the hospital.
I know, and she's expected to recover consciousness at any moment.
Right. Otis, how would you look in a blonde wig?
Huh?
Come on, I'm going to put you to bed.
Lieutenant!
Walt called in the reporters on the police beat and gave them the story. Then went over to Bellevue and set it up with the staff. All the rooms in one section of the second floor were emptied, and we took over 207. The boys came over from the station with the blonde wig, and Walt and I slapped it on Otis and tucked him away to go Betty by. A screen was put up in the back of the room, and Walt and I sat down behind it to wait.
I've got 6 of our boys dressed as interns on this floor and a policewoman on the switchboard. McCarthy is making like the night physician. If anyone tries to see Mary...
Bless her little heart.
He's to show 'em up. Tell them they can't stay long. The minute anyone shows, they'll call us on... Oh, that might be it. Yeah?
A girl, Lieutenant. Nice looking. Wearing a big mink and carrying a handbag.
Right. Girl.
Gene Willis.
Might be. Be here in a second.
Keep well behind this screen.
You can only stay a minute. I'll be outside.
Thanks, Doctor.
Mary?
She's digging into her handbag.
Let's take her.
What?
Let's have the...
Take your hands off of me.
Hang on for a Walt.
What's the meaning of this?
Well, you always carry a gun, Jeannie?
She was going to kill me.
Who's that? That ain't Mary.
She was going to kill me, Lieutenant.
Shut up, Otis, or I'll give her back the gun.
You can't pin anything on me.
I think we can, baby.
Holy cow. More company. Yeah?
You can't do this.
Dear, shut up now.
Yeah. Okay.
More company?
Yeah, Hall and his gorillas. Said they were
Louis. Oh, no.
Honey, I
no.
warned you.
Keep it down,
no.
lady.
I won't let him get caught. I don't want him to get caught.
Shut her up.
I don't want him to get caught.
Sorry, honey, but I have
don't want
to.
him to get caught.
Okay, lift her over behind the screen.
All right.
Yeah.
There.
All right, let me back there.
Who's making noise?
You can only stay a minute.
Okay, Doc. You stay out here, Tony.
Right, boy.
Mary. Mary, baby.
I'll get the guy who done this.
All right, Louis.
Who's there? The police, and you're covered.
Okay.
Try anything, and the guy on the bed will start shooting.
The guy in the frame.
Give me your gun.
Then Mary, she's...
She's really dead, Louis.
I guess maybe I wish too much. I ain't smart. Here's your gun, Shamus.
You had the right gun, all right, but the wrong boy. Here, Walt, give it the ballistics.
We got Jean Willis over behind that screen. She came up here with some crazy idea of protecting you.
Janie, she think I done it. Yeah, the crazy kid, she ain't got no...
It's getting crowded. Yeah?
What's going on? Trying to run down a killer, Louis.
Okay. A guy just came in.
Wearing a beard?
No, he asked what room Mary Bellman was in and then left some flowers, walked out.
Oh, we better get that girl out of here. Get her out in the hall.
All right. Come on, honey.
Louis. Louis, I didn't mean to...
I'll give you a hand, Lieutenant.
Hey, Lieutenant, the fire escape. Somebody out there.
Louis, I only wanted to help you.
Quiet. Don't move, anybody. Maybe you, without the light, he won't see us.
Look out. He's going to shoot from there.
Get the light.
Who got him? I didn't even have time to get my gun out.
I didn't. I was too scared.
Well, I thought he'd at least get in the room.
Lieutenant, you okay?
Yeah, keep everybody out of here.
Where'd you get the other gun, Louis?
I only give you yours. Remember, Shamus?
Let's have that one, Louis.
I done what I said I was gonna do. I don't know who the guy is, but I guess he's the one that killed Mary.
Can you see the guy, Rick? Is it Webb?
Yeah. Alias Raymond R. Waldron, attorney at law and very dead. New outfit, Helen, baby?
Uh-huh. You like it?
Make a silkworm lose his mind.
I fixed some sandwiches. Thought you could eat them in here in the study.
Oh, beats the kitchen. How can I see what I'm eating? A moth would crack up if he had to land by one lousy candle.
Thought it was kind of romantic. Soft lights, music.
Oh, honey, honey, honey. My rural stomach has been neglected all day. Food should make it happy.
I hope so. Hard day?
Yes. What's this? Oh, very toothy. Peanut butter and caviar. You make them?
Of course. Oh. Yes?
Walt, Helen, right there.
Feeding his face. Wait a minute, Walt.
Now, Walt.
Here's the way it breaks down. Waldron or Webb decided to kill 3 birds with one stone.
Oh, the big pig.
He wanted you for sending him up. He wanted Mary Bellman because she was blackmailing him. Seems she threatened to tell the police that he was the one who got that payroll.
Oh, that's why she asked for an envelope. She thought I was bringing the payoff.
Yeah.
Well, Louis Hall was the 3rd bird.
For stealing Webb's girl while he was doing time. That's it.
You've been a living doll.
What are you eating?
I think this one's cheese and liverwurst.
How are you going to sing?
I hadn't thought about it. Me.
You'll never make it.
Don't bet on it.
I will bet on it, a double sawbuck.
I know you haven't got it, but you're on.
Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. I hear a polka and my troubles are through. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-dee. This kind of music is like heaven to me. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. It's got me higher than a kite. Hand me down my soup and fish. I am gonna get my wish. Hoop-de-doo in it tonight. When there's a trombone playing, I get a thrill. I always will. When there's a concertina, I always smile. 'Cause that's my style. When there's a fiddle in the middle and it really is a riddle, plays the tune so sweet that I could die. Lead me to the floor and hear me yell for more, 'cause I'm a hoop-de-dooing kind of guy. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. I hear a polka and my troubles are through. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-dee. This kind of music is like heaven to me. Hoop-de-doo, hoop-de-doo. It's got me higher than a kite. Hand me down my soup and fish. I am gonna get my wish. Hoop-de-doo in it tonight.
Honey, go to that phone. All right, Fatty. What do you got to say now? Didn't think I could sing with a mouthful of liverwurst.
It was worth the 20. I bet you feel awful.
No, but I'm sure glad I wasn't eating spaghetti.
Why?
Well, I strained so much on that last note, I would have knitted a T-shirt for my tonsils.
Dick Powell will be back in just a moment. And now, once more, here's your Rexall family druggist.
It's the time of year for a friendly warning about sunburn. Remember that overexposure may cause serious and painful burns. But in case you do get a sunburn, I want you to know about Rexall Gypsy Cream. You'll actually be amazed at the immediate cooling, soothing relief you get with Rexall Gypsy Cream. And what's more, it's not a messy ointment, but a quick-drying, greaseless liquid, easy to apply, harmless to close. Ask for Rexall Gypsy Cream at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall.
Ladies and gentlemen, last year, a great part of America's security went up in smoke. When traveling this summer, you can guard against forest fires by following these few simple rules. Crush out all cigarette, cigar, and pipe ashes. Break matches in two before throwing them away. Drown all campfires twice before leaving them. And always find out the law before using fire in wooded areas. Remember, only you can prevent forest fires. Good night, everyone.
This program was transcribed. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this same time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective. For the woman in 10 with sensitive skin.
There's Caranome hand cream.
Statistics show that 1 woman in 10 has an extra sensitive, extra tender skin. And for that woman...
There's Caranome hand cream. For like all Caranome beauty aids, Caranome hand cream is hypoallergenic. Pure, mild, safe for most sensitive skins. It softens, beautifies, protects.
Remember, for the woman in 10 with sensitive skin...
There's Caranome hand cream. Only one of Caranome's beauty aids, designed especially for women with sensitive skin.
Ask for Caranome at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Hear Juvenile Menace on Dragnet tomorrow night on NBC.
Buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Time now for Rocky Jordan, brought to you today by Del Monte Tomato Products. Not far from the Mosque Sultan Hassan in Cairo stands the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. The Cafe Tambourine, crowded with forgotten men, alive with the babble of many languages. For this is Cairo, where modern adventure and intrigue unfold against the backdrop of antiquity. Del Monte presents Rocky Jordan and this week's story, The Nile Runs High.
Winter and summer come to Egypt like any other land, but there's only one other season of the year, and the most important of the three. It comes as the great river Nile rises to overflow its banks in late September, bringing new fertility and life to this strange land. The Nile season is a time for rejoicing and festivities, and I was out in the morning to watch the myriad white sailboats sporting on the river. I wandered alone away from the holiday crowds south past the Ismail Bridge. Finally, just as I decided it was time to get back to the Tambourine, a white-sailed scow caught my eye, moving away from the other boats and seemingly out of hand. It heeled into the wind, then a breeze swung it directly toward shore, and it kept coming till it floundered aground. A voice moved me into action.
Help me! In the name of Allah! Help me!
I splashed out into the shallow water, and in a few seconds climbed onto the listing deck. I ducked under the boom toward where a man lay helpless across the tiller. He wore the blue robes of the fellaheen, and they were splotched with red.
Oh, my Effendi. My good Effendi.
Easy, fella. You're hurt bad. What's it all about?
I did my best. Tell my master that Shufa did his best.
Looks like a bullet wound. Who did it?
I do not know. They were in another boat.
Well, right now, we got to get help.
No, there is no time. Take it back now. Quickly, Effendi.
Take what back? What do you mean?
There, below. Take it back.
Shufa was pointing frantically to the open hatch, so I hurried over and down to the small cabin. It was loaded with miniature bales of cotton. I touched one and found that it was wet. But what interested me was the man on deck, so I got back to him. But too late. Shufa had rolled over on the deck, face up. Dead now from the bullet wound in his chest. Well, it wasn't a pleasant way to start the day. I threw a piece of sail over the pathetic figure and dropped an anchor to secure the boat where it was. I scratched around a little, but found no papers to identify the boat. All I could find was its name painted on the side, the Water Nymph. After that, I waded ashore, and about 3 blocks up the hill, I found a phone booth outside a little market.
Police headquarters, Avaya speaking.
Hello, Sam. It's Rocky.
Jordan, why are you not out celebrating with the rest? The Nile runs high. This is not time.
Just listen, Sam. I got a report.
I do not like the sound of your voice, Jordan.
Neither do I. But here it is. There's a sail scow near the foot of Shauria Bendur, grounded a little offshore.
Indeed? And how should that interest me?
A couple of things, maybe. For one, a load of cotton.
Most uninteresting. What else?
You'll find a man lying on deck, shot to death.
So that is it. Jordan, why is it that always you are the one...
Hold the question, Sam. Give you all I know when they show up.
Very well, Jordan. You will wait for me there.
I opened the door to leave, and I got a lot of help. A powerful, brawny arm reached in and dragged me out where I got a real close-up of a black beard and red eyes. It was my move, but just then a very wiry little character closed in from behind.
We will talk, Inglesi.
It was somebody else, Buster.
Shadrach is a man of danger.
Jabba speaks wisely. To the alley now, swiftly.
They had to work for it, but they each held an arm, and pretty soon they dragged me halfway down the hill, around a corner, and pinned me up against a trash barrel. Again, the one called Shadrach was blowing his breath in my face.
We will talk here, Inglesi.
All right, start saying something.
You made the phone call. Who was it with?
I got the wrong number.
Shadrach is a man of impatience.
As Jabba says. You were seen to board the boat on the river. Tell us what you saw there.
A little cotton. Dead man. Maybe you killed.
Shadrach is a man of danger.
Perhaps the knife will loosen your tongue.
Use it and see what you find out.
Speak now. What the dead man told you, and what you have told others.
If I don't?
Then, Inglesi, you will quickly join the unfortunate boatman.
Wait, Shadrach. Look who comes.
Then we saw them, all 5 of them, as they swept into the alley, their dirty white robes flapping in the wind. In the lead came a wild-eyed tribesman waving a sword with a double blade. Shadrach and his buddy froze for a split second, and just before they ran, they slammed me head first at the feet of the onrushing pack. Joe knocked the wind out of me, and somebody's boot behind my left ear did the rest. And that was all. When I opened my eyes, I saw bare sandstone walls and light coming in a high window. The rest I saw made me sure I was dreaming. But the soft hand stroking my cheeks was still there, so I looked again. The face bending over me was beautiful but expressionless. She was dark and not too slender. The only sign she was human was the throbbing at her temples, until she spoke.
You need not fear. We are both quite safe.
Oh, are we, lady? What happened to all the little men?
They do not matter now. They brought you here. Now we are alone.
Yeah, real cozy.
Oh, lie quietly. The pain will soon be gone.
Oh, that's not what bothers me.
My name is Farada.
And you'd like to know mine?
You are Rocky Jordan. You own a cafe called the Tambourine, and you are an American.
There's a card in my billfold says that.
When a woman meets a man, she wishes to know more of him, does she not?
Yeah, she sure does.
You do not look like one who brawls in the street. The 2 strong men were most violent with you. Would you not like to tell me why?
That makes you think I got anything to tell?
I see to your rescue, and yet you question.
Everybody's got an angle.
I do not understand.
Maybe yours is a boat down on the river. A load of wet cotton. And a dead man who might have said something that I told somebody else on the phone.
Very well. You need only tell me.
You got quite an assignment. getting information out of me in your own way. I think I like Shadrack's way better.
Why? Is it that you could resist his way, but not mine?
Give it up, lady. Won't work.
A man as wise as you should know that my way is best.
Where's the threat from? El Kahira?
Then you know of him.
Yeah, one of your boys shouted his name. Who is he?
El Kahira is a man of destiny. The true, the exalted leader.
Well, I'm still asking who he is.
Very soon you and all Egypt will know. Only those who bend to his will shall be spared.
Yeah, maybe he'll spare me. He knows what I told other people.
Perhaps. You leave me then?
You got ways of stopping me?
I would not use them. Mr. Jordan.
Yeah?
Go anywhere but to the police. My men can return most quickly.
I went out and down some steps to what turned out to be one of Cairo's many old deserted towers. I knew I wouldn't find Farada there again. If any of my rescuers were around outside, they didn't show their faces, so I skipped Farada's advice and made it for police headquarters the quickest way. When I walked into Sabaya's office, he jumped up from behind his desk and came striding toward me.
Jordan, where have you been?
Hey, you been worried about me, Sam?
We will leave my personal feelings out of this, if that is possible.
Suit yourself. I don't feel so good either.
Listen to me, Jordan. Was it not you who phoned me 2 hours ago, most urgently?
In person.
And did you not say that you would join me at the foot of the Sharia Bendor where it meets the river?
Well, that was my plan.
And did you not say that a boat was anchored there, loaded with cotton, and with a dead man on its deck?
That's all straight. Did you get there, Sam?
I did.
Now have a look inside those cotton bales. Got a hunch you'll find something there.
Jordan.
Huh?
There is an old saying of my people. Perhaps you have heard it.
Take it again. You can take it again.
It is said a man who is bitten by a serpent will be frightened by the sight of a rope.
Where does that fit?
You, an adventurer, have often seen violence in a moment of, shall we say, celebration. What you saw was not real.
Take a look at these bruises, Sam. They're real.
They prove nothing.
Just what are you driving at?
I will tell you. It so happens that when I got there was no cotton. Also, there was no dead man. In fact, Jordan, there was not even a boat.
Del Monte Foods is presenting tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan.
Fresh tasting, natural tasting, and refreshing.
Fresh tasting, natural tasting, and refreshing. There in just 6 words is the whole story of Del Monte tomato juice. Fresh tasting, natural tasting, and refreshing. That's just what tomato juice should be. And that's just exactly what Del Monte tomato juice is. For the perfect appetizer at mealtimes, for a pick-me-up when you need it, just fill a glass with ice-cold Del Monte tomato juice, and with the first sip, you'll think,
say, this is good.
Del Monte tomato juice is fresh tasting.
Then with the second sip, you'll add,
Really quenches my thirst.
Del Monte tomato juice is natural tasting.
And you'll drink it down because...
Del Monte tomato juice is so refreshing.
Friends, next time you're shopping, buy Del Monte tomato juice. Look for it in the green can with the familiar red Del Monte shield. Keep several cans in the refrigerator. You'll find they come in mighty handy. And now we take you back to Cairo and tonight's adventure with Rocky Jordan. The Nile runs high.
Sam Sabaya sat watching what he just told me sink in. The sailboat, its small cargo of cotton, and the lifeless man at the tiller were gone. All vanished. Or, as Sam put it, they were never there. I had to make him believe me. Sam, what I told you on the phone was all true.
Please, Jordan, do not try my patience.
Just get this, now all of it. Right after I hung up, a couple of bearded characters started working me over. They wanted to know what I might have found or heard on that boat.
And what might that be?
I don't know. The boatman tried to say something about the cotton.
Continue, Jordan.
Just as the 2 bearded men got rough, a gang of desert rats charged in. It was a free-for-all with me in the middle. I went out for the count and woke up in a deserted tower with a dame named Farada. She tried to dig some information, too.
You had quite a day.
Oh, listen, will you, Sam? The desert gang and Farada were taking orders from somebody they call El Kahira.
El Kahira? Is that quite everything, Jordan?
Well, up to now it is, but there'll be plenty more.
Let me suggest that you go back to your cafe and have a good sleep. I trust that you will not need an escort.
I wasn't sure how much of my story Sam believed. All I knew was he bit his tongue at the mention of El Cahira, and there must have been a reason. Outside, I hadn't gone 10 steps when I spotted Ferrata in a doorway across the street. A couple more white-robed shadows planted a few doors down. I stepped it up, and when I saw they were following, I took cover in a bar half a block down.
Hey, Rocky, come on over.
It was an old friend seated alone near the door. Bill Harder, crack reporter of the Cairo Mail. I figured he could help me, so I joined him. He was a couple of drinks ahead of me.
Man, what happened to your face, Rocky? Somebody step on it?
Yeah, supposing I said somebody did.
It wouldn't surprise me. The scrapes you get into. Now, give me a scoop on the next one, will you?
Sure. Next time I mix with El Cahira, I'll let you know.
No, I wouldn't wish that on you. Hey, guys, take care of my boy here.
Short beer's off. Hey, by the way, El Cahira means something, doesn't it? The victorious?
Yeah, that's right. The original name of Cairo, named after the planet Cahir. It's the Egyptian name for Mars.
And this El Cahira appropriated the name for himself.
Yeah, talk about delusions of grandeur. He's got it. Hey, what brought him up?
You did.
I did? Maybe so. You know, I need somebody like him around. I met a decent story in weeks. Oh, here, I'm paying.
Oh, thanks. What's this El Cahira like, Bill?
Oh, he's a screwballed end-a-mall, Rocky. Pretender to the throne of Egypt.
You got any reasons?
Oh, sure. Claims he's a direct descendant of the first king of Egypt. Way back 6,000 years. I think he really believes it.
Modern pharaoh, huh?
Oh, before even the pharaohs. You know, Rocky, there's an old legend among the nomadic tribes that they were the original inhabitants of Egypt. They were dispossessed and forced to wander the desert.
And El Cahira's going to lead them back, that is?
Yeah. There are always a few tribes around willing to make trouble, and Cahira seems to know how to stir them up.
You, any idea where he is now?
Who knows? He's been in and out of trouble for years, but he always seems to come back. He could be a dangerous man.
He and his queen.
Ferrata, yeah. She's as screwy as he is. Hey, you going already, Rocky?
Yeah. Go back to your desk, Bill. I may have a story for you.
How's that, Rocky? Hey, that's not the way to the door.
I want to speak to the cook. So long, Bill. I did say hello to the cook, but I had other reasons for going out the back way. Namely, Ferrata and her crew hanging around out front. I knew if I didn't want a lot of characters on my trail, from now on I'd have to clear things up fast. So I quick went to the Nile Boat Registry office for information.
In a minute, gent. I'm very busy.
Oh, we all are.
Left alone to make out all these reports.
I suppose we speed it up.
Everybody likes to be in a hurry.
There's a sail scow called the Water Nymph. Who's it belong to?
Hold your horse, gent. I'll look it up. Everybody in the office goes to the Nile but me. Just because I'm a Greek does not mean I do not like celebrations. What was that boat? What?
The Water Nymph, under W.
W. Water Nymph. That belongs to Malik Bey. Goodbye, gent.
All right, hold it.
What?
Who's Malik Bey?
Malik Cotton Growers, Heliopolis Road.
One more thing. Has the boat been reported missing?
Oh, no. Does that mean I have to make out another report?
Oh, skip it. Happy holiday, gent. It was a little after 4 when I went out onto the street. The crowds were swarming up from the waterfront. It was festive Cairo at its best. Limousines and camels, pashas and beggars, women in slacks and women with veils. I was just about to move on when I saw the flash in the sunlight. A knife stuck quivering inches deep in the doorpost by my head. The 2 fleeing figures vanished quickly into the milling crowd. I'd seen both of them before that day. It was Shadrach and his pal Java. Trying to follow would have wasted time, so I got to my car and honked my way out the Avenue de la Reine and onto the Heliopolis Road. And just before sunset, I pulled in under a big sign on the outskirts of town. Malik Cotton Growers, and up a driveway to the spacious home. There, I was directed to a rambling warehouse behind. At the warehouse door, I was met by a man sporting a pencil mustache and a red fez. I'm looking for Malik Bey.
I am Malik Bey. And you?
The name is Jordan.
Oh. What do you want?
I'm wondering if you had a man named Schufer working for you.
Oh, yes. What about him?
He sent you a message.
A message?
He wants you to know he did his best.
I do not understand. What are you talking about?
Didn't you know? Your man's dead. I found him shot and dying on your boat.
Well, that's most regrettable. I did not know, Mr. Jordan.
But maybe you know what it's about, huh?
No, these things happen. There has been discord among my workers. A personal matter, perhaps. Did Shufa say anything else, Mr. Jordan?
No, only he was concerned about the cargo. All I could see was some small bales of cotton in the cabin.
Well, perhaps it explains part of it. Stealing cotton is nothing new, but a small loss.
Oh, you have some left, eh?
Oh, excellent humor, Mr. Jordan. Come inside the warehouse. You shall see. Now, observe, Mr. Jordan. Premium Egyptian cotton ready for the world's markets.
Yeah. You keep it here long?
No, it is already being moved. You see, the August harvest was over only 3 weeks ago, just ahead of the Nile season.
I'm just thinking.
Yes?
With so much cotton being moved and with boating events on the river, this would be a safe time to do a smuggling job inside the cotton bales.
Perhaps. I would not know.
Oh, by the way, have you been losing money in the cotton market?
That is a most personal question, Mr. Jordan.
Oh, forget it. Well, thanks for the deluxe tour, Malik Bey.
A pleasure. You were most gracious to bring me the sad news of Shufa's death.
He walked with me to my car and watched as I drove out to the main road. But I didn't go far. Just beyond the hill, I parked, took a heavy screwdriver from the car, got out and left the road, circling back. I'd noticed how Malik Bey kept steering me away from a certain padlocked door. I found an open entrance back of the warehouse, and it was just a few more steps to the door I wanted in. It isn't much of a trick to break a padlock if you know how. You just insert the screwdriver, give it a twist, and that's all. I was inside a large room. In the dim light, I could see some bats and all sorts of equipment that didn't mean anything. But stacked along the wall, I saw what I wanted. Small bales of cotton like those I'd seen on the boat. Only these were dry. I took one and broke it open. There was nothing inside. I tried some more, and they were the same. I was stumped. I'd been sure it was a smuggling job. Well, if there wasn't anything inside the bales, it had to be the cotton itself. I stood there rubbing my hand over it, and then I saw something. I rubbed again, harder. A phosphorescent glow followed in my hand's path, and all at once it clicked. It made sense now. Right away, I wanted more words with Malik Bey. I started back into the main room of the warehouse, but I didn't have to go far. Malik Bey was running wildly toward me, looking back over his shoulder. The 2 shots had found their mark. Malik Bey stumbled, fell forward to the floor, rolled over at my feet, face up. It didn't take a second look to see he was very dead. And there in the middle of the warehouse, flanked by her men from the desert, gun in hand, stood Farada.
Mr. Jordan, so still you do not forget.
I'm just beginning to learn some things.
I fear that now it will do you little good.
That mean you're using the gun again?
It is not mine to decide.
Good girl, Farada. Still take orders from the big boy, huh?
All Egypt shall obey him soon.
Yeah, I'd like to meet His Majesty sometime.
El Kahira.
El Kahira comes.
El Kahira.
Farada, who is this who does not bow down before me?
It is the man Jordan, my master.
So, it is the foolhardy one who hesitates to tell what he knows.
I'm ready to tell it now, El Kahira.
Now it is too late.
I can figure your tie-up with Malik. He had the cotton, he needed money, so he just decided to expand operations. He moved in a lot of equipment, nitric acid and so on, into that big room. Began manufacturing a high explosive. It's called gun cotton. It's a lot safer to handle while it's wet.
Indeed, your tongue has been loosened.
It's all in there, including plenty of gun cotton. You made a good buyer for his stuff. Only what happened? Did Malik start backing down?
Suddenly he was in great fear of the authorities. Did he not know that I am the law?
You got an awful lot to prove.
The proof is in the doing. Soon at my bidding, the legions of the desert will arise.
And I don't have to guess where the gun cotton comes in.
Consider, if you will, the effect of a few bombs strategically placed at certain dams far to the south. Dams which control the flow of the river.
You're making it sound pretty big.
Egypt is the Nile. The Nile is Egypt. The economy of the land will be disrupted. There will be chaos.
All you're doing, huh, El Kahira? That makes you king.
As you say. And after wandering the desert as outcast these many centuries, my people return to the land that is rightfully theirs.
And you're telling me because I don't get to see it, huh?
Most truly spoken. Farada, you have the gun.
At your command, my master.
Then you will raise it quickly.
El Kahira!
Who is without?
It is the Bey of the police.
El Kahira! You are surrounded. The law charges you with murder and revolution. Will you come out peaceably?
We will never yield.
But my master, we have no choice.
Enough. We will fight to the end. We are as naught before destiny. Should we fail, another will arise.
You have spoken, my master.
My subjects, to the windows. Fight to the death.
The desert men turned, and as Ferrata wavered, I saw my chance. I grabbed the gun from her hand and made for the open door. As I went out, it slammed behind me, and I kept running till I landed behind a watering trough where Sam Sabaya waited.
Down, Jordan, quickly.
Watch that man, Sam. He's wild.
El Cahida! This is your last chance!
There was no answer from inside. Sam motioned his men surrounding the building to stay covered. And that's how we waited in silence for what seemed like a long time. I had an idea what would happen, and all at once it came.
Even though he dies, El Cahida lives forever!
With the blast, a sheet of flame rose from the roof, and all at once the big warehouse caved into an inferno. Suddenly, they were all gone. El Cahida, the self-styled god of war, had died as fantastically as he had lived.
In a moment, Rocky Jordan returns to conclude tonight's story. There's nothing like a good old backyard barbecue with juicy hamburgers sizzling on the open grill and Del Monte catsup close at hand. But let's join Mr. and Mrs. Connell out in the yard.
Now, take it easy, Bob. For a man who likes a medium well, you're in an awful big hurry.
Yeah, I know, but the smell of those onions, oh, I can hardly wait.
Okay. Grab that bun over there.
Uh-huh.
Now, all set?
No. One thing missing. Where's the catsup?
Why, you don't think I'd forget that, do you? Del Monte catsup? Here it is. Why, no hamburger would be complete without it.
That's right, Mrs. Connell. That final touch that makes a hamburger a super burger is Del Monte catsup. Yes, Del Monte catsup has a distinct flavor all its own. A lively, zesty, spiced tomato goodness that's a real flavor treat. So see what its wonderful, rich tomato flavor can do for all the main course foods you serve so often. We know you'll like it. And here's good news. Del Monte catsup actually costs less than many other quality brands. So remember, for flavor first, look for Del Monte catsup. Your grocer has it. Back now to Rocky Jordan.
Well, the minute we got back to town, I called my reporter friend Bill Harder and gave him the scoop I'd promised him. Sam kept me with him as he went about Cairo checking El Cahira's venture. Finally, we stood at the foot of the Sharia Bendur, looking into the dark across the river.
Yes. It should not be too difficult to understand why the boatman was killed.
It all fits, Sam. Malik Bey had lost too much money in the cotton market. To recoup his fortune, he expanded operations making gun cotton, which is slightly illegal.
Slightly illegal? To say the least, Jordan.
He found a good buyer in El Cahira, but he found out too late what Cahira was up to, and that the police were closing in, so he decided to call it all off.
But in the meantime, Shufa was sailing with the first delivery. Obviously, Malik Bey sent his men here to the shore to signal Shufa to turn back.
Yeah, that's it. The trouble was, El Cahira had a boat following to make sure of delivery. When Shufa turned, they shot him and picked up the boat while I was phoning you, and then both sides came after me.
Well, we will find the lost cargo in good time. Shall we go, Jordan?
Yeah, sure. El Cahira's no more problem.
No. He chose to end his life as fantastically as he lived it. Instead of fighting, he committed suicide.
And like Bill Harder said, he may have been screwy, but he was sure dangerous.
Are not all power-mad people dangerous, Jordan?
You're right, Sam. But I wonder about that legend that says the nomads once owned Egypt.
Unsubstantiated by any historical fact. A pure fabrication.
Like that boat I saw in the river, Sam?
Jordan, will you join me for coffee?
For the finest in tomato flavor, enjoy the whole family of Del Monte tomato products.
Del Monte catsup and chili sauce, Del Monte tomato sauce and canned tomatoes, and Del Monte tomato juice.
And remember, buy wisely. Buy for flavor. Buy Del Monte. Del Monte, the brand you trust for flavor in so many good foods. Rocky Jordan, written by Gomer Cole and Larry Roman, stars Jack Moyles in the title role with Jay Novello as Sam Sabaya, and is produced and directed by Cliff Howell, with original music composed and conducted by Richard Arant. Remember, you have a date next week at the Cafe Tambourine, run by Rocky Jordan. Same time, same station. And the story is Adventure with Adelaide. Want to brighten up a simple meal? Del Monte Fruit Cocktail has just the glamour that can do it. Just serve it as is for a sparkling first course or as a gay salad or a dessert. Yes, let the wonderful flavor of Del Monte Fruit Cocktail go to work for you. Larry Thor speaking. Rocky Jordan is presented over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, the case of the Larssonous Luck. It's late Wednesday night in New York, and in Arnie Kessler's very private gambling club on East 69th Street, tall, handsome, gray-haired George Watkins stands at the end of the dice table shaking the dice cup in his manicured hand and makes his roll.
5's your number.
Righto.
Once again, Watkins shakes the cup.
Come on, little 5.
And makes his roll.
7.
Watkins smiles wryly, shrugs lightly, puts down the cup, and pushes through the crowd. He finds the door to Kessler's private office open and walks in. Kessler is seated at the desk.
Oh, Watkins. Sit down.
Thanks.
How'd it go tonight?
Well, for you, fine. I'm clean.
Tough luck.
Oh, bound to change. How's my credit?
Strained to the limit. I'm afraid I'll have to close the book on you.
That's all I wanted to know. Good evening, Kessler.
You're down for 35 grand, Watkins. That's a lot of groceries.
I understand. I'm a realist, Kessler. Don't fool myself. No false pride, so I have to face the fact. At the moment, I'm no big shot. I'm flat. Bum investment. I'm surprised you carried me this far.
Oh, you'll pay off.
I'm glad you're so sure.
It's my business to be sure.
In that case, a little more credit?
Now, let's not overdo a good thing, chum. Got to draw the line somewhere, you know. You just pay that 35 and you can have all the credit you like.
All right. I'll get it.
You bet you will, Watkins. You bet.
Rex, here you are. Just sign these papers and I'll run along.
Just a minute, Watkins. Reader, get this. How do you like this phrase? Da-da-dee, da-da-da. You're right, it's corny. Maybe it's better like this. Da-da-dee, da-da-da. No, it was better before. Da-da-dee.
Rex, please, I've got to be going.
Okay, Watkins. Give me the papers.
Here you are. Here's the pen.
Okay. You know, it's funny, I had it the right way in my head, but it's gone. Dee-da-dee-da-dee. No. I tell you, if I could remember, it's terrific.
All right, Rex, but look what you're doing.
Signing my name. I gotta look for that.
Don't you even read what you're signing?
I can't be bothered. That's what I pay Watkins for, my business manager, huh, Watkins?
That's right. Now these checks.
Right.
You'd think you'd be interested.
Interested? In whereases and double entries and capital gains? I say it's spinach and to Watkins with it. Okay, Watkins, there you are.
Righto. Now you can get back to your work. So long, Rex. Goodbye, Miss Long.
Yeah, be seeing you.
Bye.
You got a
catch it. It's a natural, believe me.
What do you know about him?
Who?
Watkins.
Oh, great. Saved me nearly 10 grand in income taxes last year.
If you don't even check on him,
Rita, I know what I'm doing. I make the moolah. Watkins sees that I don't spend it faster than I make it. That's
Who's
all.
to see he doesn't spend it?
Oh, for the love of Pete, Rita.
I mean it. If you expect me to marry you, you've got to have some sense of responsibility.
Yeah, sure. Baby, there it is. I know I'd get it. You like?
Not bad.
Not bad. It's great.
What are you doing?
Calling my no good of an agent?
Rex, I'm trying to tell
Yeah,
you.
not now, honey, not now.
Hello?
Halloran, listen, I've got a number. Even you'll be able to sell it.
Who is it?
Who is it? The Cole Porter of the 50s. I'm telling you, I've got something that'll make you.
Rex?
Who else?
Look, Rex, before you get all
Now, will you
hopped up-
shut up? You haven't even heard it yet. Goes with those lyrics I showed you yesterday. Now, listen. Did you hear?
Yes?
Well?
It's a nice tune, Rex, but you know that you
No
can't...
buts, Halloran. This is it. How soon can you get it to Sinatra?
Be reasonable, Rex. We can't...
Now, look, I don't want any argument. All the time I bang out songs that sell themselves, you try to sit on them. If it wasn't for that contract, believe me, brother, you'd be out, but fast.
Listen to the cornball. Where were you before I took you over? Strictly minor leagues. Now it's the big leagues and you're beating them, huh? You got a nice tune. I'll do what I can.
Now, look, shut up. I want you over here this afternoon, understand? That creep always got to give me conversation. You'd think a guy'd get some encouragement once in a while, but no, nice tune, he says. And you won't even listen. Got to yap about what?
I listen, Rex. It's just that I'm worried. Do you have to turn everything over to Watkins?
All right, look, I'll take it once more, slow. Now try to dig it this time, baby, will you? When you get in the chips, you hire yourself a business manager. Everybody does it. I'm not the only one.
Thanks so much for telling me. But everybody doesn't just sign papers and checks without even knowing what they are.
All right, let's not get in a hassle about it, huh?
Well, if we're going to get married...
Who says we're going to get married?
Rex!
Well, if it's going to be nag all the
You're
time...
not serious.
Maybe I am. I don't know.
Well, I was only trying to be helpful. I don't see why you have...
Oh, for Pete's sake. Look, baby, I got a great idea banging around in my head. I want to get it on paper. Do you have to pitch a hissy now?
I'm sorry, Rex. I just...
Now, will you cut it out? Honey, look. Doggone it, listen, will you? All right, I'll call Watkins. I'll get an appointment, see. He'll explain just how I stand financially, black and white. Get it all figured out, see. Now, will you please turn off the Niagara and let me get to work?
Oh, Kessler.
Hello, Watkins. Mind if I come in?
No, of course not.
Thanks.
As a matter of fact, I have something for you.
Glad to hear it.
Yes. Here you are.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 grand. Good. That leaves an even 30.
It may take a little time.
Oh, that's all right. Just so long as you settle up before you leave town.
Leave town? What makes you
You bought a ticket for Chicago this morning.
How do you know? Have you been having me followed?
Let's just say I have a very sensitive Ouija board, You see, Watkins, when I have money outstanding, I like to keep in touch. That's why I don't want you going away until the account is closed.
I should have expected this. Oh, very well, Kessler, you've got me. No use denying there's the ticket. I was leaving. As a matter of fact, I'm on a bit of a spot. Let's face it, I'm trapped.
How so?
Well, I'll tell you. Always was one for cards on the table. It's like this. That $5,000 I just paid you came from Rex Elber. Only Elber doesn't know it. I had counted on him for considerably more. From time to time, you understand. You can't rush these things or they show up.
Well,
Elber called a few minutes ago, wants to go over the account. I don't know what's gotten into him all of a sudden, but there it is. Have to face it. He wants an accounting, and I can't possibly explain the check I cashed. If it hadn't happened so fast.
So you were going to run out?
Well, what can I do? Perhaps if you give me back that $5,000 and I return it to Rex, he may not press the charges.
Sure. I blow $5 grand, and if Elba decides not to play ball, you're in the soup anyhow.
Well, it was a thought.
I don't call that thinking.
Well, what can I do?
Elba isn't your only client. You have others. That's why I gave you credit.
Now, they watch closer. Still, I I suppose over a period of time I could raise the rest.
Take your time. I won't rush things so long as I get payments on account like this every so often.
But I don't have time. That's just it. Elber wants a showdown today.
Oh, can't you stall him?
No, not for long. If only I could keep him from asking about that check. There must be something I can do.
Not only there must be, Watkins. There better be.
Come in, door's open. Okay, now what can I do? Hey, wait a minute. Hey, what's the idea?
Yeah? This where Mike Waring lives, the Falcon?
Yeah.
You him?
I'm he.
Well, Halloran's my name, Vic Halloran, Rex Elba's agent.
Congratulations.
On what?
Being Elba's agent. He must be a gold mine.
Golden goose, more like. Somebody killed him.
Oh?
Yeah, that's why I'm here. I need a detective. Heard a lot about you. Always figure anybody has a reputation, he must have something on the ball.
Well, I'll concede the point. Shall we go inside and talk business?
No need. I'll only be a minute. I discovered the body, see? So I'm on the spot. Cops just put me through the ringer.
Any reason you should be suspected, other than discovering the body?
They suspect everybody.
Oh, and you've got nothing to worry about. No more than anybody else.
All right. It's like this, see? Who likes his agent? All the time gripes. How come you aren't doing more for me? Rex and me had words often. Loud words. But he's my meal ticket. I'm going to knock off my own meal ticket?
Ah, yes, the golden goose.
Get on it, will you, Waring?
Okay, Halloran.
Try Rita Vaughn, warbler at the Zigzag Club.
You think she did it?
She's mixed up in it.
How do you know?
She's a dame. Rex is current. And believe me, in a thing like this, always include the dame in.
I'll make a note of it.
Dames are trouble. You can count on nothing but trouble.
Halloran, you're speaking of the women I love.
Take it from me, Waring. Nothing but trouble.
Spoken like a confirmed bachelor.
Bachelor? I'm paying alimony 3 ways. Now get on it, Waring, will you?
Mike Waring has been in Vic Halloran's employ for 20 minutes. Just long enough to get from his own place to the Zigzag Club, where Rita Vaughn has just admitted him to her dressing room.
All right, Mr. Waring, now what is it?
Well, there's no question about it. You're a dame.
What a detective.
And dames are trouble.
Oh?
Mm-hmm. I have it on the authority of a 3-time loser.
And you're looking for trouble?
Rex Elba's trouble. Were you it?
I was his dame.
Mm-hmm.
But I had nothing to do with his death.
Uh-huh.
So if that's all you want, you might as well run along.
Who said it's all I want?
I can tell you who killed Rex, if that's what you want.
Well, I'd like to get around with that angel, but I'm in no hurry.
His business manager, George Watkins.
Why do you say that?
Rex had an appointment with Watkins today to check on Watkins' handling of Rex's affairs. The murder was a little too opportune to be a coincidence.
All right, Rita, I'll check on it.
Well, you can't check on it in here.
Hey, you seem in a hurry to get rid of me.
I'm on in a few minutes. I'd like to get ready.
And the show must go on.
You said it, Mr. Waring. Maybe you think I'm taking Rex's death too... Maybe you think it doesn't mean anything. But Oh, get out of here, will you?
Hello, is George Watkins around?
Who wants to know?
Mike Waring.
Well, the Falcon. This is an unexpected pleasure.
You must be Arnie Kessler.
I must be. Can I offer you a drink?
No, thanks.
You get around a lot.
33.
How come you got around here?
Could be I like roulette.
Oh, you know better than the buck the house percentage, Waring?
That's no way to encourage business.
Some kinds of business I can do without. So you're looking for George Watkins, huh?
Yeah, I understand he's a regular patron here. I wanted to confirm it.
You expect an answer from me?
No, I guess not.
Is that all you wanted?
Well, I'd like to know how Watkins was doing. Well, I didn't think you'd tell me.
I'm not crazy. I start talking about my client's affairs, I'd be out of business fast.
Well, in that case, I guess I'm just wasting my time around here.
I'm glad to realize it.
Might as well be running.
Oh, no need to run, Waring. You can walk. As long as it's to the nearest exit.
Hello?
Hello, Watkins. This is Arnie Kessler.
Yes, Kessler. What is it?
Who knew that Rex Elba wanted an accounting with you today?
Well, I didn't know anyone did, except you. Why?
Mike Waring was just here, the Falcon. He guessed you'd been losing at the tables.
Oh, dear.
Relax. He's still guessing. I didn't give him anything.
But if he's checking...
I don't think he can prove anything, but I thought you ought to know.
Yes. Thanks, Kessler. But who could have put him onto... Of course. That girl.
What girl?
Rita Vaughn. Never did care for her style of singing. Maybe I can figure a way to make her change her tune.
Hello, Rita.
Oh, Mr. Waring, back again, huh?
Yeah, I thought I'd catch the last show. But as long as you're table hopping, how about perching at mine for a while?
Well, I only have a minute.
I'll settle for that.
All right.
I've been checking on Watkins.
Find out anything?
Uh-huh. He likes to gamble.
Oh, well, that could explain...
What's wrong?
Speak of the devil. Hello, Mr. Watkins.
Hello, Rita. Am I interrupting anything?
Yes, you certainly are. But sit down, you old devil.
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Watkins, this is Michael Waring.
Waring? Oh, yes. Yes, I've heard of you.
From Arnie Kessler?
Why do you ask that?
Why don't you answer it?
I want to talk to Rita.
Get in line. I was here first.
I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint both of you. Time for my number. See you later.
Has Rita been talking about me, Waring?
Ask Rita.
I intend to.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, now here she is. The little lady you've all been waiting for to play and sing for you, Rita Vaughn.
Thank you, Harry. Thank you. Folks, I have something that I hope will be a treat for you. It's a brand new number that I wrote myself. And here it is for the first time anywhere. I hope you like it.
I wonder why she didn't come back to the table, Waring. She said
something scared her. Didn't you see her face when she left the floor, Watkins?
No, I didn't notice.
That's why I wanted to get back here to the dressing room. There it is.
Hey, somebody's in there.
Yeah. Look out, Watkins. Let's see if this door's unlocked. Yeah, it is.
Mr. Waring.
Yes, Rita. Come to take you in my arms.
Let go.
Not while you're waving shooting irons.
Sorry, Waring. She missed.
Yeah, so I see, Halloran. But let's not give her another shot at you. What are you doing here, anyway?
Telling her off. She's a crook.
He hit me. That's why I grabbed the gun. It was self-defense.
She's a crook, a grave robber.
Did you hit her?
We were arguing.
Did you hit her?
What difference
Did
does
you
it...
hit her, Halloran?
Well, maybe I did.
Then the gunplay really was self-defense.
I told you.
Uh-huh, but I want Halloran to tell me.
Well, yes, it was.
All right. Then I can let her go. Much as I enjoy holding you in my arms, Rita, I like it under different circumstances. Now, what went on in here?
Well, when I heard her singing that song...
Did you hear? I didn't see you in the club.
I was over at the side, near the door.
All right, you heard the song.
Yeah, she said it was her song. She made it up.
I did.
Rex called me this morning, all hopped up. Here's a new number. Plays it for me over the phone. It's this very song, Waring. This very song.
I played it for Rex. That's where he got it.
He said it was his.
We were going to publish it under his name. We thought it would be more popular.
Look, I know Rex's style. You can't
I
tell
know
me...
his style, too. I was influenced by it, I admit that. But I wrote that song.
That's a lie.
Well, even if it is, Halloran, is that any call to slug the girl? Or did you just toss that in because you don't like dames?
I couldn't help blowing my lid, Waring. I'm sorry, but this crooked dame
All right,
here...
all right, hold it. Rita, you say you made up this song?
Yes.
When?
This morning. Rex was working on a tune. It was something like this one, but not the same. Watkins, you were there, you remember.
Yes.
Well, then Watkins left, and Rex and I were talking, and all of a sudden it came to me.
And you played it for Rex?
Yes.
And he played it for Halloran?
Yes, and he told me that...
I know what he told you. Did you play it for anyone else, Rita, until tonight?
No.
And it's just your word against Halloran's.
Well, yes,
I don't know what you hope to prove, Waring. Each one will stick to his own story.
Oh, I think I've proved plenty, Watkins.
What?
Who killed Rex Elder?
You what?
I've proved who killed Rex Elder. Maybe that isn't as important as who wrote the music, but it should determine who's going to have to face it.
Who, Waring?
Well, considering that Watkins is in deep to Kessler...
Where'd you get that idea?
Maybe from Kessler himself. You couldn't. Why not?
Because I don't owe him.
That's not what Kessler told me, Watkins.
He didn't tell you anything.
What makes you so sure?
He told me he didn't.
And there must be something he could...
Rita, look out!
Oh, don't.
Too late, Waring. I've got the gun from her.
Now, what good do you think it's going to do you?
Well, there's one sure thing. Won't do you any good if you make a move. So stay where you are, all of you. I'm getting out of here.
"15 minutes have passed since George Watkins grabbed Rita's gun and beat a hasty retreat from the Zigzag Club. Mike has used that time to hurry to Arnie Kessler's apartment, where Kessler's thug Rocky has just ushered him in.
Here he is, Mr. Kessler.
Yeah. All right, Waring. What is it this time?
Well, I put you on kind of a spot, Kessler. I figured I ought to tell you.
What kind of a spot?
I told George Watkins you tipped me about his owing you. He grabbed a gun and cleared out. I thought he might come here.
Thanks for the warning. I can take care of myself.
Yeah, sure. Still, I thought you ought to know.
All right. But how come he fell for your bluff?
Oh, I guess he's out of his element. I imagine that until today, except for a weakness for gambling, Watkins stuck pretty close to the straight and narrow.
Yeah.
And since he really is in hock to you...
Is he?
His running out ought to clinch it.
How do I know he ran out? Just because you say so?
Well, I see you're not as green as Watkins.
Disappointed?
No, I expected it. Well, there could be the answer to if I'm bluffing.
Yeah. Rocky.
Okay, Mr. Kessler.
And just in case Waring isn't bluffing you, that's Watkins. Check him for artillery.
Right.
I want to see Kessler.
Sure. Turn around.
Why?
So far, you're right, Waring. It's Watkins.
And when you get to know me better, Kessler, you'll never doubt me.
Not bad.
All right, Mr. Kessler, here he is. And here's his heater.
Waring.
Hello, Watkins. I've been expecting you.
I should have known. You are on his side,
That's
Kessler.
what he wants you to think, but if you shut up and let me do the talking...
Certainly. Might as well face it. I bungled again, played right into his hand.
Maybe, but now we have him on our home ground.
Please, Kessler, no violence.
That's not what I had in mind. At least for now. As long as we're both here together, he can't play one off against the other like he's been doing.
No, that's not necessary. I've proved my point.
I wouldn't say so. You rattled Watkins. He lost his head.
And came running to you. Why?
To check on what you told him. He thought I might have lied about him.
You mean you wanted to see if you told the truth about him? It's no use, Kessler. I know he's in hock to you. Now that I know who the murderer is, it's the only thing that makes sense.
Oh, you know that, too?
Yeah, sure.
Waring, I know how it looks.
Out of the talking, Watkins. Are you, suggesting that Watkins killed Elba, Waring?
Oh, I haven't said that.
But I thought...
You shouldn't jump to conclusions, Watkins.
Well, but then I don't understand. Unless you think I'm the murderer, what difference does it make if I owe Kessler money? My relation with him doesn't affect anyone else.
It affects Kessler.
But surely you can't think he killed Rex. Why, they didn't even know each other.
I know they didn't.
Well, then...
Now, wait. Elba demanded an accounting with you today, didn't he, Watkins? Never mind, don't answer, but you know he did. And you've been juggling the account to pay off Kessler, so you got panicked.
Well...
Shut up, Watkins.
Yes.
All right, you told Kessler about the spot you were in. You paid off part of what you owed him, but there was still a heavy balance. Now, if Elba sent you to jail, Kessler would never get his balance. So he killed Elba to protect his investment in you.
So that's it.
How many times do I have to tell you to shut up, Watkins?
Oh, I'm the one you'll have to shut up, Kessler. But before you decide on the rough play you so thoughtfully postponed before, you ought to know the police know I came up here.
Yeah?
You think I'd have stuck my neck out like this otherwise? Let's face it, Kessler, the jig is up.
One thing I don't understand, Waring.
What's that, Halloran?
You said my argument with Rita about the song is what tipped you to the murderer.
Yes, it did.
But if Kessler's the murderer, he had nothing to do with the song.
That's just the point.
What?
He didn't know Elba. Had nothing to do with him.
Then how could he...
Look, Halloran. Regardless of who really wrote the song, either way, we know that until last night, only you and Rita and Elba had ever heard the song, right?
Yes.
But when I was at Kessler's before Rita played it at the club, Kessler was humming the song.
He was?
He was. So I knew he must have been at Elba's. Remember Elba was at the piano when he was murdered? He must have been playing the tune when Kessler killed him.
I see.
Uh-huh. So that takes care of the murder. Now everything is settled except who really wrote the song.
Oh, that's settled, too.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, yes, I was wrong. Rita wrote it all right. We had a long talk, and she convinced me.
Oh?
Yeah, quite a dame, Waring. Quite a dame.
Thought you didn't like dames.
Who, me? Oh, all I said was anybody who falls for a dame must be nuts.
Uh-huh.
Well, Waring, shake hands with Napoleon Bonaparte.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 1036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's story, The Adventure of the Empty House. Well, here we are, as usual, in Dr. Watson's hospitable study, all ready and waiting for our weekly treat. What's it to be tonight, Dr. Watson?
Well, tonight, I think I'll tell you how Holmes made an unexpected and, I may say, dramatic return after many years' absence. Yes, it was so dramatic I came dash close to fainting.
Well.
But before we go into that, suppose you tell us about a happy surprise that's in store for the chaps who buy their first Clippercraft clothes. Surprise that won't shock their pocketbooks.
How right you are, Dr. Watson. New spring Clippercraft clothes are arriving constantly at fine stores everywhere. That's an important announcement for men who have always worn Clippercraft, and for those who will wear them for the first time this spring, because Clippercraft values are even more sensational today than ever before. And that's saying plenty. The Clippercraft plan concentrates the buying power of 1036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, making possible steady year-round operation, resulting in tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs, and putting those savings, even in the face of today's high prices, where they belong, in your pocket. And don't forget that your Clippercraft dealer is a friendly local independent store, a store you can trust. Handsome new Clippercraft suits are only $40 and $45. Top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine are only $40 and $45. Sport jackets but $26.50, and superb tropicals but $33.75 to $40. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, to get back to Mr. Holmes' dramatic reappearance.
Right. You know, I've always said it's a good thing to absent yourself from time to time. Makes people appreciate you when you come back. That's what Holmes said the time he was missing for 3 years.
3 years? That's a pretty long lapse of time.
Yes, it was rather. Everyone thought he was dead. What a horrible time that was. I couldn't bear to live in our old lodgings in Baker Street. Associations and everything.
Yes.
It's funny how sentimental we all are underneath.